This Thing Called Love in Good Hope by Cindy Kirk, narrated by Amy McFadden. Chapter 1. Sage McConnell smiled as she added the finishing touches to the pumpkin spice White Russian. When she'd accepted the job as the manager of the Ding-a-ling bar in Good Hope, she'd wondered how different the clientele would be. So far, it appeared that patrons leaned more toward the basic drinks than those who'd frequented Drench, where she'd previously worked as a mixologist. Thankfully, customers had ordered enough specialty drinks to make this shift interesting. She finished the cocktail, then set it beside a pale ale for the server. "This is so pretty." Peyton Lenz, a server who filled in as needed on weekend nights, gazed admiringly at the drink. "I love the graham cracker rim, and the topping of whipped cream makes it look extra yummy. It tastes pretty yummy, too. I'm going to have to try it." Peyton smiled and picked up the drinks. "One of these days." As Peyton wove her way to the table against a far wall, Sage made a mental note to do a tasting meeting where all the servers could sip the new fall drinks recently added to the menu. Pulling out her phone, Sage added the suggestion to the list she'd started. She'd barely slipped it back into her pocket when a guy dropped down on one of the bar stools. Sage guessed him to be in his early 30s, close to her own age. His dark hair, nearly the same shade as his black-framed glasses, gave him a studious air. "Welcome to the Ding-a-ling." Sage flashed a bright smile. "What can I get ya?" He studied her with assessing blue eyes. "You're not Ted?" Sage laughed. "Not the last time I looked." Ted, the regular bartender, was not only male, but he also sported a full beard, dozens of tats, and outweighed her by a good 100 pounds. The newcomer's gaze turned curious. "I don't know you." "You don't? I'm new here." She extended a hand. "Sage McConnell." "Dexter Woodard." He gave her hand a perfunctory shake, even as recognition flickered in his blue depths. "You're the new manager Ethan hired." Ethan Shaw, one of the owners of the bar, had indeed interviewed and hired her. "I take it you know Ethan?" Sage wasn't surprised. Living in Good Hope for a week had been long enough for her to learn that everyone either knew Ethan or knew of him. The man nodded. "You're also Wyatt's sister." Even though Labor Day was in the rear view, there were still plenty of tourists in town enjoying the early fall weather. This comment told Sage that this man wasn't a tourist. "That's right. Wyatt is my brother." Sage smiled, thinking how nice it was to live in a town near family. "And Trinity Goodhue is my sister." Dexter gave a slow nod, and Sage could almost see the guy organizing data in his head. "If you're the manager, what are you doing working the bar?" "Ethan and I decided it would give me a feel for the place." "Has it?" "So far, it's helped me see how things work." "Can you make me a Sazerac?" Sage had expected questions about how she'd ended up in Good Hope, or maybe a few comments about her family being so active in the community. But he appeared to have lost interest in additional social chit-chat. "Do you want it with cognac, rye whiskey, or both?" Dexter didn't hesitate. "Both." "Coming right up." Sage felt his eyes on her as she pulled out 2 chilled lowball glasses. "Why 2? He asked. "Ted uses 1 glass." Dexter, Sage realized, was observant. She turned back to him, eager to answer questions about her craft. "Though many believe that stirring all the ingredients into a single cocktail mixing glass achieves a comparable tasting drink, I tend to side with the purists." "Meaning?" Those brilliant blue eyes never left her face. "I believe you get a better tasting experience when you swirl the absinthe in 1 glass and use the other to mix and chill the remaining ingredients." "Why not use a shaker?" "Good question." She smiled. "Shaking it would dilute the drink." A thoughtful look crossed Dexter's face, then he nodded. "I appreciate the information." "You're welcome." With quick, practiced moves, Sage strained the ingredients that she'd mixed in one glass into the glass with the absinthe. After twisting a lemon peel over the drink's surface to express the oils, she garnished the drink with the peel and set the old-fashioned tumbler in front of Dexter. "Enjoy!" Dexter took a sip. He paused, then offered an approving smile. Sage found her lips curving under the warmth. For such a serious man, he really did have a nice smile. When Dexter set the glass down and stared morosely into the amber liquid, Sage assumed their brief interchange had come to an end. She regretted that. Not only did she enjoy getting to know the patrons, but it was a Friday night near closing time. New traffic coming into the bar had come to a standstill. Her choices were to wipe down counters and barware that was already clean and shiny, or visit with customers. The latter would certainly make the time go faster. She set a basket of bar mix near him and once again offered a smile. "If you need anything else, or if you want to talk." "Isn't that what I'm supposed to do?" "Do?" "You know, tell the bartender my troubles." She smiled. "If you want." Dexter paused for a long moment, as if considering his options. Just when she thought he wasn't going to share, he pinned her with his gaze and launched into his story. "I was seeing this woman. All of a sudden, she goes off on me, starts lecturing me that I don't want to get married. She goes on to say I don't give her what she needs, and she doesn't want to hear from me again." 2 lines of puzzlement formed between his brows. "Who does that?" Sage blinked. Though she was accustomed to patrons sharing their personal problems, she hadn't expected that from this guy. She quickly rallied and forced a casual tone. "Sounds as if that came as a surprise." "I mean, we weren't serious or anything like that, but I thought we had fun together." He took a long sip of his drink. "She read some books, self-help stuff, that said she has to set her boundaries. All of a sudden, I'm no good. So this just happened." He set down the drink and frowned. "Did what just happen?" "Were you at her place right before you came here?" Sage wiped down the already spotless counter as she spoke. It was nearly 1 o'clock. "Sounds like it might have been a long discussion." Puzzlement furrowed Dexter's brow. "I had just walked in the door, which she was also angry about." Sage stilled her cloth on the counter. If he had just walked in the door, it must have been nearly midnight when he'd stopped over. "I was working." He drummed his fingers absently on the side of the glass. "I told Evie I'd be there when I was done. I finished up around 11, and then I went over." Sage nodded as if processing all that he was saying, when the truth was, she'd have sent him packing if they'd had plans on a Friday night and he hadn't shown up until close to midnight. "It doesn't make sense," he muttered. "Could Evie perhaps have expected you to come by earlier so that maybe you could go out somewhere together?" Dexter appeared to consider the possibility, then shook his head. "I told her I wasn't sure when I'd be done. She told me to come over any time, no matter how late." In Sage's mind, that absolved Dexter of any wrongdoing. "Then she shouldn't be upset when you showed up at midnight." Dexter pointed a finger at Sage. "Exactly what I thought. Her response wasn't logical." "Sometimes people don't act logically." "Tell me about it." Sage smiled at the disgust in his voice. "I've never been good at dating." Dexter downed more of his drink. "I'm not even good at talking to women." Though Sage suspected there was more to the story, Dexter was being too hard on himself. "You've been talking to me just fine," she pointed out. That's different." He appeared surprised by her comment. "You're not an actual woman." Sage laughed. Another woman might have taken offense, but she'd grown up with brothers. You never knew what would come out of their mouths. She understood what he'd meant. "Look, Dex. May I call you Dex?" She paused for confirmation. He shrugged. "If you want." "You're a smart guy." "I am." He agreed. "Well, if you really want to win your girlfriend back, I'm sure you'll figure it out." Dexter's blue eyes lingered on her for several heartbeats. "I like your confidence." Then he stood and tossed a bill on the bar that was large enough to cover the drink and a healthy tip. Once again, he surprised her. Sage hadn't expected him to stride off without another word. Maybe he was right. Maybe he wasn't good around women. Sage's thoughts turned to Dexter as she dressed carefully the following night for a cocktail party at Ethan's home. She wondered if he and, what was the woman's name? Yes, Evie, had made up. Sage couldn't wait for the party. She'd worked with Gianna, Ethan's wife, on the drink menu. As the party had a fall harvest theme, there would be not only unique appetizers, but fall-inspired cocktails, including the pumpkin spice white Russian she'd served last night. Although Sage wouldn't be serving as the bartender at this party, Quinn would be more than capable. A relatively new Dingaling employee, Quinn Ardolino had a wealth of experience. He was, in fact, someone she was considering for the cocktail truck that Ethan hoped to have up and running in the spring. This evening would be a good opportunity to observe him in a different environment. How long had it been since she'd gone to a party at someone's home? When she'd gone out in the city, it had been to clubs or occasionally to a party at a friend's apartment. But going to an actual house? Well, it had been a while. Sage had driven by Ethan's home, a comfortable craftsman in a neighborhood of homes built in the same style. Knowing that Ethan came from one of the founding families of Good Hope and had his fingers in several lucrative business ventures, had her expecting something larger and more ornate. Instead, it was a home much like the one her parents still lived in. The fall arrangement on the front porch had drawn her eye and made her smile. It had reminded her of how her mom decorated for each season. She couldn't wait to see the interior. It was bound to be amazing. Both Ethan and Gianna had an elegant and stylish vibe. One thing she did know, the menu would be anything but ordinary. Sage glanced down at her gathered tie-back dress in scalloped paisley. She loved the gold color and the length that hit at mid-calf. After considering flats, she'd gone with strappy sandals instead. Although both her sister and sister-in-law had assured her the party would be casual, the platform sandals in metallic gold should keep the dress from being too informal. The multicolored crystal waterfall earrings added a nice touch of whimsy and a brightness against the dark hair she'd pulled back from her face with clips. When she arrived, Sage had to park several blocks away to find a space on the street. She flipped down the vanity mirror. After adding more color to her lips and a spritz of perfume to her pulse points, she felt ready to party. Enjoying the warm autumn breeze and the moon shining overhead, Sage took her time on the stroll to the house. The brightness from the ornate street lamps lighting her way cast a golden glow in the night, and the leaves beneath her shoes gave a satisfying crunch. Even though she'd been older when the McConnells had taken her in, she remembered jumping into just-raked piles of leaves in autumn. A smile lifted her lips as she recalled scooping a bunch of them up in her arms and tossing them in her brother Wyatt's face. Good times that she didn't take for granted. Sage reached the steps leading to the front porch and had one foot on the bottom step when she heard her name. Sage! Turning, she saw Wyatt and his wife Greer striding up the sidewalk toward her. There had been a time, years earlier, when Sage had wondered if Wyatt would find the perfect woman for him. Her brother could be so headstrong. She'd quickly discovered that Wyatt had met his match in Greer Chapin McConnell. Greer, who was the mayor of Good Hope, could be a bit off-putting to those who didn't know her, with her tendency towards speaking boldly. But she cared about this community, and most of all, she loved Wyatt with her whole heart. Sage felt sure she and Greer would become good friends. "Greer!" Sage loved to hug, but since she wasn't sure Greer would appreciate the gesture, she settled for a warm smile. "You look lovely this evening." Greer's stretch linen dress in ivory with a brown woven belt hit the mark between elegant and casual. No waterfall earrings for Greer, just simple gold hoops. "Thank you." Greer smiled back. "So do you." "What about me?" Wyatt asked, feigning hurt. Sage chuckled and shook her head. Then, giving in to impulse, she brushed a kiss across her brother's cheek. "I'm glad to be living close to my big brother." Wyatt surprised her by wrapping his arms around her and giving a squeeze. "You're going to love Good Hope so much, you're never going to want to leave." Maybe, Sage thought, maybe, as they headed inside to be greeted by Ethan and his wife. She hoped so. When she'd been in foster care, she'd dreamed of having a home, a real home. In Chicago, because of the expense, owning a home had been an impossibility. Here in Good Hope, she stood a good chance of one day having a place to call her own. Her dream house was very much like this one, warm and welcoming, with a fireplace flanked by bookshelves and double doors leading to the back. Chairs that likely flanked the dining room table had been removed, and that area had been set aside for the fall-inspired appetizers. White wainscoting was topped by wallpaper with a gray swirl that added a light, airy touch. She and Gianna had discussed setting up the bar in the reading nook, which Sage couldn't wait to see, but had opted for a spot in the kitchen instead. A feeling of warmth wrapped around Sage as she inhaled the slight scent of cinnamon mixed with orange. She liked the atmosphere in this house. "Love lives here," Sage thought, somewhat fancifully. That had been how it had been in the McConnells' two-story home. When the couple had adopted her, Sage had known she'd hit the jackpot. The furniture might have been well worn, but not only had she gotten loving parents, she'd gotten 4 siblings. "Let me introduce you around," Wyatt offered. Wyatt remembers what it was like to be new. Greer smiled up at her husband. With his outgoing personality, it wasn't long until he felt right at home. It will be the same for you. Everyone always likes Wyatt. Sage gave his arm a squeeze. I appreciate the offer, but I want to first check and see how Quinn is doing. You're not working tonight, Greer reminded her in a soft voice. No, I'm not, but he is my employee and— I understand, Greer interrupted. I'd feel the same. Come and find me once you're done, Wyatt told Sage. Everyone is eager to meet you. Sage nearly said she was more than capable of introducing herself, but stopped just in time. Wyatt was her big brother, and even though they were grown, he still took his responsibilities seriously. You and Greer enjoy yourselves. Sage gave Wyatt a little shove. I'll find you once I make sure Quinn doesn't need anything. Sage caught several curious glances cast her way and was the recipient of numerous friendly smiles as she crossed to the kitchen where Quinn tended bar. If she hadn't known he was 30 from seeing his employment papers, she'd have thought he was a college guy. With his dark wavy hair and classically handsome looks, he'd have looked right at home on the cover of a romance novel. His broad smile put customers at ease. There you go, sir. Quinn handed 2 glasses to the man in front of the bar. 2 caramel apple sangrias. Thank you. The guy, whom Sage recognized as David Chapin, Ethan's partner and Greer's brother, glanced down at the apple slices and cinnamon stick garnish and offered a rueful smile. My wife's sisters insisted we had to try these. You made a good choice, Sage told him. When he turned, recognition lit his eyes.
Sage, I'm glad you could make it.
David was one of the principals of the Triad Group, a company formed by 3 local businessmen who'd banded together with the goal of developing Good Hope.
I wouldn't have missed it.
Sage wanted to become familiar with not only the town, but with those who lived and worked here. She couldn't wait until she was able to walk down the street and know most of the people she passed.
If you have a minute later, I'd like to introduce you to my wife, Hadley.
I'd like that. Sage watched David weave his way through the crowd, then hand a drink to a pretty blonde who was talking to a group that included Sage's sister, Trinity. First things first, Sage reminded herself and turned back to Quinn, who was dispensing more sangrias. She waited until there was a lull, then stepped to the bar. I'll have one of those sangrias.
Sage!
His smile flashed.
Good to see you. I'll get that drink for you right away.
How's it going tonight? She asked, approving of his skilled and efficient movements.
All good.
He garnished the top of the drink with a cinnamon stick and apple slices.
Everyone seems to like the fall-inspired drinks. A few opted for wine or beer, so it's good we included them.
How have the lines been?
Not bad.
He glanced past her, and she saw 2 couples headed in their direction.
I'm moving them through. No one has had to wait very long.
If you need anything, let me know. Sage stepped aside as the couples approached, gesturing with a sweep of one hand to Quinn.
He's all yours.
As Quinn had the bar under control, Sage decided it was finally time for her to mingle. Chapter 2. Sage turned, took 3 steps, and ran into an immovable object.
I'm so sorry.
Surprised pleasure rippled through her. She smiled.
Dexter! Hello, Sage.
It's nice to see you again. She nearly said it was a surprise to see him here, but that wouldn't have made sense. He was Ethan's friend. Of course he'd be here. He glanced around the room.
Too many people are inside.
Pardon?
They have a fire pit outside.
Though fire pits had become all the rage a couple of years earlier, living in downtown Chicago for the past 5 years, she hadn't known anyone who actually had one.
Do they?
I'll have to check it out. Not right now, but later. Sage found herself stumbling over her words, which wasn't like her. Not at all. Hadn't she told her siblings and her parents on more than one occasion that bartending had honed her conversation skills so that they were razor sharp? She could talk to anyone about anything at any time. Yet here she stood, tripping over her words. Sorry. She rolled her eyes. I don't usually babble, especially not about fire pits. Dexter inclined his head and studied her as if she were a bug under a microscope. She offered another bright smile. So, enjoying the evening so far?
I just arrived. No one has spilled a drink on me, so I'd have to answer yes.
Though he said it without a hint of a smile, Sage realized he meant it to be funny. She chuckled. Me too. So far, anyway. She inhaled and realized Dexter smelled terrific. You're wearing Atlantis. Sage recognized the woodsy, citrusy scent immediately. It had been a favorite of hers among the men who frequented Drench, which had told her the fragrance was the successful man's go-to scent this year.
My mom gave it to me for my birthday.
Dexter gave a shrug.
She noticed I hadn't been wearing it. I'm not one for cologne, but she seemed to think not wearing it meant I didn't like it. So now I do.
Does your mother live in Good Hope? He nodded.
I grew up here.
It seems like a lovely community to grow up in.
It was okay.
Dexter glanced around as if looking for someone. Is your girlfriend here? Sage lowered her voice to a whisper. To make even more certain she wasn't overheard, she leaned closer. Behind his glasses, his dark brows pulled together.
Who?
The woman who told you she didn't want to see you again?
Oh,
Recognition dawned.
you mean Evie.
Such a fun, flirty name, Sage thought. I bet she's blonde.
Why do you say that?
Nothing. Just it's a cute name, and it sounds like she'd be blonde. Sage let her gaze sweep the crowd. Which one is she?
She's not here.
Dexter waved an airy hand.
Even though she works with Gianna, this isn't really her kind of crowd.
Why not?
Everyone is too old.
Dexter paused, and his eyes widened in surprise.
I spoke too soon. She is here.
Sage glanced around. Where?
By the fireplace. The blonde. She's speaking with Hunter Dean, the guy with the dark hair. I didn't realize he'd be here, but Ethan has an interest in outfitters, so that's probably why he was invited.
I've met Hunter, Sage told him. The first night I worked the bar at the Dingaling, he came in with a friend. The two men had been more than happy to talk with her. She'd learned Hunter and Sean Fraser worked across the street at Good Hope Outfitters.
He and Evie have dated off and on?
Dexter's tone gave no indication of his feelings.
Appears they're back on.
Evie drew the eye with her thick waterfall of blonde hair, simple black dress, and heeled sandals that showed off miles of tanned legs. When Evie smiled up at the man next to her, her pretty face lit up. Sage could see how Dexter had found her appealing. She's attractive, and not so young. Sage would place her somewhere in her mid to late 20s, close to her brother Phoenix's age.
She's younger than you.
Dexter spoke in a matter-of-fact tone.
Younger than me.
From his short replies, Sage figured he didn't want to talk about Evie. She could understand. The woman had not only dumped him last night, she'd shown up tonight with another guy. Or perhaps he simply wanted to forget he'd said anything to her about Evie at all. That frequently happened. A person unloaded on her and avoided her afterward, embarrassed by how much they'd shared with a stranger. I'll let you get back to your...
Do you want to go outside?
He asked abruptly. Outside?
We can check out the fire pit, since you've never seen one.
Was that a touch of humor dancing in those serious blue eyes? I appreciate the offer, but I'm going to stay inside for now. I came tonight specifically to meet people. She offered a smile. At this point, anyway, most appear to be inside. Dexter appeared to consider that.
For now, they'll start going outside once they fill up on appetizers and drinks.
I knew you'd understand. Sage gave his shoulder a squeeze. I'll see you.
We could mingle together.
Dexter gave a decisive nod.
I can introduce you to those you don't know,
which is practically everyone.
Then, when everyone migrates outside, we can go with them.
I appreciate the offer. Very much. You've been incredibly kind, and I've enjoyed our conversation. Sage laid a hand on his shoulder. But my brother offered to introduce me, and... She lifted the hand off his shoulder and gave a wave of acknowledgement. Wyatt is motioning to me now. It's been good talking to you, Dex. Hopefully we can catch up later.
Yeah, later.
Dexter mumbled the words. Was Sage blowing him off? Maybe. Then again, he didn't have any siblings, so it was likely they trumped spending time with someone new. As he watched her disappear into the crowd, he spotted Evie out of the corner of his eye, making a beeline directly for him, Hunter trailing behind. Dexter! Hi! Evie smiled brightly. I didn't know if you'd be here or not. Dexter took a sip of his drink and offered a perfunctory smile. Her enthusiastic greeting struck him as odd. Then again, they hadn't argued or anything. She'd simply read a self-help book and decided she didn't want to see him anymore.
Dexter and Ethan are good friends,
Hunter reminded Evie, filling the silence. Oh, of course. I knew that. Evie's laugh pitched high. Perhaps, Dexter thought, she wasn't as confident as she appeared. Was it that she thought he'd care that she was here with Hunter?
Hunter is right,
Dexter confirmed, then focused on Hunter.
How are things at Outfitters?
His question was merely polite conversation. Dexter knew exactly how the business across the street from the Dingaling was doing. Ethan held a minority interest in it. Dexter had spoken recently both with his friend as well as Anders Cross, who not only ran Outfitters, but retained the majority shares, regarding his analysis of the company's sales data.
Going gangbusters!
Hunter's tone turned enthusiastic, as if he'd suddenly found himself on solid ground.
I like the sailing lessons and fishing excursions, but I can't wait for snow and the cold weather stuff.
Dexter enjoyed outdoor activities to a point. He couldn't imagine taking groups of novices cross-country skiing or snowshoeing.
The snow will be here before we know it.
Evie formed a cross with the index fingers of both hands, not an easy task when holding a drink. Hunter laughed and slung an arm around her shoulders, planting a kiss on her hair.
I've tried to get Evie interested, but she's having none of it.
I'm more of an indoor gal. Evie's gaze found Dexter's. An aversion to snow was something they shared, but obviously not something that she and Hunter shared. Yet here she was with Hunter. It was all so puzzling. Did you come alone? At Evie's question, Dexter forced his attention back to her. Instead of answering immediately, he took another sip of his drink and cocked an eyebrow. I mean, I saw you talking to a woman. Evie's eyes snapped with interest.
Sage McConnell,
he informed her.
Wyatt's sister.
She's hot, Hunter exclaimed. When both Dexter and Evie turned to Hunter, he grinned.
Me and Sean were in the Dingaling Thursday night. Spent some time getting acquainted.
Like he had, Dexter concluded. Sage hadn't been hitting on him last night. She was just nice to everyone. That was, after all, her job. Which was, he told himself, a relief. He wasn't looking for someone to date. Not until he figured out what was behind this attraction thing. Otherwise, what had occurred with Evie would likely reoccur and take him by surprise again. He didn't like being surprised. So are you and Sage? Evie began. Dexter stopped her before she could go any further.
If you'll both excuse me, Ethan and Gianna are headed this way. I want to say hello.
Turning, Dexter took 2 steps toward his friends. This time when he smiled, it was genuine.
Nice party.
We're glad you could make it. Gianna smiled up at him. Ethan's wife possessed a quiet elegance that matched perfectly with Ethan's. Are you enjoying yourself?
It's a good party.
Dexter let his gaze scan the room. He saw Sage standing across the room with her brother. They were having a conversation with Luther Gannon and his fiancée, Natalia Costa. Though his path had crossed with the couple on several occasions, Dexter didn't know them well. They were both relatively new to Good Hope. Evie? Dexter pulled his attention back to Ethan and Gianna, realizing he'd missed the first part of the question. Thankfully, he'd always been good at filling in the blanks.
We aren't dating anymore.
His relationship with Evie Eastman had been a casual on-again, off-again thing. Still, they'd had fun. It had been nice because she hadn't been interested in any kind of commitment. Or so he'd thought. I'm sorry to hear that. Gianna placed a hand on his sleeve. When her hazel eyes focused on him, he was reminded of Sage. When did this happen? Ethan remained silent. His friend knew it hadn't been anything serious with Evie.
Last night.
Dexter lifted one shoulder and let it drop.
I stopped over. She told me she didn't want to see me anymore. End of story.
Oh, Dex. Concern filled Gianna's voice.
Seriously, not an issue. I'm not heartbroken.
He pulled his brows together.
Just confused.
I don't understand. Gianna wrapped her arm around her husband and gazed up at him as if hoping he could explain. The look in Gianna's eyes matched the one in Ethan's when their eyes met. Love. There it was. Though Dexter knew it when he saw it, he couldn't explain it. How did it happen? What had made each of these two people fall in love? What had made Ethan, who had always been as focused on business as Dexter, lovable?
She wasn't the one for Dexter, and they both knew it. They were simply dating because they enjoyed each other's company. But there wasn't anything more there.
Ethan glanced at Dexter, as if looking for confirmation.
That's exactly right.
Dexter appreciated his friend summarizing the relationship in such a succinct manner.
It wasn't how it is between you and Ethan.
Gianna appeared to mull over the words, then gave a nod. I guess now you're both free to find the right person.
If that person even exists.
Dexter took another sip of his drink.
Not that I'm looking.
Oh, she exists. Gianna spoke as if there wasn't a single doubt in her mind. And when you two find each other, nothing will break you apart. Sage found herself enjoying the party. Everyone she'd met had gone out of their way to make her feel welcome. She noticed there didn't seem to be many singles in attendance. There was her. There was Dexter, of course. She'd caught sight of him several times across the room. For someone who insisted that he wasn't good at talking to women, he appeared comfortable in all the conversations she'd observed. Like now, he was laughing with Hadley Chapin. Sage wondered if he knew just how attractive he looked when those serious lines in his face relaxed and,
I don't believe we've been introduced.
The throaty voice had Sage turning with a smile already forming. She'd met Gladys Berthoff briefly at Wyatt and Greer's wedding, and the deep theatrical voice was one she wouldn't forget. Mrs. Berthoff, it's so good to see you again. I believe we were introduced, but briefly, at my brother's reception. Gladys studied her for a long moment.
My mistake. You are correct. We have been introduced. Your hair, it was different then.
You're right. Sage raised her hand to touch the shoulder-length, dark, wavy strands with textured ends. I had burnt orange highlights back then. You had lighter highlights at Trinity's wedding. The petite woman beside Gladys spoke up. They were my color. Ruby Rakes, Sage remembered, grandmother of Jeremy Rakes, whose wife, Delphinium, was her sister-in-law Greer's stepsister. In this town, there were so many connections that Sage seriously considered starting a spreadsheet. Champagne highlights, Sage agreed, though the color looks much better on you than it did on me. That color was much too light for your complexion. Catherine Spencer, retired accountant, and the third member of the trio, softened the pronouncement with a smile. You're right about that. Sage gave a good-natured shrug. Unfortunately, the memories of my brief foray into blondness are forever immortalized in Trinity's wedding photos.
You are incapable of looking anything but lovely, my dear.
Gladys waved a bejeweled hand.
Though, in my opinion, your natural color is best.
Thank you. Sage glanced down at the glass of white wine in Gladys's hand. No specialty drink for you this evening?
They all sounded very interesting, but I was in the mood for this.
Gladys lifted her glass.
The heart knows what it wants.
Sage smiled at the phrase she recognized. It does indeed. We saw you speaking with Dexter. Ruby's voice held a hint of eagerness that Sage found puzzling. We expected to see him here with Evie Eastman. Though it was said as a statement, Sage heard the question in Catherine's casual comment. Sage wished in that moment that she had gotten another drink. She wasn't quite sure what to do with her hands. Settling for an airy wave, she forced a casual tone. I believe he mentioned that they aren't seeing each other anymore. Or perhaps I got that wrong. Saying that he'd told her put a different spin on the comment, as if he was interested in her, or maybe she in him. Normally, she wouldn't be concerned about her comment being taken wrong, but as she was speaking with the trio, she recalled Trinity telling her that Gladys and her friends were known for being matchmakers. She couldn't imagine how Dexter would react to being in their crosshairs.
I hadn't heard that.
Surprise had Gladys's pale blue eyes widening as she glanced at her two friends.
We wondered when we saw her with Hunter.
Ruby glanced at Catherine.
Didn't we?
Catherine lifted her hands as if to say, Don't ask me.
When did this breakup occur?
Gladys offered Sage an encouraging smile. I couldn't say for sure. Not exactly the truth, Sage thought. Still, it wasn't her story to tell. Better to hedge than to gossip. Had to be relatively recent. Ruby looked at Gladys. Or we'd have heard. True. Gladys refocused on Sage.
Did you leave a sweetheart pining for you back in Chicago?
No, sweetheart. Sage wondered why the admission niggled. She'd never worried about her single status. She'd enjoyed her job and her friends. While the men she'd dated in the past had been fun, none had been special. That's what she was holding out for. Special. Like what her mom and dad had. Like what Trinity and Wyatt had both found. If that never happened, she was okay with that. Because one thing she wouldn't do was settle. Chapter 3. As Dexter stepped outside the house into the cool evening air, his plan was to slip away and head for home. That plan took a detour when he spotted Sage by the fire pit. For the first time since she'd left his side to join her brother, she didn't appear to be with someone. He hadn't been watching her, not at all. He'd simply noticed that tonight they'd been like two planets circling the sun in the same plane, coming close, but not close enough to touch. Not that he wanted to touch Sage, although he had to admit she was a beautiful woman with that dark hair, hazel eyes, and killer body. She also smelled terrific, a subtle, sultry scent that suited her. He'd noticed how easily she conversed with all the strangers. Other than her siblings and their spouses, most of those in attendance had to be new to her. But seeing her laughing, you'd have thought she was surrounded by old friends. Dexter envied her ease with people she didn't know. While he knew everyone at the party and considered many of them friends, he still found conversing a trial. His conversation last night with Sage hadn't been a trial. In fact, the words had come easily. Talking with her now would allow him to relax and stay at his friend's party a little longer while he continued to refine the plan that had started to form in his head. He strode over to Sage before one more person decided to welcome her to Good Hope.
How do you like the s'more?
Glancing down at the plate where the s'more sat, minus one bite, she looked up at him and smiled. It's really tasty. I hadn't had one in years, and it's just as good as I remember. Removing the tiny bit of marshmallow that remained on her lips with the tip of her tongue, she lifted her plate toward him. Have a bite. Dexter didn't know whether to be horrified or honored that she'd share her s'more with him.
A bite. Of yours.
I don't have cooties. Sage laughed, though my brother might tell you different. If you're worried about germs, take a bite off the other side. Lifting the treat from the plate while keeping his gaze on her eyes, Dexter took a bite from the side she'd already eaten from. No different than if he'd kissed her. As the thought struck, he had to smile. Gazing at Sage's copper-colored lips, he knew kissing her would taste much different. "What do you think?" she asked, as if his opinion really mattered. Dexter swallowed, smiled.
Good. Reminds me of Boy Scout camp.
Surprise flickered across her face. "You were a Boy Scout? Tents and campfires and hiking?"
Good Hope's version of scouting. Dexter shrugged. I enjoy hiking and camping. Mosquitoes and bugs, not so much.
Why join the Boy Scouts then?
My dad, he was big into scouting.
Dexter and his father hadn't had the best relationship growing up. Scouting had been one of the few activities his father had approved of, and back then, Dexter had still been trying to please him. "You even went to camp?"
I did.
Dexter gestured with his head to where Ethan stood, his arm looped around Gianna's shoulders as he spoke with Sage's sister Trinity and her husband, Ryder.
Ethan and I went together. His dad was big into scouting, too.
That must have been nice. A wistful smile lifted Sage's lips.
Seriously, it wasn't anything special.
Something more here, he thought.
I take it you didn't have the camping experience?
I was 14 when I was adopted. Sage lifted the s'more and took another bite. My parents would have let me go if I'd asked, but the only place I wanted to be was in my new home with them. Still, I sometimes wonder if I missed out. Dexter remembered hearing how all the McConnell siblings were adopted.
Others might say different, but in my opinion, you didn't miss much. Getting out of the house and out from under my dad's thumb was the high point for me.
You and your parents don't get along? Sage held the s'more out to him. When he shook his head, she took another bite.
My mom, yes. My dad, oil and water.
How many times, Dexter wondered, had he found himself hoping things would change? They never had, likely never would.
He's one more person where I've never been able to say or do the right thing for him. No matter how I try, I always get it wrong.
His relationship with his father was what it was. He wasn't sure why the knowledge that his father saw him as a big disappointment still stung after all these years. Hazel eyes met blue. I'm sorry to hear that.
Don't be.
He waved a dismissive hand.
It is what it is.
Still doesn't make it right. Or easy. Sage's tone remained light as she changed the subject. What was your favorite subject in school?
Math.
Dexter didn't even need to think about that one. He was ready to expound on his love of all things numbers when he recalled Evie's comment when she'd kicked him to the curb. She'd asserted that when they talked, it was always about him, that he never asked about her.
What about you?
Sage cocked her head. Unlike him, her response didn't come as quickly. I enjoyed English. I think because I love reading so much. When I was in foster care, books held the power to help me escape the day-to-day.
For me, it was solving math problems. The structure and the certainty appealed.
I think it's that way for lots of those who love math. Sage offered an encouraging smile. Were you an algebra lover, or did trig appeal more? His answer stood poised on the edge of his tongue when Dexter realized that, once again, they were talking about him. Not a surprise, since that's what he knew, what he was most comfortable discussing. But had it been a factor in other relationship failures?
Evie wasn't my only relationship failure, just the most recent.
Sage didn't bat an eye at the abrupt change in subject. Were you in love with her?
No, but I like her a lot. She's a sweet person, and she's fun to be around. Could I see us growing old together, having a whole big life together? If I'm being really honest, no. I think we're too different.
Dexter recalled Evie's parting comments.
You know, there's a lot of things about me that she doesn't like. I can see how we don't make sense. I can see why other people think we don't make sense. I guess we don't, because we're broken up now.
Sage picked up a bottle of San Pellegrino water from one of the small tables and took a sip. Do you see any commonalities in the demise of your other relationships before Evie? Dexter might have given the appearance of considering the question, but he knew the answer without needing to think about it.
I didn't care enough for them, about them, and I believe it was the same for them.
Surprise had Sage's eyes widening. Really? He gave a little shrug.
That's my analysis.
I'm curious. Sage sipped the sparkling mineral water, her expression contemplative. Why were you spending time with women who didn't matter to you? She didn't, he noticed, ask why he was spending time with women who didn't care for him, but it kept the focus on something he could answer.
I may have given the wrong impression.
Dexter found himself wanting to be completely honest. There was something about Sage that made him feel incapable of hedging the truth.
I liked these women well enough. They were smart and fun, and it was nice having someone to attend events with. But I didn't feel a connection. I doubt they did either.
You said Evie mentioned marriage. Though Sage kept her voice low, Dexter glanced around, wanting to make sure her question hadn't been overheard. No one in the area appeared to be paying them much mind, but that could change at any second.
Let's go for a walk.
A walk? She glanced around. Where? Why?
More privacy.
Dexter gestured.
Just out front, to the corner and back.
Understanding dawned in her hazel eyes. I've been doing a lot of standing. A short walk sounds nice. They rounded the side of the house and had reached the sidewalk when he saw Gladys and her friends on the front porch drinking wine. His gaze locked with Gladys's. He dipped his head in acknowledgement. She dipped hers. Dexter wasn't bothered by seeing the trio known for their matchmaking penchant. He was intrigued. It was rumored they'd successfully brought together most of the couples in Good Hope. Gladys, he remembered, had a math background. For years, she'd been the treasurer of the Cherries, a local women's organization. Catherine Spencer was a retired accountant. He wondered how much the women used their numbers backgrounds in ascertaining what made two people a good match. Tonight wasn't the time nor the place for such a discussion, but he would make the time in the near future. When he was a boy, he'd taken apart an old alarm clock just to see how it worked. It was the same with this love thing. He would find out how it worked and... What I was going to say out back was that if Evie mentioned marriage to you, she must have felt you two had some connection. Sage's voice pulled him from his thoughts, and Dexter refocused on the here and now.
Trust me, marriage was not something she ever thought of.
Then why bring it up?
Likely because of that self-help book or whatever other reading she'd done about relationships. I don't honestly know. I can tell you one thing for certain. She didn't want to marry me any more than I wanted to marry her.
Sage slept late the next morning, declining Wyatt and Greer's offer to meet them this morning for church at First Christian, followed by breakfast at Muddy Boots. Her parents had been big on attending Sunday services, but once Sage had started bartending, leaving work at 2 or 3 a.m. hadn't been conducive to getting up early in the morning. Rolling over, she stretched, then glanced at the clock. Not even 10. The day's weather was forecast to be gorgeous, and she didn't want to waste one more minute sleeping, especially since she didn't have anything on her agenda for today other than a visit to Cherry Acres this afternoon. Wyatt, who'd inherited the orchards and a processing plant from his maternal grandfather, had continued to make improvements to the well-established business. Since taking over, he'd added a retail store and a campground to the property located just outside of town. Sage had seen the area prior to the improvements when she'd been in Good Hope for Wyatt's wedding, but she hadn't been back since. Since her big tour wasn't until 3, that gave her plenty of time for a quick run and whatever else struck her fancy on this beautiful autumn day. First, she needed to figure out where the best running paths were located. Thankfully, a quick trip to the town's very robust website answered the trails question. There were several options, but she finally chose the path running through Peninsula State Park. Once she finished her run, Sage headed downtown. She wouldn't have minded having breakfast at Muddy Boots, but since she'd already turned down Wyatt and Greer's invitation, showing up late might seem weird. Besides, she found herself more in the mood to chill than socialize. Her brother-in-law, Ryder, owned the Daily Grind. Not only this coffee shop, but a whole slew of them in other states. The last thing she'd expected when she stepped through the door was to see him working the counter. Alone. Something must have gone very wrong for this to happen. There was no way he should be the only person working on a busy Sunday morning. Sage had worked as a barista in high school. Granted, Conroy's was a mom-and-pop operation, more known for its glazed donuts than coffee, but she'd gained skills working there. She slipped behind the counter, ignoring Ryder's look of surprise. "I'm going in the back to wash my hands. I'll put on an apron, and you can put me to work." Ryder offered her a grateful smile.
I won't turn you down.
In minutes, Sage stood behind the counter. Instead of having her make drinks, Ryder asked her to take and ring up orders. She had to admit it made sense. He was way faster with the coffee machine than she'd have been. Sunday mornings, she decided after a crazy hour of nonstop customers, was when everyone wanted coffee and pastries. She was glad that when she'd been in Good Hope before, she'd sampled a Queen Amman. She knew how to describe it to tourists unfamiliar with the crispy, caramelized pastry. Finally, blessedly, at noon, the line disappeared. As Sage worked with Ryder to clear and wipe down tables, she finally had an opportunity to ask the questions that had been poised on the tip of her tongue. "Where's Trinity? And what happened to your help?"
I had 2 employees call in this morning, leaving no one to work. So Trinity went to church with Zoe. Trinity and I are youth group leaders for Zoe's age group at church, and I came here to hold down the fort the best I could.
Ryder moved the tub of dirty dishes to another table.
You are a godsend, Sage. I'm grateful. I don't know how I'd have managed without you.
"We're family." She offered him a smile. "That's what we do."
Well, this family member is glad you've moved to Good Hope, and not just because you're a whiz behind the counter.
Ryder paused.
I'm looking forward to having you around. I know Zoe is excited to get to know her aunt.
At 13, Zoe was Ryder's daughter from a prior relationship years earlier and Trinity's daughter through adoption. "I'm looking forward to that, too, as well as to spending more time with you and my sister." The bells over the door jingled, and Sage and Ryder turned as one to see Trinity and Zoe stroll into the store. Trinity could have been Zoe's birth mom, as both were tall and leggy with blonde hair and blue eyes. "We are dying for a latte and a cherry Danish. It was—" Surprise, followed quickly by pleasure, skittered across Trinity's face. "Sage! Oh my goodness! I didn't expect to see you here." "I stopped by and saw Ryder in need of some sisterly assistance." Sage glanced around the now empty and spotless dining area and smiled in satisfaction. So I helped.
Couldn't have done it without her.
Ryder admitted.
How was youth group?
We missed you. Trinity walked over to her husband and kissed his cheek. The boys like having you around, Zoe told him.
What about you?
Ryder teased. You're okay. Sage heard the love in Zoe's voice, saw it in her eyes when her gaze lingered on her dad. Sage had felt the same way about Jerry McConnell. Well, Sage slipped the apron over her head. Now that the backup troops have arrived, I'll be heading... Trinity walked over to Sage and pinned her with that big sister no-nonsense look she remembered from their years sharing a room. You're going to stay, have a latte and a Queen Amman, and tell me everyone you met last night. Mom said it was a fun party. Zoe's eyes snapped with curiosity. She said the food and drinks were super yummy. The appetizers were super yummy. Sage smiled at her niece. I ate way too many. I simply had to sample them all. What did they have? Zoe pressed. Mom didn't give me specifics. You're so much like your aunt. Trinity chuckled and shook her head. I am? Zoe appeared confused. How? When our mom and dad would go to parties, Sage would grill them the next day. She wanted every detail. Trinity offered her daughter an affectionate smile. Just like you do when Dad and I go out. Let me see what appetizers I remember. Sage tapped 2 fingers against her lips. There were cranberry brie bites, sweet potato rounds with goat cheese. Zoe listened intently as Sage rattled off the rest of the appetizers, then finished up with the desserts. The roasted cherry tart sounds like it'd be my favorite dessert. Zoe's gaze remained on Sage's face. What was yours? Sage smiled, recalling the s'more she and Dexter had shared. I forgot to mention my favorite. Outdoors, there was a fire pit where you could make your own s'mores. Zoe's face said it all. Then she turned to Trinity. You didn't tell me they had s'mores. I didn't know they did. Trinity glanced at Ryder, who shook his head.
We never made it outside.
Ryder gave a good-natured shrug.
I guess we're not as adventurous as your aunt.
Who were you outside with? Trinity asked Sage. At first I was talking with the other guests I met at the party. Then Dexter Woodard and I started talking. Sage removed and carefully folded her apron. He'd mentioned the fire pit and s'mores earlier, then I ran into him outside. Trinity's expression grew thoughtful. I thought he and Evie were dating, but she was there with Hunter. I don't think they're dating anymore. Sage kept her response deliberately vague. I like Evie, Zoe piped up. She's the one who told me I'd look good with a pink streak in my hair. Is Evie a hairstylist? Sage asked, realizing that was just one more thing she didn't know. She's a receptionist at Marigold's Golden Door Salon, Trinity clarified. She's a good friend of Gianna. Golden Door is the only salon to go to, Zoe told her. Everyone knows it's the best.
Greer's stepsister Marigold is one of the owners, Ryder told her, along with Gianna and Charlotte Vogel. More information to file away, Sage thought. More connections.
I met Evie, Sage said easily. She seems very nice. She's a good friend of Peyton, who works at my mom's clinic, Zoe said, adding more to the conversation. Mind blown. Sage made a great show of placing a hand against her head. Is everyone in this community connected in some way? The 3 laughed as if she'd made some kind of joke, but Sage was serious. Ethan had been right when he'd told her this was a close-knit community. She really needed to start that spreadsheet. Chapter 4. Thursday morning, Dexter met with Ethan to go over the preliminary data he'd analyzed. His critical thinking and problem-solving expertise as a data scientist was why Ethan had recruited him. His friend had asked him to use those skills to attack big-picture issues affecting Outdoorology, a company that Ethan and Gianna, in partnership with Ethan's sister and brother-in-law, Eliza and Kyle Kendrick, had recently acquired. The company, based in Maine, made outdoor clothing and footwear derived from recycled, organic, and renewable materials. It had been floundering, which was how the two couples had acquired it for a good price. Changes had been made, and sales were on the upswing. The goal was to continue the upward trajectory by looking at what changes were working and where additional changes needed to be made. Dexter's analysis had been emailed to each of the 4 partners, and Ethan had requested a face-to-face. Ethan sipped his coffee in the breakfast nook of his home and gestured to the report on the table. Light flooded into the kitchen, and the rich scent of coffee mingled with the smell of sugar and yeast from the cherry danishes they'd just consumed. Ethan met his gaze.
I appreciate the attention to detail. It's why you pay me the big bucks.
Dexter chuckled, though it wasn't much of an exaggeration. It had taken a healthy amount to lure him away from San Francisco and his previous position in the finance industry. Instead of meeting at his office on Wrigley Road, Ethan had asked Dexter to drop by the house. When he'd arrived, Dexter had been surprised to find his friend dressed casually, rather than in one of the suits he usually preferred during the workday. Sporting more casual attire was just one of the many changes Dexter had noticed since Ethan had met and married heiress Gianna Ricci.
Marriage suits you.
Dexter spoke in a matter-of-fact tone as he placed his laptop and assorted papers into his briefcase.
We pay you what?
Ethan paused, as if Dexter's second comment had just registered.
What did you say? You're happier since you married Gianna.
Dexter pushed to his feet, and on the other side of the table, Ethan stood.
I am much happier since I met Gianna.
Ethan's gaze scanned Dexter's face.
The thing with Evie, not a big deal.
Dexter saw no reason to say more. Then he realized that Ethan might have some insight.
Things moved quickly between you and Gianna once you two met. It didn't feel very speedy to me.
Ethan shook his head and rocked back on his heels.
I was attracted to her from the moment I saw her at the New Year's Eve party, but she made it clear she wasn't interested in anything romantic.
Dexter's lips curved.
That piqued your interest. Does it make me sound shallow if I say that initially her disinterest was part of the attraction?
No. Dexter thought of Evie. He couldn't say what had attracted him to her, other than she'd been very into him, at least at the beginning.
Your honesty is one thing I've always liked about you.
Dexter waved away the comment.
What do you think attracted Gianna to you, once she decided she was interested?
Ethan paused, appearing to seriously consider the question.
We weren't into small talk?
He chuckled.
Oh, we did our share of getting acquainted questions. I still remember her asking me that night, in the middle of the party, if I knew what I wanted, and if I gave that, whatever it was, my maximum effort.
Dexter frowned, thinking of the superficial conversations he'd had with Evie.
That's kind of deep for an initial meet. It got me to thinking, and propelled me down the path I've taken since. So, Gianna wasn't into you.
Dexter rubbed his chin.
But you pursued her. Not initially. Gladys and her friends decided to match us.
Ethan smiled.
Gladys forced that pack of relationship cards on Gianna. She tried to tell Gladys that we weren't in a relationship, but Gladys insisted they worked with friends, too. We just had to answer 3 questions from the deck.
Dexter perked up. He'd heard about these cards. They'd made their rounds among guys he considered friends.
Did you find the questions helpful? They certainly opened up subjects for discussion.
Ethan's lips tipped in a wry smile.
The first asked about our parents' relationship.
Dexter grimaced. He knew Ethan's parents. On the surface, they had a long and successful marriage, but from what Ethan had told him, happiness didn't play a major role.
Was that awkward?
At first, Ethan admitted, but it gave Gianna more insight into my background, and me into hers.
Were all the questions that serious?
There was one on what experiences we missed out on growing up, which led me to being fun and spontaneous.
You? Fun and spontaneous.
Dexter had to laugh.
I don't believe it.
Ethan grinned. Just shows anything is possible.
I find the idea of simple questions promoting change and intimacy interesting.
Dexter thought about an article he'd recently read.
In the 1990s, 2 PhDs developed this set of 36 questions to see if an intimate connection could be formed just from asking each other a series of increasingly personal questions. According to these articles, the 2 psychologists spent decades researching how attraction, intimacy, and romantic love form.
I don't know about those questions. Ethan's tone remained surprisingly serious. But I do know that the questions on the cards given to Gianna by Gladys did deepen our relationship.
I'm going to need to check out that deck.
Are you wanting to give your relationship with Evie another go? Ethan asked.
No.
Dexter shook his head.
But her abrupt dismissal did leave me wondering about how romantic love develops. Not with Evie, but in general.
With Gianna and me, it started as friendship. We enjoyed spending time together. We shared many of the same interests. Ethan's voice softened. With the women I'd dated before, I deliberately kept things superficial. I didn't let them get to know me, and I didn't try too hard to get to know them.
I know how that probably sounds. I do the same,
Dexter admitted. With Gianna, I wanted to know everything about her. Was the key, Dexter wondered, wanting to know more, or simply knowing more? He needed to review the questions that were in the deck of cards Gladys gave out and compare them to the list of 36 that the psychologists had compiled. Perhaps Gladys would be willing to share her criteria and how she conducted her analysis. He could compare that with the data the psychologists had gathered and their analysis. Dexter found himself wondering what Sage would think of his efforts, then decided that didn't matter. What mattered was tracking down Gladys and getting her to give him the deck of cards. Dexter had a good idea where he could find her. She had a fortune-teller act that she brought out for most festivals held in Good Hope. As today was the first day of Apple-palooza, she was likely there. That would be the first place he'd look. Dexter found Madame Gitana easily. After all, how many of the exhibitors boasted a tent sporting moons and stars? Gladys, dressed in a long, flowing robe and a scarf festooned with gold coins, stood outside the tent next to a sign on an easel proclaiming, "Madame Gitana, fortune teller." The older woman's lips curved when she saw him.
"It's your lucky day. I have time for you right now."
Dexter didn't even give the tent a second glance.
"I have a question for you."
Gladys stepped to the opening of the tent and made a sweeping gesture with her hand.
"Come inside. It will be more private."
Shaking his head, Dexter didn't move.
"I hear you have cards with relationship questions on them. I'd like to borrow the deck. I wouldn't need to keep it long."
"He wants the relationship cards." Ruby's eyes sparkled as she glanced at Gladys.
"This is a first."
Catherine spoke in a droll tone.
"Usually, Gladys has to force the couple to take the deck. They are, of course, always glad on the back end."
Gladys settled a benevolent smile on Dexter.
"Which young lady will be your partner?"
"Partner?" Dexter didn't need to feign confusion.
Why do I need a partner?
The cards work best when each person in a relationship answers the same 3 questions, Gladys informed him.
This was the first he'd heard of this. That's very interesting. What data do you have to support that assertion?
Dexter was so eager to find out more about her criteria and analysis that when she stepped inside the tent, he followed her. It didn't matter to him whether she answered his questions inside or out, but perhaps she considered the information she was about to relay proprietary. That he could understand. "Have a seat." She gestured to a chair in front of a table where a purple ball of crystal sat on a black obsidian stand. From knowledge gleaned in a college geology class, he identified the ball as amethyst quartz. Though 2 candles burned, the inside of the tent was on the dim side.
All I really need is the cards.
"Sit." She pointed to the chair. Her expression told him he wasn't going to get his answers until he did as she instructed. Dexter dropped down into the seat, and she took the chair across the table from him. He spotted Catherine and Ruby lurking in the entrance to the tent. Ignoring her 2 friends, Gladys gestured toward the quartz. "This ball is merely a tool for freeing my 3rd eye."
That's nice.
Dexter knew, or assumed, there were people walking around outside who wanted to speak with her. He wasn't really interested and didn't want to waste her time. "In terms of the analysis, some use a crystal ball, but this one is best for answering questions about matters concerning the past, for issues of guilt and blame."
I simply want to borrow the cards and ask you a few questions about the criteria you use and how you conduct your analysis.
Dexter did his best to keep his impatience in check, reminding himself she'd been around since the Dark Ages and couldn't be rushed.
I don't have any questions about the past, or guilt and blame.
The candles flickered as if a breeze had blown through the tent, and Dexter noticed Gladys's gaze was no longer on him, but fixed on the ball. Her pale blue eyes became unfocused, and his heart gave a solid thump. Could she be having some sort of seizure? He started to push to his feet, ready to summon help, when she focused her eyes directly on him. "You've always wondered about your father." Dexter sat back down. Everything in him tensed.
What are you talking about?
"You've always wondered about your father. Wondered why nothing you do is enough to please him." After clenching his jaw so tightly his teeth ached, Dexter counted to 10.
I was asking about the cards.
"When a father is absent from your life growing up, relationships as an adult can be affected. Trust doesn't come easy. You protect your heart by not letting anyone get too close." Gladys's expression softened. "Recognizing the issue and coming to terms with it can be life-changing." Dexter felt a muscle in his jaw jump.
Can I have the cards or not?
Gladys's gaze narrowed. "Are you planning to answer 3 questions with Evie?"
Evie and I are no longer seeing each other.
Dexter couldn't stop the sardonic smile.
I'd think a fortune teller would know that.
"Then Sage."
What about Sage?
Gladys pushed back her chair and rose. She rounded the table, slid a slender hand into a pocket of her gown, and pulled out the deck. When Dexter held out his hand, Gladys shook her head. "Are you and Sage in a relationship?"
No.
Dexter had a feeling if he'd said yes, Gladys would have given him the cards. He wouldn't lie.
Sage and I just recently met. We aren't in a relationship. This isn't about that anyway. I simply need the cards for research purposes. I want to study what you do.
Gladys drew herself up to her full 5'9" height.
That isn't possible. Why not? You're not using...
Dexter stopped abruptly. He didn't want to be rude, something Evie had occasionally accused him of being when he got especially focused on a certain train of thought.
Could you please let me borrow the cards?
He asked again, stopping just short of begging.
I won't need them for long.
Gladys sniffed.
For research purposes. That's right. I'm gathering information on how romantic love develops. What makes someone lovable? What makes a couple fall in love? What makes them stay in love?
At that moment, Dexter was sorely tempted to snatch the deck from Gladys's hand and hightail it out of the tent. The smell of cedar in the air was giving him a headache. Gladys peered at him in the dim light of the tent, tilting her head first one way, then the other, as if trying to find the best angle to observe him. She hovered her hand holding the deck of cards between them, almost but not quite offering them. Suddenly, her pale blue eyes turned razor-sharp, and she pulled her hand back.
That's interesting, but I'm afraid that's not how I work. Goodbye, Dexter.
Shoving his hands into his coat pockets, Dexter strode to the opening of the tent. Ruby or Catherine were nowhere to be seen. Turning back to Gladys, he tried one last time.
If you won't give me the cards, will you at least give me your criteria? Tell me how you conduct your analysis?
Ushering him outside, she motioned to a young couple to step inside the tent, then smiled at him.
Intuition, my dear boy. It's as simple and as complicated as that.
Sage spent her Thursday at the town square volunteering at the Applepalooza Festival. Being here all day would give her a chance to see firsthand how these festivals worked. Eventually, she would be overseeing the cocktail truck she and Ethan hoped to have at every civic event. Which was why her position in the center of the action couldn't have been more perfect. Not only was the stage in sight of the food and beverage trucks, allowing her to monitor the ebbs and flows of their business without being obvious, she got to work with those who wanted to sing karaoke on the apple butter stage. Sage had been surprised to see just how popular karaoke was at the Ding-a-ling. There was always a line to perform, and she suspected many of those who came into the bar came specifically for the chance to belt out their favorite tune. Right now, the karaoke stage remained empty, as no one seemed interested in singing at the moment. Sage knew it took a special talent to get people revved up to perform. Ethan had told her that Oakley Marshall, the pastor's younger sister, had a real knack for encouraging people to take the stage and getting the party going. As the bar's manager, Sage felt it was important for her to be adept at every part of management. That included overseeing the karaoke stage. She remembered Oakley from her sister's wedding, and, eager to learn from the best, Sage had asked Ethan if Oakley could be her karaoke mentor. That's when she'd learned that Oakley was in Alaska, though she was expected to be back in Good Hope sometime in the future.
Would you like to try your hand at karaoke?
Sage asked 3 women passing by. One looked interested, but her friends shook their heads and laughed.
Guess not.
The first one shot her an apologetic smile, then hurried to catch up with the other 2.
You look like someone who likes to sing.
Sage flashed what she hoped was an engaging smile at a young man in his early 20s sauntering by.
Want to give it a try?
I would, but I'm helping out at the corn maze, and I'm already late. Sage considered her options. She loved karaoke, which was another one of the reasons this volunteer slot had appealed to her. She had, or so she'd been told, a good voice, and performing in front of a crowd energized her. Perhaps that was the problem, she thought, glancing at the empty stage. Energy was everywhere on this lovely autumn day, except on the apple butter stage. Sage's lips curved as she strode onto the stage that had been specifically constructed for this weekend's event. Dozens of string lights had been placed overhead for the evening events. They added to the ambiance, as did the strategically placed homemade signs that bore several fun slogans, like "Applause, welcome," and "Butter that bread with apple instead," and "Awesome to the core." A burlap banner proclaimed, "The apple butter stage is my jam." The as-yet unused karaoke machine sat in readiness as Sage contemplated what to sing. She needed a family-friendly song with enough energy to draw people to the stage, and a tune that suited her voice. She chose Happy by Pharrell Williams. As she began to sing the lyrics that always made her smile, Sage realized she was happy. Happy to be in good hope, happy to be close to family and making new friends, happy to see what life in this new community held for her. Chapter 5. Dexter found Sage by accident. He was walking through the area in the square where local vendors, like Gladys, had their booths, when he heard singing. There was something familiar about the strongest voice in the group, so Dexter turned in that direction. He spotted Sage on a stage singing karaoke with a group of middle school-age girls. He recognized her niece, Zoe, as well as David and Hadley Chapin's daughter, Bryn. Though Dexter wasn't a fan of karaoke, he really didn't understand why people derived pleasure from making fools of themselves. He had to admit the group, with their strange hand movements and enthusiastic singing, was fun to watch. The rendition of Happy had certainly drawn a crowd. Even as he stood and watched, the line to take the stage grew. The girls left the stage to applause and cheers, mostly from a group of boys about their same age. Dexter recognized redheaded twins Callum and Connor Brody in that group. Sage caught sight of him as she was exiting the stage, and her face lit up with pleasure. Instead of coming over to talk, as he hoped, she went to the line and motioned two women to the stage. Only then did he realize she hadn't been simply performing with a group of kids, she was working the stage. Ethan had mentioned that he and Gianna shared many of the same interests. Was that key to drawing a couple together? If Sage liked karaoke, they certainly didn't have that in common. He was an introvert. Heck, he'd been one his entire life. He remembered spending whole afternoons as a child by himself, working on projects that interested him. His dad, who'd often wanted to take him to a ball game or to a noisy park, hadn't understood why he preferred to play alone, or with just one or two friends. Teachers had liked him because he'd paid attention and been a good listener, but working on projects with others in his class had been pure torture. He told himself to move on, to get as far away from the noise as possible. But his gaze remained on Sage, who looked especially appealing in black leggings and a shirt the color of ripe apples. Waiting until the two middle-aged women got settled on the stage proved more difficult than he'd anticipated. "We're karaoke virgins," the dark-haired one confided when Sage had to explain again how the machine worked. "That's okay." Sage flashed the two a smile, then winked. "There's always a first time." An image of him and Sage together flashed before Dexter's eyes, her long legs wrapped around him while he kissed her on the... "Dex!" She offered a bright smile as the music from Shake It Off filled the air. "How nice to see you. Are you enjoying yourself?" "Enjoying?" He couldn't take his eyes off her red lips. "The festival?" When he raised his gaze, he saw laughter danced in her hazel eyes. Not at him, he realized, but at life. "I've been looking around." Dexter considered mentioning his encounter with Madame Gitana, but since he was still trying to make sense of it himself, he didn't. "I'd like to share your interest in being a part of Applepalooza." Confusion furrowed her brow.
I'd like to volunteer.
That's great, but I think all the volunteers are already in place. Keeping one eye on the stage and the two women, who appeared to be embracing their first time singing karaoke, if all the shaking and laughter were any indication, Sage pursed her lips. I believe Katie Ruth Marshall is in charge of the volunteers. You could ask her if they still have spots open. Though it pained him, he gestured toward the stage.
But you're interested in karaoke?
I am. She gave a little laugh. I love it.
I'd like to learn about it.
By volunteering? He nodded. Okay. I'll tell you what. Just hang out with me for the rest of the day. She smiled. We'll call you an unofficial volunteer. How does that sound?
It sounds perfect.
Dexter smiled.
As long as I don't have to get on the stage.
Tommy Roy, who ran the karaoke machine at the Dingaling, stopped by at 2 o'clock to give Sage a break. He was a tall, skinny guy known for dancing on the sidelines while the performers sang. Sage knew Ethan had concerns about the amount of times Tommy called in sick at the last minute, but since she'd taken over managing the bar, he'd yet to miss a shift. I thought I'd wander around during my break, Sage told Dexter. I want to check out the food trucks. Interested in wandering with me? Dexter smiled.
I could eat.
I'm hungry too. Impulsively, she looped her arm through his. We can forage together. 10 minutes later, they sat at a picnic table under a leafy oak that boasted crimson leaves. How are the street tacos? She asked after he'd taken a bite. He chewed, then swallowed.
Tasty.
Tell me how the ordering process went. Since they'd gone to different trucks, she'd had a chance to observe the efficiency of the one she'd visited, but not the one he had.
I will, but first you have to take a bite.
He pointed to her gyro.
I can't be the only one who's hungry.
He had a point, and if she didn't eat something soon, the growling in her stomach would grow so loud she wouldn't be the only one hearing it. Sage bit into the gyro, loving the way the sauce and the lamb came together in perfect harmony on her tongue. She washed the bite down with a sip of cola, then met his gaze. I like to observe and gather information on the trucks because when we launch our cocktail truck, I want to make sure we're maximally efficient.
I would think serving drinks and food would have different considerations than mixing and serving drinks.
With that pronouncement, Dexter took another bite of his taco. In many ways it is, but there are similarities. Poised to launch into a summary of an article she'd just read, Sage stopped herself. Dexter had agreed to grab a quick lunch with her, not talk business. I'm sorry. I'm sure you find this kind of talk boring.
Not at all.
He leaned forward, his blue eyes sharp and focused behind his dark rims.
To me, analysis is like dessert after a tasty meal of gathering data. In fact, that's why I came to the festival today.
What kind of data are you gathering? She cast a quick glance at her watch, calculating how much time was left of her break.
If you need to get back,
I'm fine, she told him, just checking the time. Instead of answering her question, he took another bite of his taco and glanced around as he chewed. She followed the direction of his gaze and found it focused on Luther Gannon and his fiancée, Natalia Costa. Do you know Luther and Natalia? When Sage had met them at Ethan's party, they'd mentioned they were relatively new to Good Hope.
I've seen them around.
His gaze shifted back to Sage.
Do you know them?
We talked at the party. He said he moved to Good Hope last year and built a house. Natalia came in the spring, I believe. Apparently, they knew each other back in Michigan, where they're both from. Now they're engaged to be married in a few weeks. Sage lifted her hands, then let them fall. That's the extent of my knowledge. There was also something her brother had mentioned later, that Natalia had been nearly killed by her ex-boss, and the feds were involved. Wyatt didn't have the details, and it sounded too much like something out of a telenovela, so she left that part out.
They seem very into each other.
Sage slanted a glance in the couple's direction. Natalia was laughing as she fed Luther a piece of rainbow-colored cotton candy. The pure joyfulness of the interaction made her smile. Sage nearly shifted the conversation back to the cocktail truck, but then she realized that Dexter hadn't answered her question. "What kind of data are you gathering today?"
It's a side project, more personal than professional.
Sage merely offered an encouraging smile and took a sip of her soda.
I've decided to start gathering data on love.
Sage choked on her beverage. It took her a second to compose herself. "Love?"
Yes.
Dexter's tone remained matter-of-fact.
I want to know what makes someone lovable, what makes someone fall in love, what makes them stay in love.
Is this because of what happened with Evie? She spoke carefully, not wanting to intrude or assume.
Not because I loved her, because I didn't.
Dexter spoke in a businesslike tone.
But because her unexpected rejection puzzles me. I realized that love is a giant puzzle, one I am now determined to solve.
You believe you can solve it by gathering data?
I do.
He gave a decisive nod, then took a minute to finish off the rest of his taco.
Data are the pieces to the puzzle.
What's your plan? She brought the cup of soda to her lips, but lowered it without drinking. I know you have a plan. She listened as he told her about the research done by psychologists on how intimacy formed. Her smile remained under tight control as he relayed his interaction with Gladys.
I'm not sure how I ended up in her tent.
Bafflement blanketed Dexter's face.
One second she and I were talking and she was moving backward. The next, I was sitting at the table in front of a crystal ball.
Although Sage could see this had clearly caught him off guard, she couldn't resist teasing. Did she tell you your fortune? Is the one you love closer than you think? Or maybe something you lost will turn up soon? Neither question coaxed so much as a smile from him. 2 lines formed between his brows, and his expression remained serious.
She said some mumbo-jumbo stuff about my relationship with my dad.
He waved a dismissive hand.
She refused to give me the cards.
Tarot?
What?
Was it tarot cards you were after?
What would I want with tarot cards?
The look on his face had her smiling. Well, what kind did you want?
Relationship cards.
Dexter drank the last of his soda and pushed to his feet.
I heard that Gladys and her friends were successful matchmakers, and that these cards play a part.
Now that you say that, I think I've heard of those cards. Sage thought for a second. Wyatt mentioned something about them to me. Or maybe it was Trinity.
I simply wanted to see the questions. She wouldn't give me the deck unless I was in a relationship.
You didn't get them? Sage offered Dexter a sympathetic look.
No, and she refused to tell me her criteria, or how she conducts her analysis.
Dexter pressed his lips together.
When I pressed, she tossed off this flippant comment about it all being intuition.
What's your next step? Sage might not know Dexter well, but she felt sure he had each future step precisely mapped out. Dexter didn't know how Catherine Spencer had gotten his phone number. Even then, he would have thought a woman her age would call rather than text. Nonetheless, her text request for him to meet her and Ruby in the small park not far from the business district intrigued him, even though he'd had to leave his conversation with Sage in order to meet them. He quickened his steps, anticipation fueling his movements. Dexter found the small park with its merry-go-round, old-fashioned metal slide, and several U-shaped swings deserted on this sunny afternoon. No surprise, with Applepalooza in full swing only blocks from here. Two women sporting large red hats sat on one of the ornate metal benches scattered around the park's interior. Though he couldn't see their faces, he assumed they were Catherine and Ruby. For once, Gladys was nowhere in sight. Likely back at the event in the square, he thought, offering cryptic comments to those who made the mistake of entering her tent.
"Ladies?"
Dexter paused in front of the twosome.
"Keep your voice down,"
Catherine ordered as she lowered her oversized sunglasses. As he had spoken in a conversational tone, and there was no one nearby, her comment struck him as peculiar. He chose not to call her on it, but took a seat on the far end of the bench and shifted his body in the two women's direction. He settled his gaze on Catherine.
"You texted you wanted to see me. How did you get my number?"
Catherine's lips tilted in a self-satisfied smile. "From Eliza." That's right. How could he have forgotten that Eliza Kendrick was Catherine's cousin? "I'll get to the point." Catherine met his curious gaze with a firm one of her own. "When we heard you describe your study earlier today, we thought it was interesting. We wish to help you." Ruby took off sunglasses that resembled bejeweled cat's eyes and pulled a deck of cards from her bag. "We got these for you." Dexter stared at the deck.
"Gladys said no."
Catherine sniffed. "Gladys isn't the boss of us." "Well, actually, Gladys is the—" The sharp glance Catherine shot Ruby quelled whatever the woman had been about to say. Dexter raked a hand through his hair.
"I'm not sure of the ethics of research based on stolen material."
"Ruby and I are just as much involved in the matchmaking as Gladys." Catherine's tone brooked no argument. "These cards are ours to share too, and we want you to have them. Use them however you deem necessary in your research." Lifting the deck from Catherine's outstretched hand, Dexter arched a brow.
"No strings?"
"No strings," Catherine said after a barely perceptible hesitation. "But if you and Sage would like to answer 3, Ruby offered a bright smile. "That would be swell." Chapter 6. Dexter had excused himself after getting a text. He hadn't told Sage what the text had said, and she hadn't asked. Sage simply assumed being in a crowd while listening to badly sung karaoke hadn't been as much fun as he'd thought it would be. When 5 o'clock rolled around, she turned the apple butter stage over to the Door County Cloggers and was packing up the karaoke equipment when Dexter reappeared.
"Let me."
Reaching down, he lifted the heaviest piece with ease.
"Where are you taking this?"
"To my car." She gestured with her head. "It's this way." Dexter fell into step beside her.
"How did the rest of the afternoon go?"
"Busy, but smoothly." She smiled. "I think everyone had a good time."
"Do you have plans for the evening?"
"Moving furniture." He inclined his head. "I started work at the Ding-a-ling immediately after moving into my apartment." Her lips lifted in a rueful smile. "I could have given myself more time to get settled, but I wanted to jump in. It's this one." She clicked open the locks of her SUV. "We can put this stuff in the back." As the hatch slid silently upward, Dexter frowned.
"Anyone who looks will see the equipment in here."
"Which is why—" Sage slid the bag she'd slung over her shoulder into the back. "I'll be dropping this off at the Ding-a-ling before tackling my adventures in moving."
"Who will help you carry it inside?"
Sage smiled. "I'm a resourceful gal. I'll figure that out when I get there. If I have to make several trips, I'll do that."
"I'll meet you there."
"You don't have to."
"I want to."
His steady gaze met hers.
"Will you let me help?"
After they dropped off the equipment, Dexter pulled into the parking space beside Sage at the back of a row of buildings on Wrigley Road. Then, with Dexter trailing behind, Sage climbed the long flight of stairs to her unit. Once inside, she watched Dexter slide his gaze around the interior.
Same floor plan as mine.
Sage chuckled and shook her head. I can't believe you're my neighbor. It had surprised her when she'd asked where Dexter lived, and he'd pointed across the street to the apartment above Book and Cup. Her apartment was next door, above Good Hope Outfitters. She was surprised she hadn't seen him coming and going. Then again, she hadn't spent much time at home.
The Triad Group owns my apartment.
Dexter ran his finger along the granite countertop.
They use it for corporate purposes, so it came fully furnished.
Sage flipped the locks on the door. Though Good Hope was a safe community, she'd never been reckless. How long will you stay there?
If I remain in Good Hope, I'll start looking for a place of my own.
You might not stay?
Sage's voice rose. I haven't decided.
Dexter gave a shrug and continued to move around the combination living room kitchen. He smiled at the clown cookie jar.
I've never liked clowns.
I don't particularly either. Sage saw the question in his eyes, so answered without making him ask. My mother collects them. This particular cookie jar, filled with my favorite snickerdoodle cookies, was on the counter when we got home from my adoption ceremony. For that reason, this clown I love.
She gave the jar to you.
My parents gave it to me when I first moved away from home, filled with the snickerdoodle cookies my father made. Like a favorite sweater, warmth wrapped around Sage in a comforting embrace. Whenever I look at it, I think of them, and it makes me happy.
You're lucky.
I am. My early years were a bit rough, but since the moment Jerry and Eileen McConnell came into my life, it's been great. Sage nearly said more before remembering he hadn't said why he might not stay in Good Hope. Enough about clowns. Why are you considering not staying here? Dexter lifted the top of the clown head, then set it back down before shifting his attention to her.
I haven't lived in a smaller community for a long time. There's really no reason I have to be here for my job. What I'm doing for Ethan, I can do anywhere.
The more he talked, the more confused she became. Why did you come back?
My mother experienced some health issues.
Seeing the curiosity on her face, he added,
She's doing well now, but that could change. I want to spend more time with her.
I can understand that. I'm sure she's glad to have you close.
She texted me earlier, asked if I could pick up her prescriptions from the pharmacy.
Dexter's tone remained offhand.
It's nice to be close, so I can help her out.
Sage wondered what was wrong with his mother, but since he didn't volunteer the information, she didn't ask. But something didn't make sense. Why doesn't your father pick up her prescriptions? Dexter hesitated for the briefest of moments.
He's not the helpful sort. He's old school.
What does that mean?
He believes his job is to be stoic, solid, a provider. Being a caregiver is a woman's work. In fact, he's told me straight out that I shouldn't be acting like a nursemaid, and that if I had a wife, like I should have by now, there'd be a daughter-in-law to help Mom out.
For a second, Sage wasn't sure how to respond.
I don't buy into his outdated gender roles bullshit.
Dexter's blue eyes flashed.
If my mom needs help, I'm going to be there for her and do whatever I can to make her life easier.
You're a good son.
I try.
Dexter glanced away. Well, Sage put hands on her hips and surveyed her living room. Are you ready to work? He flashed a smile.
I thought you'd never ask.
One thing Sage could say for Dexter, the guy could hustle. He didn't complain, even when she changed her mind and wanted the sofa moved to 3 different locations. Perhaps that was why, when everything was done and she poured them each a glass of wine, she agreed when he asked her to answer a couple of the questions that psychologists had developed to promote intimacy and offer him her feedback. As he pulled the list up on the phone, she sat on the sofa and studied him. When he'd taken a seat, instead of sitting near her, he'd left enough room between them for two other people. His walnut-colored hair, cut more serviceably short than stylish, shone like hand-polished wood in the light of the table lamps. He really was an attractive guy, and the scent of his cologne, well, that was enough to have her wanting to move close.
"I've got it."
He looked up suddenly, blue eyes meeting hers behind the black frames of his glasses.
"Are you ready?"
First, let me ask a question.
"Procrastinating?"
Sage couldn't tell if he was teasing or serious. Used to her younger brother's offbeat humor, she went with teasing. Your focus is on figuring out love, how it works and all that.
A bit simplified, but basically accurate.
Your plan is to analyze the questions on the cards Catherine and Ruby gave you, as well as the ones on this list. Then what?
What do you mean?
Even as he asked the question, she saw a realization dawn.
Oh, you're asking about real-world data.
Exactly. You told me you were observing couples interacting at the festival, but observations really tell you nothing.
That's correct.
He offered an approving smile.
Since many of the seemingly happy couples in Good Hope have utilized these relationship cards, I plan to do interviews to get their takes. I want to see if the questions they answered played a part in furthering their relationship.
That makes sense. Sage chewed on her bottom lip.
That's where I'm hoping you can help me.
Confusion furrowed her brow. I don't follow.
I'm not exactly comfortable talking to people, and you can talk to anybody.
Dexter met her gaze.
I'd like you to help me talk to people about their experiences with the cards.
I have to admit, what you're proposing sounds interesting.
So you'll do it?
I'm happy to help. Sage smiled before her expression turned serious. What I don't understand is the list of questions from the psychologist's study. How are you going to know if answering those questions furthers intimacy?
For that, I'll also rely on you.
Pardon? She thought she'd been paying close attention, but Sage had to admit he'd lost her.
We've only recently met.
He paused, as if seeking validation. That's correct.
We don't really know each other.
Also correct.
It seems to me that you and I would be the perfect ones to test out these questions.
Wait a minute, Sage sputtered. Are you saying you want to see if the questions will lead me to fall in love with you?
And me with you.
Sage had been all about helping him, but this was veering into strange territory. I don't believe it works that way. Dexter cocked his head.
How does it work?
I don't believe that simply answering certain questions can make you love a person. I believe that you choose to open yourself up to someone, place your trust in them, and commit to caring for them, no matter what.
Good.
Dexter gave an approving nod. Good?
Your skepticism will only strengthen the study.
Sage was momentarily silent. Dexter looked so serious about his study idea. With another guy, she might suspect this was an elaborate ruse to get close to her. But Dexter didn't strike her as the elaborate ruse type. And wasn't he even a little concerned he might develop feelings for her? Or was that outcome considered too much of a long shot? Before she could decipher why that idea irked her, Dexter spoke again.
The thing is, Sage, I don't want to just learn how people fall in love, but what makes someone lovable.
Everyone is lovable. she asserted.
Not everyone.
A shadow traveled over his handsome features.
I've told you about my father and me.
And I told you about my foster parents.
The ones who adopted you.
Dexter gave a cautious nod.
Where are you going with this?
My parents taught me that love is a choice. Sage spoke in a matter-of-fact tone. They took 5 foster kids into their home, teens most might consider inherently unlovable, and chose to love them. Instead of instantly dismissing her opinion, Dexter had listened. Sage felt sure this ability to look at something from all angles was what made him so successful in the business world. Dexter glanced back at his phone.
Shall we begin?
One more thing. He offered a good-humored chuckle, then made a come-ahead motion with one hand. You're a scientist. She emphasized the word. These questions that the psychologists developed are not based in science. Doesn't that bother you?
It's simply another tool to gain insight,
he admitted. Okay. Where do we begin? Crazy as it sounded, Sage experienced a surge of excitement. Dexter wasn't the only one with a curious mind.
I thought we could begin by going through the first set. The 36 questions are divided into sets of 12.
Sage made a face. 12 is a lot of questions, unless they're super simple.
I agree.
Dexter's gaze once again shifted momentarily to his phone.
I think we should aim for 6 this evening. What do you think?
I think it's time to get started. By the time Dexter reached the 6th question, Sage was done with answering questions. Still, she'd made a commitment and could be counted on to follow through.
If you were able to live to the age of 90 and retain either the mind or body of a 30-year-old for the last 60 years of your life, which would you want?
Sage didn't have to think hard about this one. Growing up, their neighbor lady, Marjorie, had suffered from Alzheimer's, and watching her decline had been heartbreaking. I'd retain my mind. Sage took a sip of wine. My goal is to stay as fit and healthy as possible as I age, but by the time the gray hair and wrinkles start, I know I'll be okay with it. But the mind? She paused, and her heart twisted as she thought of Marjorie.
But...
he prompted, his gaze never leaving her face. Sage told him about the retired schoolteacher who'd loved crossword puzzles and gardening. Dan, that's her husband. He loves her so much, but most days she doesn't even recognize him. He doesn't care how she looks. He just wants his wife back. For me, it'd definitely be the mind.
I feel the same. For the same reasons.
His gaze met hers.
Other than the question about when I last sang to myself, we share many similar thoughts and feelings.
Sage told herself to look away, but she simply could not. Their eye contact turned into something more, a tangible connection between them. After several long seconds, Sage managed to pull her gaze away. She cleared her throat and pushed to her feet. It's, getting late. Dexter slipped his phone into his pocket and stood.
Thank you for taking the time to go through these with me.
A smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. It wasn't as horrible as I imagined. His gaze whipped to her, then his expression softened.
You were kidding.
She raised her hand like she was in a classroom. Guilty.
We'll do this again.
He stood beside the door that she'd just opened, but made no move to step outside. You know where to find me. Stepping close so she could get one more whiff of that incredible cologne, Sage adjusted his shirt collar that had flipped up. Neighbor. Once again, when her eyes met his, something inside her seemed to lock into place, and she couldn't look away. Dexter turned to leave, but stopped and spun around.
There's one more bit of data I think would be useful to collect tonight. That is, if you don't mind.
Sage knew exactly what was on his mind, because it was on hers, too. She smiled. I don't mind it. Before she could finish, his lips were on hers, and her fingers were in his hair, and they were kissing as if the world were going to end in the next 5 seconds. When they finally had to grab some air, it took Sage several heartbeats to find her voice.
What was that? I think it was a kiss.
He grinned, the gesture softening his face until he looked almost boyish.
See you soon, neighbor.
As she watched him stride down the hall, Sage decided that, based on his kiss, Dexter might just know more about this love thing than he realized. Chapter 7. The next evening, Sage sat with Wyatt and Greer on their back patio, sipping a glass of iced tea. We talked about all sorts of things. Then he kissed me. They'd invited her over, and since she was done working nights at the bar, she'd eagerly accepted. Over a delicious meal that included shrimp on the grill, she'd dropped the bombshell. He kissed you? Greer's voice rose. You barely know him.
I kissed you the first time I met you.
Wyatt shot Sage a side wink as he made the pronouncement. You most certainly did not. Greer's outrage had Sage stifling a chuckle. She erased the smile on her face when Greer, who was seated beside her, turned. The first time I saw your brother, he ordered me off his grandfather's property. He accused me of trespassing. Wyatt pretended to think as a smile tugged at the corners of his lips. That may have been how it went. Sage couldn't hold it in anymore. She laughed out loud. You two are so cute together.
Greer is the best thing that ever happened to me.
Wyatt spoke in a low, husky voice.
It may not have been love at first sight, but it didn't take long.
No, Greer murmured, her gaze now focused on her husband. Not long at all. Dexter wants to gather information from several couples on how their relationship developed. Sage's gaze shifted from Greer to her brother. Would you mind talking to us about your love journey? The two exchanged glances. This is simply research, Sage emphasized. Greer arched a brow. Was kissing you part of that research? Sage laughed off the comment. Dexter might say he was awkward, and his study might be all about data, but he kissed like a man who already knew a thing or two about passion. I have to say this whole thing doesn't make sense to me. Greer spoke slowly. I don't know Dexter well, other than I know he's a brilliant scientist. I find it difficult to imagine why he'd even consider research done by psychologists as valid. Her brother studied Sage for a long moment.
I'm having trouble figuring out your role in all of this.
I'm involved because he asked me. Sage kept her tone casual. Dexter feels uncomfortable talking to people, and you know me, I can talk to anybody. Besides, I'm interested in seeing what he discovers. Wyatt gave a grudging nod.
I suppose that makes sense.
I made it clear to Dexter that I believe love is a choice. Sage focused on her brother. Our parents chose us, chose to give us their love and accept us. It wasn't fate or magic. How do you know it wasn't fate that made your parents choose you? Greer asked softly. I feel like it was fate that put Wyatt and me together in the cherry orchard that day. By that logic, everything is fate, and we have no free will. Sage held up a hand. That I don't believe. I see how much you and my brother love each other. I see how you each choose to care for each other, make time for each other, not because you have to, but because you want to. Wyatt rubbed his chin.
You present a good argument, and a different perspective.
And the whole what makes people fall in love thing is certainly interesting, Greer added. I find the topic very interesting. Sage offered the two an impish smile. Plus, it doesn't hurt spending time with someone who is cute, funny, and uber sexy. Her brother shook his head.
You always did go for the smartest guy in the room.
I like that Dexter is different from other people, and I feel similar to him in my own way. Sage gazed up at her brother through lowered lashes. Besides, the experiment could be fun, especially if the sexy scientist keeps kissing me. Saturday karaoke in the town square continued to draw crowds, especially now with kids out of school and adults off work. All the Applepalooza events were in full swing on this gorgeous autumn day. There were corn mazes and hay rides, a welcome to autumn picnic in the square, as well as fun and interactive arts projects for kids of all ages. The stage had been rarely empty, as it was right now, when Luther and Natalia strolled up. Hey, guys! You look like the adventurous types. Sage flashed what she hoped was an encouraging smile. She was working on upping her game in terms of getting people on the stage. We've got thousands of songs for you to choose from. I'm sure we have your favorite. The couple standing before her made a pretty picture in the autumn sunlight, with their dark, shiny hair, Natalia so pretty, and Luther so handsome. The way they looked at each other made Sage's heart sigh. I love karaoke, Natalia told Sage, then shifted her gaze to Luther. I can go solo if you don't want to join me in a duet. Natalia's tone told Sage that she'd be okay with whatever her fiancé chose to do. Have you sung karaoke before? Sage asked Luther.
At the Dingling.
Holding Natalia's hand, Luther brought it to his lips and kissed her knuckles.
A group of us sang Bon Jovi's Livin' on a Prayer.
Sage gestured to the stage. Then you know how much fun it can be. Yes or no, Luther? Natalia asked.
Yes.
His gaze never left her face.
Although I want to say no, which means I still need to work at stepping outside of my comfort zone.
We're working on that, Natalia informed Sage. Like we said at the party, we're both relatively new to Good Hope, and it's so easy to stay in our own little world.
We've also discovered that everything is more fun when we do it together.
He tugged at Natalia's hand, and in seconds, the two were on stage. They started out a bit tentative, but by the first chorus of I Got You, Babe by Sonny and Cher, they'd hit their stride and were clearly having a blast. They'd asked Sage to pick the song for them, though there were lots of modern ones to choose from, because the range was an octave or less and the words were simple to belt out. She pulled it up. A smattering of people now lingered in front of the stage. The fact that none of them applauded didn't appear to bother Luther and Natalia. They were all smiles when they left the stage. Thanks for performing, Sage told them. I'd love to see you at the Ding-a-ling sometime. The wedding is only a few weeks away, so it probably won't be anytime soon. Natalia's smile turned rueful. That's what we get for thinking that an intimate affair wouldn't take much planning. Will you be getting married in Good Hope? Sage asked, trying to recall if Greer or Wyatt had mentioned that fact and coming up empty. We're planning on a small but lovely wedding and reception here. Natalia gave her fiancé's hand a swing. Then a huge party in Detroit when we go home for the holidays.
We both grew up there, and my parents love to entertain.
A pained look crossed Luther's face. Natalia chuckled. You may have guessed that Luther and I, well, neither of us are much for elaborate affairs. But his family has a lot of business associates, so a small event here, big party there. Sounds like an excellent compromise. Out of the corner of her eye, Sage spotted a group of 8 or 9 teens approaching the stage. She knew things were about to get noisy and fun. Enjoy the rest of your day. You too. Natalia wiggled the fingers of her free hand in goodbye, the sunlight reflecting off the huge diamond ring on her left hand. "It was good seeing you again." As Sage watched the couple stroll away, she decided to mention them to Dexter the next time she saw him. Natalia and Luther seemed like the kind of couple who'd work well for his research.
Sage.
She turned, and there stood Dexter. She couldn't stop the smile even if she'd wanted to. "I was just thinking about you."
Thinking about me?
A hint of a smile ghosted Dexter's lips.
That's good to hear.
"I was speaking with Natalia and Luther about their wedding." Sage slanted a glance in the direction they'd taken, but the couple was now nowhere in sight. "And I thought of you." Confusion filled Dexter's eyes.
What do they have to do with me?
"They might be a good couple for you to interview during your love research." Sage lifted both hands, palms out. "Unless they're too busy with wedding plans."
Why would you think that?
"Maybe because their wedding is fast approaching?" Sage smiled. "From what I've seen, there are always dozens of last-minute details." Dexter considered, then nodded.
I'll ask. They can always say no.
"By the way, what are you doing out here?" He cocked his head.
What do you mean?
"I didn't think you were that into festivals."
I had a meeting with Kyle and Eliza, not far from here.
Dexter's tone turned almost teasing.
I wandered over to see if you'd been rendered unconscious yet by bad singing.
Ignoring the second comment, Sage focused on the first. Kyle and Eliza Kendrick. She brought the couple into focus. Wyatt had introduced them to her at Ethan's party. Eliza was Ethan's sister, and the couple were Ethan's business partners in a new venture. Eliza had been reserved, but Sage had found Kyle warm and personable.
Were you?
Dexter pressed. Was I what?
Overpowered by bad singing. Is that why you're no longer working the stage?
She laughed. Karaoke is over for the day. The Door County Cloggers are now in control of the apple butter stage. In the distance, the sounds of feet tapping against the stage drifted on the light breeze. Sage smiled, recalling the enthusiasm of the young dancers. She probably should have hung around and watched, but she had something else in mind for tonight.
Do you have plans for the evening?
Dexter asked. Sage refocused on him. Actually, I thought I'd check out the corn maze.
Isn't that a kid thing?
Sage offered a nonchalant shrug. I guess I'm just a big kid at heart. She glanced at her watch. I need to hustle. The last hay wagon of the day will be leaving soon for the maze, and I want to be on it. Dexter fell into step beside her as she hurriedly walked in the direction of the pickup site. Sage breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the wagon was still there.
This will be the last trip today.
An older man, dressed in overalls and a straw hat, used a bullhorn as he addressed the people in the area.
We'll start again tomorrow at 9 a.m.
Sage increased her speed. She didn't stop to ask Dexter if he wanted to come with her. He either did or he didn't. Even as she broke into a run, she found herself hoping the answer would be yes. It would be fun to share the experience with him. She skidded to a stop in front of the driver. How much?
I'll pay.
Dexter, who now stood at her side, pulled out his wallet.
How much for two? No charge for the ride if you're going to the maze.
Sage glanced at Dexter. You're coming? He flashed a smile.
I've been waiting to sit on a hay bale all day.
Rolling her eyes, Sage stepped into the wagon. Bales of hay lined the perimeter of the wagon, while side panels of wood provided some semblance of safety. Sage chose a spot near the back of the wagon. Seconds later, Dexter dropped down beside her, shifting slightly as if trying to find a comfortable position. Don't bother. When he turned to her, She smiled. There is no position that's comfortable on a hay bale.
I didn't realize I was with an expert.
She chuckled. It doesn't take an expert to figure that out.
Do you mind if I come with you?
The question and his abrupt delivery had her blinking. Why would I mind?
I invited myself.
Not my wagon. When he started to rise, she put a hand on his arm. I'm glad you came. It will be loads more fun going through the maze with a friend.
You consider me a friend?
Dexter might have said it as a statement, but Sage heard the question. There were so many ways she might have answered. While a dozen teasing responses sprang to mind, Dexter seemed so serious, and Sage wasn't certain if he'd see the humor in a pithy response. She decided to play it straight. I do. Reaching over, she gave his arm a squeeze. I hope you consider me a friend as well. He deliberated for so long, she found herself wishing she'd gone for the joking response. Then he met her gaze with those clear blue eyes and nodded.
I do.
Phew! She heaved an exaggerated breath and pretended to wipe sweat from her brow with the backs of her fingers. For a second there, I wasn't sure I'd made the inner circle. A tiny smile lifted his lips.
I don't know about inner circle.
Hey! She swatted his arm playfully. I suggest you stop while you're ahead.
Yes, ma'am.
A smile now danced in his eyes. Don't call me ma'am. That's for old ladies.
Ma'am,
the driver called out.
If you could give me your attention, I can explain the rules so we can be on our way.
Sage didn't need to glance in Dexter's direction to know the smirk was there. I'm sorry, sir. She focused on the driver. Please, continue. The older man nodded.
It's a 10-minute ride to the farm. During that time, you need to remain seated. That's for safety.
His gaze shifted to the teenage boys seated to the left of Sage.
If I see anyone get up, I will stop the wagon. You will get off and walk back to town.
He can't do that, one of the boys muttered, then glanced at his friends. Can he? Shrugs were his only response. If Sage was a betting woman, she'd say there was no way the older man would drop kids, or anyone, for that matter, out in the country and leave them to walk home after dark. But his words appeared to have placed just the right amount of doubt in the minds of the boys.
Once we reach our destination, you will wait until I've come to a complete stop before exiting the wagon.
The man slid his gaze around the wagon.
Is that understood?
Everyone, including Sage, nodded.
Okay, then.
The man offered the group a smile.
Sit back, relax, and we'll be on our way.
The tractor made a chugging noise, then lurched forward, pulling the wagon. The driver turned onto a county road. As they started down the roadway, a series of lights lit up the perimeter of the wagon. I didn't realize I would need my sunglasses, one older woman said, and laughter erupted. They saw no other vehicles, which was a blessing, considering the maximum speed they reached was likely no more than 5 to 10 miles per hour.
I thought you might not want to see me again.
Dexter tossed off the comment casually, but something in his tone put her on alert. Why would you think that?
The questions we answered yesterday.
Now he'd really lost her. You're going to need to back up and explain.
Having you answer 6 was too many.
His expression remained serious.
That's likely why you weren't sure you wanted me along tonight. I promise tonight there will be no questions.
For the record, I wanted you to come, and I'm glad you're here. As far as the questions, I liked answering them, and I enjoyed hearing your answers. She shot him a teasing smile. What still surprises me was your answer to question 3. You really don't ever rehearse what you're going to say before making a phone call?
Why would I?
Dexter appeared genuinely puzzled.
When I call someone, it's usually related to business, and I have my data in front of me.
I didn't ask at the time, but don't you ever make personal calls? Ones where you find yourself searching for the right words? Although Sage rarely rehearsed what she was going to say prior to making a call, there had been times she had. Times when she'd wanted to make sure she got the words exactly right.
Text is my preferred method of communication.
Sage wasn't surprised. Although she enjoyed talking on the phone, a fact that made her mother extremely happy, most of those who were her age or younger seemed to prefer texting. Do you prefer texting over talking face-to-face?
I do.
Without saying another word, Sage pulled her phone from her bag and sent him a quick text. The ding of Dexter's phone sounded immediately. His lips were already curving when he slipped the phone out of his jacket and read the text. Want to explore the corn maze with me? He responded with a thumbs-up emoji. Chapter 8. I've never gone on a hayride before. Sage couldn't keep the excitement from her voice. Since it was after 5, the sun was already starting to set. As the tractor that pulled the wagon drove slowly, Sage let herself simply relax and marvel at the gorgeous orange and red sky.
I wonder if the corn maze is well lit.
Dexter spoke almost to himself, but one of the 3 teenage boys near them answered.
There aren't any lights.
The boy, his mop of blonde hair falling into his face, looked vaguely familiar to Sage. Right now, she couldn't place him. His 2 buddies didn't look at all familiar.
How do you find your way through the maze in the dark?
Dexter spoke to the boy as if he were an adult.
That's the cool part.
The boy bounced with excitement.
They give you flashlights. It's spooky, like a haunted house on Halloween.
Sage found it difficult to imagine a spooky corn maze during Applepalooza. Perhaps during Halloween, but not now. Still, she kept those thoughts to herself. The boy seemed excited by the possibility of winding his way through a maze in the dark. His messy hair and interest in anything the slightest bit dangerous reminded her of her younger brother. Treach! The name popped out of her mouth. The boy blinked, then his blue eyes narrowed.
How do you know my name?
I met you when I was in Good Hope for my sister's wedding. I'm Sage. A cautious look replaced the suspicion.
Who's your sister?
Trinity Goodhue. Ryder is my brother-in-law. Sage gave the boy a warm smile. Ryder introduced us. You were working the Grinds coffee cart at an event in the square.
Yeah, I used to help out Ryder. I still do, if he gets in a pinch.
The boy shrugged.
Mostly now I help Stan and Adam at their farm when I'm not in school.
Stan and Adam Vogel? Sage asked.
Are there more than one Stan and Adam in Good Hope?
He gave a disbelieving snort, and the 2 boys sitting beside him laughed like hyenas. Sage chuckled, though it really wasn't that funny. Beside her, Dexter tensed, likely believing the boys were having a laugh at her expense. Which they were, but she wanted to tell him that was simply what boys their age did. She didn't take offense. Because she also knew saying anything would embarrass Treach, she was almost positive his real name was Cody. In front of his friends, she took Dexter's hand and laced her fingers with his. We're going to have so much fun, she whispered. Though Dexter didn't respond immediately, the tight set to his shoulders relaxed after a moment. Her hand remained in his for the rest of the journey to the farm, where, according to the driver, the corn maze took up 15 acres. Once the vehicle and the wagon had come to a complete stop and the driver had opened the back gate, the boys piled off without a backward glance or even a word of goodbye to Sage. She hadn't expected anything more.
You know that kid?
Dexter gestured with one hand. Like I said to him, Ryder introduced us. Sage watched the threesome race one another toward the entrance to the maze. They were deliberately bumping into one another as they ran, like a pack of uncontrollable 6-year-olds.
Why are they doing that?
Sage turned and saw Dexter's brows pulled together in puzzlement. Weren't you a boy once? Dexter shook his head.
Not like that.
You're right. Not all boys are that wild. Still, she couldn't keep the affection from her tone. Wyatt wasn't that way either. My brother Phoenix? Hoo boy, did he give my parents some sleepless nights.
How is he doing now?
He's tamed down quite a bit. Sage kept her answer deliberately vague. Of all the kids in their family, Nick's had gone through the worst times before the McConnells adopted him. Growing up hadn't been easy, but he seemed to be on the right track now.
How many kids were there in your family?
Such a basic question, Sage thought. How odd that he knew, based on question 4 from the other night, that given the choice of anyone in the world, dead or alive, she'd like to have Eleanor Roosevelt as a dinner guest. But he didn't know the size of her family. There are 5 kids, 3 girls and 2 boys. As they strolled to the ticket booth for the maze under the cheery glow of pumpkin lights strung to mark the way, she could almost see his brain processing the information.
I know you, Trinity, and Wyatt. Then, apparently, there's Phoenix.
He's the youngest, Sage told him. There's also Amber. She's a school teacher.
Where does she live?
Detroit, but we're trying to recruit her to come here. Sage smiled. Wyatt says he won't rest until all the McConnells are living in Good Hope.
Dexter shook his head. I can't imagine growing up with all those siblings.
It was wonderful. Lots of noise, but loads of fun. Sage's lips curved as she looked back. Nothing rattled my mom and dad. They weren't pushovers, but neither were they on us about every little thing, like some of our friends' parents, who were
hard asses,
Dexter proclaimed matter-of-factly.
My dad was one. Is one.
I'm sorry about that. Sage placed a hand on his shoulder. When he'd hopped out of the wagon and reached for her, their hands had come apart. She missed the warmth of his touch, that feeling of connection, as they strode down the dirt path to the maze. When Dexter brought up his father, it was never with the warmth that she felt when he spoke of his mother. She didn't need Trinity's mental health training to know his dad was a hot button for him. Though she wanted to encourage him not to keep emotions, however difficult, bottled up, she also didn't want to ruin this beautiful evening. Still, as she slanted a sideways glance in his direction, she noticed the tight set to his jaw and the rigid set to his shoulders. Tipping her head back, Sage glanced up at the clear night, then pointed. Look, it's a bat. Greer told me once that there used to be over 1,000 bats in the area, but some kind of disease wiped out most of them.
White nose syndrome.
Dexter paused to watch the brown bat swoop.
It's a fungal infection, and Greer was right. Their numbers went from over 1,000 to less than 50.
That's incredibly sad. Dexter cocked his head.
I didn't know you had an interest in bats.
I'm interested in a lot of things. As she watched the bat disappear from sight, Sage inhaled the fresh scent of pine wafting on the gentle breeze. It's so beautiful out here. I'm glad we came. She shifted her focus back to Dexter and found him staring. What? He laughed.
I don't think I've ever known anyone quite like you, Sage McConnell.
She shot him a wink. That's because I'm one of a kind. Dexter realized there were advantages and disadvantages to him and Sage having been the last to exit the hay wagon. They were able to enjoy the walk to the ticket booth in relative quiet, at least once Treach and his friends entered the maze and their maniacal laughter faded. He'd been able to see Sage go gaga over a bat, and Dexter had to admit that seeing one so close had been a kick. It had struck him, when her eyes had been on the heavens, and that look of awe was on her face, that Sage was not only a beautiful woman, but a restful one. The truth was, before tonight, he'd likely have associated restful with boring. Not in Sage's case. She was anything but boring.
"There is a disadvantage,"
he murmured. Despite the flashlights they'd been given at the entrance to the maze, the darkness wrapped around them. He felt as if he'd spoken to himself until Sage responded. "What's the disadvantage?" She walked beside him, her shoulder pressed against his arm as they navigated the maze side by side.
"The disadvantage is that we're completely on our own here. There is no group coming back and saying, 'Don't go the way we just went, it's a dead end.'"
"True, but I can make my own way. And you, with that big brain of yours, well, I couldn't have a better partner to navigate with." He liked that his brain was what she'd noticed. The few times Dexter had tried dating apps, the women he'd met had seemed most impressed by his height. One time, he'd been asked out by a woman in his gym who joked about how strong he was, saying she bet he could throw her right into bed. The whole thing had made him uncomfortable, so instead of going on the date, he'd quit the gym. But he'd always been most proud of his intellect.
"If we keep turning right, we'll find our way out,"
Dexter told her as they made another right turn. I think that used to always be true, but I read somewhere recently that mazes have become more complicated, and that the turning right thing won't always get you out of the maze. Though Sage's voice remained even, Dexter detected a hint of worry.
"Maybe that's true for some of the more intricate mazes. You know, ones that win awards for their complexity."
Dexter forced reassurance into his voice.
"But this is Good Hope, and the farmer who made up this maze did so specifically for Applepalooza and for Halloween. He's not going to make it where they have to send a drone in to find the lost customers."
You make a good point. She needed a distraction, Dexter thought, and he knew just what would do it. This trek through the maze was supposed to be fun, not a stressor.
"I happen to have the next group of questions on my phone. While we stroll through the corn stalks, how about we answer a few?"
Dexter deliberately kept his tone light, letting her know that it was up to her. When she hesitated, he nearly slapped himself upside the head. Hadn't he worried that he'd overdone it with the questions the other night? Now here he was, bringing them up again.
Forget it. We don't need to."
"I like getting to know you better." She placed a hand on his arm, and he felt the heat all the way to his skin. "Let's do it." Why did those 3 words bring up an entirely different activity than answering questions or finding the exit to a corn maze? Dexter pulled out his phone and read the next question silently to himself.
"I think we should skip this one."
"Why?" Sage made an impatient gesture with her hand. "No, don't tell me why. Just read the question."
"Do you have a secret hunch about how you will die?"
He read. Sage burst out laughing. "Seriously? That's the question?"
"Seriously."
Dexter nodded.
"See why I wanted to skip it?"
"It is kind of a downer, but I don't mind answering." After a few seconds of considering, Sage answered, her tone telling him she wasn't going for fluff. "I really haven't thought much about it. So, no, I don't have a secret hunch. I do know how I'd like to go."
"Tell me,"
he urged when she didn't continue, then wished he'd kept his mouth shut. She flashed him a smile. "In my sleep, after spending a wonderful day with family and friends. While it wasn't easy to see well in the dark, surrounded by endless walls of corn, there was a moon. Plus, with the flashlights and standing so close, he could at least see her. When he admitted he didn't have a secret hunch either, they moved on to the next question on the list.
This is better. Name 3 things you and I appear to have in common.
I went first the last time, Sage told him as they turned to the right once again. You answer this one first. There were sounds drifting from up ahead, which had Dexter relaxing as he realized they appeared to be on the right track.
Things we have in common?
Dexter didn't have to take long to think.
We both hate corn mazes.
She gave his arm a backhanded slap and laughed. That may be true, and it's funny, but you don't get to count that one. She was a rule follower. He liked that about her, which gave him his first answer.
You and I are both rule followers.
When she opened her mouth, he held up a hand.
Not like crazy sticklers, but we believe that rules add a certain structure and guidance to life.
Agreed, she said after a long moment. 1 down, 2 to go.
You wouldn't be open to doing a back and forth kind of thing?
Nope.
Okay.
Though he hadn't expected her to agree, Dexter had to try.
We both like physical exercise.
Even in the dim light, he saw surprise skitter across her pretty face. How do you know that?
You're in good physical shape?
He cocked his head.
Am I wrong?
No, you're spot on. She studied him. I like to run.
I like to run and lift weights.
They exchanged a smile. Now you're down to 1.
I thought I'd never get here.
Dexter blew out a melodramatic breath. Are you saying, Mr. Woodard, that you're having difficulty thinking of 3 measly things we have in common? She clucked her tongue, making a tisk-tisk sound. That doesn't bode well for our budding friendship.
We have the same sense of humor,
he said immediately.
Not the slapstick kind, but the
droll, slightly sarcastic type? She asked with a smile.
You got it.
He was ready, eager, really, to turn the tables and make her give him her 3 things when they abruptly stepped out of the maze.
Oh my God, we did it!
Sage flung her arms around Dexter's neck and kissed him on the mouth. We made it out alive! Dexter hadn't expected the kiss. That's why, just for a second, he stiffened. Unfortunately, it was long enough for Sage to notice. She took a step back. Sorry, Dex. I got excited. I didn't mean to. I mean, I wanted to. Maybe we can call this another experiment?
No.
No? Dexter shook his head, then pulled Sage tight against him and kissed her again. When they separated, he looked down into her eyes and smiled.
Not an experiment. Just one more thing we have in common. We both like kissing each other.
Chapter 9. Sage had asked Dexter to meet her the next morning outside the front entrance to Muddy Boots. The iconic diner in the heart of the Good Hope business district was a favorite of locals and tourists. On their way back to town after the corn maze last night, she'd mentioned that Wyatt and Greer suggested they might find answers to Gladys's questions among the group of friends who often met here after church. Right on time, Sage strolled up, wearing a lightweight coat the color of cherries that matched her lipstick.
You look lovely this morning.
Thank you. She gestured toward the door. I'm starved. How about you?
I could eat.
Actually, Dexter was more interested in getting his questions answered than in chowing down. He held the door open. Once she stepped inside, he followed her as they wove their way around tables to the large rectangular table at the back of the cafe where the group of friends gathered each Sunday. Sage took a seat beside her sister-in-law, and Dexter took the last empty chair beside her. Dexter told himself he'd have been happy sitting anywhere, but when Sage looked up and smiled, a warmth washed over him, and it took everything he had to focus on the task at hand, the interrogation of those seated around the table. He was ready to launch into his speech about the information he wanted to gather, but then realized everyone was in the middle of ordering. Helen, the orange-haired waitress who'd worked at the cafe since dinosaurs roamed the earth, shot a sharp glance at the menu sitting unopened in front of him. It didn't take a genius to know he was being warned to be ready with his order when she got to him.
Number 1,
he told her, even though he hadn't yet glanced at the menu. Eggs, bacon, hash browns, and toast were what he always got when he had breakfast at Muddy Boots.
eggs over medium, wheat toast, coffee black.
Helen gave an approving nod, then turned to Sage. Strawberry waffle, please, and coffee. Sage scooped up Dexter's menu and handed it, along with hers, to Helen. In a matter of a minute, the orders were complete and coffee had filled the cups on the table.
Dexter!
Jeremy Rakes, the former mayor and a local entrepreneur, greeted him first.
I'm glad to see you this morning.
We didn't think you were ever going to join us. Prim Brody, a local accountant who'd been on the high school math team with him, beamed.
I'm not here to join you.
Dexter let his gaze sweep the table.
I'm here because I have questions, and I need answers.
Ethan, seated on the opposite side of the table, laughed.
Of course you do. You wouldn't be the Dexter we all know and love if you didn't have questions.
What kinds of questions? Prim leaned forward, her wild mass of strawberry blonde hair pulled back from her face with hair clips shaped like black and gold moths. Sage wondered if Prim's twin boys had bought them for her. She remembered when Phoenix had purchased a headband that looked like a slithering snake for their mom's birthday because he'd thought it was so cool.
Questions about love.
Dexter's expression remained serious, even as laughter rippled around the table at the comment.
You? Questions about love? Seriously?
Jeremy scoffed, a teasing smile on his lips.
Seriously?
Dexter spoke matter-of-factly.
I don't think it'll surprise anyone here when I say that, while I understand many things, love and women are not among them. Join the club.
Sage didn't catch which guy said it, but the comment drew more laughter.
Does this have anything to do with Madame Gitana?
Jeremy asked. Finn Rakes exchanged a glance with her husband, then leaned toward Dexter, her blue eyes bright with interest.
Is Gladys trying to match you? She's not matching me, but yes, in a way it does have to do with her.
Dexter took a sip of his coffee.
I've been told that part of her matchmaking involves relationship cards.
Dexter paused as more laughter and a few groans filled the air.
I understand that most of you have used them. I'd like to gather some data on your experiences and to investigate her methodology.
Gianna's expression softened, but she said nothing, no doubt guessing that it was the breakup with her friend that had propelled Dexter down this path. Conversation ceased momentarily when Helen appeared with plates of food filling her arms. Quickly, and with great efficiency, she dispensed the orders, then let her sharp-eyed gaze scan the table.
Anyone need anything else? I'll be by with coffee refills in a second. I'm good.
The repeated response came from around the table. Pulling the ordering pad from her pocket, Helen went around the table, placing each person's check near their plate.
In case any of you need to head out early, I don't want you waiting on me.
Sage liked the way the woman handled her duties. Pleasant, but efficient. She wondered if Helen had ever done any staff training. Perhaps she'd have some tips to share with the servers at the Dingaling.
Now that we have our food,
Jeremy met Dexter's gaze.
what exactly are you wanting from us? How can we help?
Couldn't Jeremy just give Dexter a chance to take a bite of his food? Sage nearly said something. Only the knowledge that Dexter was a grown man, fully capable of speaking for himself, had her forking off a bite of waffle and remaining silent.
Data, I understand,
Dexter began.
What does data have to do with love?
Jeremy stopped when Dexter held up a hand. Yes, Sage thought. Dexter was more than capable of holding his own against anyone.
I'm getting to that.
Dexter slanted the briefest of looks at Sage. She offered him an encouraging smile and took a bite of waffle. Dexter's gaze swept the table.
First, I'd like a show of hands. How many of you felt these cards were valuable?
Dexter. Sage placed a hand on his forearm before anyone could respond. What might be more effective would be to have whoever is interested in helping us let us know, and we can find a time to speak privately. Dexter appeared to consider the suggestion, then nodded.
We can do that, too. Sounds good to me.
Wyatt spoke heartily as he picked up his fork.
I wouldn't want to let these biscuits and gravy get cold.
The talk turned from love to community events as everyone ate. The waffle is amazing, Sage told Dexter when only several bites remained. The fresh strawberries and real whipped cream put this breakfast in a class of its own.
Eggs and hash browns are what I wanted.
Dexter studied her, his gaze focusing on her mouth. Sage's lips began to tingle. Her breath hitched.
You...
Dexter leaned closer, his breath mingling with hers. Sage told herself to sit back. They were in a cafe, for goodness sake. But in that moment, she wanted him to kiss her more than she wanted privacy.
Have whipped cream right here.
He touched the corner of her mouth with the tip of his finger. He sat back, looking as pleased as if he'd just solved some intricate equation. Then he appeared to realize everyone was looking at them.
While I see some are still finishing up, I need to clarify a few things, since many of you will need to leave soon.
Dexter went on to discuss the 36 questions that supposedly helped people fall in love.
Sage has generously offered to analyze these questions with me. Of course, on something this subjective, we all bring biases and feelings into the research.
What about Gladys's relationship questions? Greer asked. Will you and Sage also be analyzing those?
I have the deck,
Dexter confirmed.
Gladys wouldn't give them to me, but Catherine did, and...
Dexter paused, clearly startled by the numerous gasps.
Is that a problem? The cards are powerful.
Max slanted a glance at his wife. Prim nodded. Gladys won't like them being out of her control.
I will speak for myself on what I do and do not like.
The imperious voice had everyone turning. Sage inhaled sharply at the sight of Gladys standing at the side of the table. As Gladys waved her hand, the filmy fabric of her purple caftan fluttered around her bejeweled wrist and fingers.
Gladys.
Jeremy pushed to his feet.
Please, join us. You can have my seat.
You are a dear boy, but this won't take long. Gladys shifted her gaze to Dexter, then to Sage. I wish we could stay. Prim pushed her chair back, and Max, who sat beside her, rose. We have to pick up the boys from youth group and Adeline from Little Fishes.
We also need to get our two.
Kyle turned to Dexter.
If Eliza and I can help, don't hesitate to ask.
Kyle, stop! Eliza hissed, then appeared to remember they weren't alone. Of course, we'll be happy to do what we can to help you, Dexter. It was a mass exodus as everyone scattered, one that Helen appeared to understand as she moved to the cash register and began ringing up the tickets.
"Who did you say gave the cards to you?"
Though her voice remained deep and throaty, Gladys's pale eyes flashed. It seemed rude to sit while the older woman stood.
"Catherine and Ruby gave them to me."
Dexter's gaze never wavered from Gladys's face.
"That deck is mine."
Gladys didn't spare Sage a glance.
"They had no right to give you the cards without my consent. I'm sorry, I'll give them back."
Dexter reached for the jacket he'd slung over the back of his chair.
"They're right." "No."
For the first time, a hint of a smile ghosted Gladys's lips.
"That's not how you're going to make this up to me."
Chapter 10. Gladys's smile was gone so quickly, Sage wondered if she'd only imagined it.
"You're going to make it up to me by you and Sage answering 3 questions.
We intended to do that anyway, Sage told her. Gladys inclined her head, and something sparked in those pale depths.
"Interesting. So, you see,"
Dexter began, then was cut off.
"You and Sage will answer the 3 questions as you planned."
Gladys rolled on like a steam engine going full bore down an open track.
"I will also choose 5 couples you will speak with regarding their experience with the cards."
"Why?" Dexter asked bluntly. Gladys narrowed her gaze.
"Why what?"
"Why do you want to take time to pick the couples we speak with?" Dexter's brows drew together as if he was truly baffled by Gladys's demand.
"It's not about what I want. It's about what you need."
A self-satisfied smile flashed.
"Do you really think anyone around that table is going to help you on your quest now that they know you stole my cards?"
"It's really more of a study rather than a quest," Dexter clarified. "And technically, I didn't steal the cards. Catherine gave them to me. But you are correct that I should have made sure you were okay with it."
"Yes, you should have."
"Why 5? Sage offered the older woman an easy smile. "It would seem that a larger sample size would be better." Gladys shook her head.
"These are busy people with busy lives. If the couples are carefully chosen, 5 will yield the necessary information."
"I suppose that makes sense." Dexter gave a reluctant nod.
"I will choose the 5 couples, and you will—"
Gladys began again.
"Seriously, not necessary,"
Dexter interrupted. "Sage and I can come up with the subjects. We can let them know we have your approval."
"You don't have my approval."
Gladys spoke sharply before her tone gentled.
"You haven't been a part of this community for ages, Dexter. Yes, you have friends here, but you have little knowledge of their courtships. Sage is a newcomer with even less knowledge than you."
"I can—" Dexter began.
"You can what? Ask around? Get opinions of others?"
Gladys shot him a pitying glance.
"Why would you do that when I already know everything that goes on in the community? I know which couples got the cards and followed through by answering the questions. I can give you the variety you need in subjects. I would have expected a data scientist of your caliber to be more efficient in his work."
Sage shifted her gaze from Gladys to Dexter. Dexter's gaze turned thoughtful. Sage nearly smiled. She could almost see the workings of his brain as he considered and discarded various options.
"I'd need the names of the couples you've selected by Tuesday,"
Dexter told Gladys. Gladys smiled. Wednesday will work with my schedule." Dexter chuckled when the older woman swept out her hand in a grand gesture, then left as if exiting a stage to thunderous applause. "Gladys is amazing." Sage dropped back into her seat. "I've never met anyone quite like her before." "When I was a kid, she intimidated the heck out of me." Dexter's brows pulled together. "I'm not sure why, but she still does." "Is that why you agreed to let her come up with the names of 5 couples?" Sage lifted the last bite of waffle to her lips, unable to keep from remembering how close he'd been when he'd dabbed the sweet whipped cream from her mouth. For a second, his eyes darkened, and she wondered if he was recalling that moment, too. Then the desire disappeared, and the studious look returned. "It appears, despite her assertion, the cards were not Catherine's to give. Not only that, Gladys made some good points." Though Sage hadn't known Dexter long, turning over such an important task to someone else didn't seem like him. "You're just going to put it all in her hands?" "Not on your life," Dexter chuckled. "You and I will come up with our own list. I'll compare hers to ours, then we'll decide who to interview." "This is going to be so much fun!" Ruby clapped her hands together. It was what Ruby did every time she got excited about something. For at least 60 years, Gladys had been trying to break her friend of the habit. Last year, she'd given up. Ruby's natural exuberance and joie de vivre were simply who she was as a person. "It should be interesting." Catherine moved her chair out of the direct sunlight. "So, you agree that giving Dexter the cards was the right move?" The day was unseasonably warm, more like late summer than early fall. Gladys loved the feel of the sun against her face and the light breeze blowing across the duck pond. On the walk back to the Good Hope Living Center, Gladys had told her friends she had some very interesting news to share once they were home. Ruby had begged for her to tell them then, just as Gladys had known she would. Catherine had said nothing, knowing that they wouldn't be told anything until Gladys was ready to spill. Now, with a mimosa in front of her and the sun shining bright overhead, Gladys realized she felt happy and more like herself than she had in the past several months. "I said no such thing." "It did bring him together with Sage." Ruby smiled, as if the thought made her happy. "Perhaps, if you think that uniting a couple in crime is appropriate," Gladys said in a droll tone. Catherine rolled her eyes. "We did not unite them in crime. We got them talking to each other, which is the point of those cards, is it not? Besides, you aren't the only one who gets to decide who we match. We are a love democracy, not a love dictatorship." Ruby's eyes went wide. Gladys flung out an arm. "If using my gift of insight to help people find true love is dictatorial, you may call me Caesar." "Oh, brother," Catherine mumbled. "What's that?" Gladys asked. Nothing. Look, I'm sorry we took the cards from your apartment without telling you." Catherine leaned forward ever so slightly, her expression intense. "But I'm not sorry for helping Dexter. I find his approach fascinating, and I'm excited to see what he and Sage discover." "Apology accepted," Gladys smiled. "And on that point, I do agree. What happens between him and Sage now should be quite interesting. That's exactly why we must ensure that everything goes well. Starting with picking the right couples for them to interview," Catherine offered. Gladys gave a decisive nod. "Exactly. Well, we need to hurry." Ruby glanced at her watch. "The pie social in the Commons will be starting in—" "Hey, gals, what do you think of this gorgeous day?" Shelby Walters, a 20-something who rented an apartment at the Living Center, gave a little twirl, arms outstretched. Don't you just love these last blasts of summer days? Summer ended on September 21st. Catherine's tone might have been matter-of-fact, but the smile she offered the redhead was warm. Catherine knows all of those things, Ruby twittered. I don't really care what season it is. I'm with you, Shelby. I love this amazing weather. Shelby. Gladys dipped her head and smiled at the young woman. I haven't seen you around much. Apparently hearing the question in the comment, Shelby proceeded to give them a detailed recitation of her life the past 2 weeks, ending with an update on Luther and Natalia's wedding. Natalia's always saying it's this small affair, but it's not all that small, and it's going to be so lovely. Shelby brought a hand to her heart. The amazing dresses, the incredible cake, that crumb and cake is... Anita is handling the wedding cake? Gladys glanced at her friends, then back at Shelby. Why not Amy? Everyone who knew anything about Good Hope businesses knew of the competition between Bloom's Bake Shop and Crumb and Cake. While it was true that Anita Fishback's shop specialized in cakes, the creations that came out of Bloom's Bake Shop were equally gorgeous. Amy and her crew are handling the catering for the reception at Rake's barn. Luther and Natalia decided to spread the business around. Shelby cocked her head. You're going to all be there, right? Wouldn't miss it. Gladys chose her next words carefully, not wanting to spook Shelby and have her clam up. If I'm remembering correctly... You remember everything, Gladys, Ruby said pointedly. You're a bridesmaid. Izzy is the matron of honor. Evie is in charge of the guest book. Gladys continued, without breaking stride. That's right. A dreamy look filled Shelby's eyes. My dress is gorgeous. I hope Evie will still be able to enjoy herself. Gladys tossed the words out as effortlessly as a casual flick of the wrist. Puzzlement blanketed Shelby's face. Why wouldn't she? I heard about her breakup with Dexter. Poor girl must be heartbroken. Gladys put on a sad face. She considered bringing a hand to her bosom, but thought that might be overkill. I can't imagine how difficult it's going to be for her to be at such a romantic event without her beau. I don't know what Dexter is saying, but Evie was the one who called it quits, Shelby informed Gladys. If anyone is heartbroken, it'd be him. Oh, so she broke it off. More acting, because of course Gladys knew this. She prided herself on knowing everything that went on in this community. The only thing she hadn't been able to determine was Evie's reason for breaking off the relationship. Did they have an argument? No, she just didn't think they were a good fit. Shelby studied Gladys's mimosa. That looks really good. Take it. When Shelby hesitated, Gladys lifted the drink and held it out. I haven't touched it. I ordered it, but I'm not really into alcohol this early in the day. If you're sure you don't mind. Even as she spoke, Shelby's fingers closed around the glass. Enjoy. I will. Shelby glanced at the French doors leading into the building. I promised to help set up for the pie social, so I better get in there. Shelby lifted the glass. Thanks again for this. You were very nice to her, Catherine observed once Shelby was out of earshot. Gladys chuckled. I'm always nice. You love mimosas, Ruby reminded her. This is the first I've heard about you not liking alcohol early in the day. Ruby is right. Catherine studied her friend as intently as if she were a spreadsheet of numbers. Something is up. For the past few months, you've given Shelby the cold shoulder. Now, all of a sudden, you're her BFF? 9 decades on this earth had taught Gladys the benefits of remaining calm and going with the flow, no matter what trials life flung at her. She had to admit that this last summer had strained her equanimity. "Do you no longer think she's out to get Albert?" Ruby pressed, referring to Albert August, former high school principal and a personal friend of Gladys's.
I never thought she had a romantic interest in Albert. Dear God, the man is old enough to be her grandfather.
Still, Gladys had to admit she'd been, well, say, concerned about Shelby's motives in spending so much time with Albert. She was still concerned. "You didn't like it, and don't tell me you did." Catherine's gaze pinned Gladys. Another woman might have squirmed under such intense scrutiny, but not a woman with 7 decades of stage experience.
"I will admit I was concerned."
"You've definitely been off your game the past few months." Ruby offered the comment in a tentative tone, as if feeling her way across a minefield. Gladys knew Ruby was referring to the fact that she hadn't been fully invested in matching Natalia and Luther.
"It was this thing with Frank moving. Having my dear boy move out of state has been excruciatingly difficult."
Frank wanted warmer weather and to be closer to his grandchildren. Catherine might have spoken matter-of-factly, but Gladys saw the understanding in her friend's eyes.
"I know, and while I don't begrudge him his choice, I do miss him."
Gladys felt her heart twist.
"He wants me to come visit. Perhaps I will."
Gladys didn't dwell on the sadness. They'd all lost people close to them, either through death or relocation. She thought of Oakley Marshall, a young woman Gladys loved like family, who'd left for Alaska last year with her boyfriend.
"I believe it's time for us to get to work."
Catherine, always the pragmatist, apparently had decided they'd spent enough time dwelling on the past.
"Work?"
Gladys glanced at the empty spot on the table where her mimosa glass had recently sat, and sighed.
"The names of the 5 couples you told Dexter you'd give him."
Catherine pulled out a steno pad and pencil from the bag that sat at her feet.
"How to choose?"
Ruby clasped her hands together.
"How to choose?"
Gladys smiled. She loved surprising her friends.
"You'll never guess who I have in mind for the first couple."
Chapter 11. When Dexter suggested to Sage that they compile a list of couples, he'd expected to do it across a kitchen table, or perhaps they'd grab a spot at the daily grind and down more coffee while they bandied about possibilities. He hadn't imagined going for a run with her in Peninsula State Park, then climbing to the top of Eagle Tower. Sage stood at the railing, staring out over the water to where the Michigan shore could be seen in the distance. During the run, she'd kept the hair out of her face with a bright red headband that matched the streak of red in her black running shorts.
"We need to come up with those names."
Dexter moved to the rail to stand beside her. "We will." Sage stretched her arms above her head, exposing an expanse of toned midriff. Dexter forced his gaze away and tried to refocus.
"Gladys will be giving me her list on Wednesday,"
he reminded her. Still facing the water, Sage cast her eyes toward him. "Have I told you about when I first became interested in mixology?" When he shook his head, she returned her gaze to the water. "I've always had an appetite for knowledge. When I was a kid, if I identified something I wanted to learn more about, I threw myself into discovering all there was to know about it." Dexter nodded.
"I was like that too."
Sage smiled at him. "I'm not surprised. Anyway, after a couple of years of bartending, I decided I wanted to be a mixologist. I was intrigued by how flavors come together. I read loads of books, watched videos, even studied a lot of cooking and baking techniques. But there was one thing I discovered that stood out from all the rest. She paused her story until Dexter finally prompted,
What did you learn?
that coming up with a new drink combination is as much art as science, that sometimes the knowledge I seek isn't always served up on a platter when I'm ready for it. Sometimes the insight comes when I'm on a run or in the shower or doing something else.
You're saying I may not be able to force this.
She nodded.
I understand your point, but I'm not forcing the love part. I'm not looking for love right now.
Dexter rubbed the bridge of his nose.
I simply want to learn more about the process, then move on, tucking the knowledge in my back pocket, so to speak, to pull out for future relationships.
Sage nodded, then shifted her gaze once again to the water.
I think some of the wanting to know has to do with my parents.
Dexter let out a long breath.
I don't understand their relationship. They've been married 30-plus years. My mom is this wonderful, loving woman, while my dad, well, he's not the kind of man I'd expect her to be with.
You're trying to figure out what drew them together in the first place. Understanding filled Sage's voice. What keeps them together now?
I believe that's a good part of this.
Raking a hand through his hair, Dexter spoke slowly.
I liked Evie. She was fun and didn't make many demands. I'd probably still be dating her if she hadn't ended it, even though we both knew that we weren't right for each other.
Dexter whirled and found Sage standing right there in front of him. He wasn't sure what to think when she wrapped her arms around him and rested her head against his chest. Automatically, his arms rose to wrap around her slender body, finding unexpected comfort in the closeness.
Is that what my mom is doing, Sage? Staying with my dad because it's easier than leaving? Or does she truly love him? If she does, what makes him lovable? What made her fall in love with him way back when? What makes her stay in love with him?
Have you ever thought about asking her? Dexter suspected that Sage's offhand tone was not nearly as casual as it sounded.
I considered it,
He admitted.
but she was going through cancer treatments, and I didn't want to add more stress to an already stressful situation.
Now she's better. Sage tipped her head back. Isn't that what you told me?
Yes, I moved back partially because I was afraid that she wasn't going to get better. But she's doing okay. Statistically, she shouldn't have improved, but she did. Still, who knows what could happen? I want to be close.
You're a good son. Her words soothed, wrapping around his heart and gently squeezing.
I'm not sure that's true. Because of my relationship with my dad, I've spent a good amount of time away.
A muscle in Dexter's jaw jumped.
I'm not doing that anymore. It isn't fair to her or to me.
My mom once told me that love ebbs and flows throughout a relationship, that one thing love is not is static. Sage paused, as if pulling back the memory of that talk. The conversation took place at a time when my youngest sibling was doing a lot of acting out. Nix wasn't very lovable at that time. When I said as much to her, she said something to the effect that to love someone is to accept them how they are right then and there.
Doesn't that attitude simply excuse bad behavior?
Absolutely not. Sage gave a little head shake. Everyone in the family is aware of Phoenix's background. It was clear, at least to us, that it was his fear of abandonment that caused him to push back against the love offered. It was as if he wanted to prove that my parents would eventually reject him, as had everyone else in his life up to that point. Confusion had Dexter's brow furrowing.
I don't see how this relates to my parents.
It may not. I'm just saying that love isn't simple. Sage lifted a shoulder and let it drop. Perhaps you'll find the answers you seek when you question the couples, or maybe when you have a discussion with your mom. Whichever way it comes about, I hope you find the answers you're looking for. Dexter briefly considered asking Sage to come with him to dinner at his parents' house that evening, but decided against it. Now, sitting at the kitchen table, with his father across from him and his mom on his right, he wished that he had invited Sage. She brought a sense of peace to him, and he could have used that right now.
The pot roast is great, Mom.
Dexter forked off a bite of the tender meat and brought it to his lips. I know it's your favorite. LaDonna offered him a smile, then slanted a glance at her husband. I said to Ken that if this doesn't tempt Dexter to come for a meal, nothing will.
A mother shouldn't have to tempt her son with his favorite food to get him to come see her.
Ken Woodard stabbed a carrot with his fork. That isn't... LaDonna cast a worried glance at Dexter, as if fearing the comment from her husband would set off fireworks. His mother had looked so happy when she'd greeted him at the front door with a big hug. She'd linked arms with him, asking all about how his work with Ethan was going. When he was growing up, she'd always taken the time to listen, even though she'd joked that she didn't understand half of what he was saying when he'd talked about his studies. She listened attentively. She'd told him she loved his enthusiasm and the way his face lit up when he talked about projects that excited him. For as far back as he could recall, his mom had been his rock in the storm-tossed seas his dad stirred up, which was why Dexter vowed to do what he could to make her happy, even if that meant going out of his way to play nice with his father.
Dad's right.
Dexter pushed the words out of his mouth.
I came back to be close to you, and I haven't been around nearly as often as we'd both like. That's on me.
Ken grunted his assent and motioned to his wife that his wine glass was empty.
I'll get the bottle.
Pushing back his chair, Dexter rose and brought the wine to the table, filling his father's glass and adding a little to his own. His mother never drank alcohol. Even before she'd been going through treatment, she'd preferred water to any form of alcohol. Across the table, Ken stared at his son with puzzlement blanketing his face. Are you and that nice Evie still seeing each other? LaDonna smiled at her son. She's always so sweet when I see her at the salon.
That's her job,
Ken reminded his wife. Some people who have jobs where they interact with the public aren't very nice, LaDonna told him before glancing expectantly at Dexter. Evie always has a smile on her face and a kind word.
Evie is a nice person, Dexter agreed, but we're no longer dating.
Oh, no, LaDonna appeared to stop and compose herself. I'm sorry to hear that.
Not smart enough for you.
Ken! His mother's sharp rebuke had both her husband's and her son's eyes widening.
What? She's a receptionist in a hair salon. He's got all those degrees.
Ken forked off another bite of meat.
I didn't see the two of them being together for long.
Dexter wasn't about to let his dad disparage Evie's intelligence, but neither did he want the discussion to escalate into an argument, especially since his father had unknowingly opened the door to some questions Dexter wanted to ask.
Evie is a smart girl. She enjoys her position at the salon.
The look Dexter shot his father dared him to disagree.
We're still friends.
Were they? Even as Dexter said the words, he wondered if he and Evie had ever been truly friends. There had been a strong physical attraction, for sure, but he realized he didn't have a clue what Evie wanted in the future. He didn't know, he realized with sudden shame, because he'd never thought to ask, never cared enough to ask. If they were friends, then he certainly wasn't a good one. Dexter leveled his gaze on his father, then changed the subject before his dad could say anything more about Evie. He smiled at his mom.
I'm wondering what drew the two of you together when you first met. I don't believe I've asked.
Ken's response was simply to shrug. I was working at the library. It was my first job after getting my degree in library science. LaDonna's eyes took on a distant glow, as if she was looking back. It was much different back then. Now patrons do most of the searching themselves online. Back then, they depended on us to help them find the resource books they needed. Dexter continued to eat, assuming there was a point to all this detail. He offered his mother an encouraging smile. Ken was assisting researchers who were in the area doing a project for the U.S. Geological Survey. LaDonna shot her husband a smile. He'd come in all the time asking for books so he could better understand the process.
This was the first Dexter had heard of his father having anything to do with the sciences. For as far back as he could remember, his dad had worked for a manufacturing plant in Sturgeon Bay. "What kind of books?" Dexter asked his father. "That was a long time ago," was Ken's only response.
He was wanting to learn everything about the era they were researching. LaDonna's expression softened as it settled on her husband. Ken had this keen interest in geology and hoped to one day scrape up enough money to go to college and—
"That was a long time ago," Ken snapped. "There's no purpose in dredging up the past."
If the dream had been college, his father had never achieved that goal. Dexter knew that for a fact, since his father often denigrated guys who had a college degree, yet didn't have the sense God gave them.
"Speaking of college degrees, aren't you wasting yours by coming back here?"
There was a challenge in his dad's blue eyes, which were the same color as Dexter's.
"It sounds as if you had a good career going, and you tossed it all away to come back here."
Dexter took a sip of wine.
"Don't have an answer,"
Ken taunted.
"You gave up your fancy job to come back, tossing away everything you worked so hard to achieve. I'd like to know why."
By the time Dexter left his parents' home, all he had were more questions and no answers. He didn't appreciate having to explain his career decisions, especially when he'd already done so before. Still, he held on to his temper with both hands throughout the rest of the meal. When his mother had brought out a pumpkin cheesecake for dessert, he'd lingered a while longer over coffee. That had been possible only because his dad had headed into the living room to watch television. The light in his mother's eyes when she'd given him a hug goodbye should have made him feel good. Instead, he felt unsettled. He considered dropping by the Flying Crane, or maybe even the Ding-a-ling, for a drink, but the way he was feeling, he might not stop at one. As he was meeting with Ethan first thing tomorrow morning to go over some figures he'd sent him, he needed to be sharp. Even before pulling into his assigned space at the back of the building, he spotted Sage's car. God, how he wished he'd been with her tonight, instead of sitting across the table from his dad. He slammed his car door shut and reminded himself that he'd kept it together and his mother had enjoyed the evening. That was what was important. You're going to wake the neighbors if you keep slamming car doors that loudly. Sage stepped out of the darkness into the light that illuminated the back of the buildings. He couldn't stop his smile.
"What are you doing skulking around out here?"
She gestured with her head toward the dumpsters. Taking out the trash.
"Sounds like your evening has been about as good as mine."
Sage stepped closer, and he caught a whiff of her perfume. I thought you said your mom was making pot roast. That certainly sounds better than taking out the trash.
"I don't really want to talk about it."
Fair enough. Sage smiled. I have this new amazing coffee machine. I could make you an espresso. That's sure to perk you up. He laughed.
"Caffeine. That's your answer?"
Or I've got a bottle of bourbon. The good stuff.
"Sure, why not?"
Sage laughed. There's an enthusiastic response. Dexter paused and reconsidered. He raked a hand through his hair.
I'm not sure I'll be good company. Maybe I should just go to my own place.
She merely looked at him and smiled. He liked that about her. She didn't push.
On second thought,
He gestured to the steps leading up to their apartments.
lead the way.
Chapter 12. Despite the slamming of his car door telling her everything she wanted to know about Dexter's evening, Sage had felt her heart give a quick leap when she'd seen him step from the vehicle. Sage was glad to see him. She was happy that he'd accepted her offer for a drink, whether that drink be a caffeine-laden espresso or a rocks glass filled with Knob Creek. The evening had turned cool, so the warmth of her apartment was as welcome as a favorite sweater. A sweater she should have grabbed before stepping outside. Dexter pulled the door shut behind him and sniffed the air.
Is that homemade bread?
Pumpkin bread.
Sage inhaled deeply. My dad wasn't much of a cook, but he loved to bake bread.
I got cooking skills from my mother and bread-making skills from him.
It smells amazing.
Dexter slipped off his jacket and hung it on the coat tree just inside the door. I was going to have a slice. Sage gestured to a chair at the table big enough for only two. Join me? Dexter considered, then nodded.
Forget the bourbon. I pick the bread.
Have a seat. It's coming right up. Seconds later, Sage set the slice in front of him, along with a knife and a glass butter tray she'd retrieved from the counter. He glanced up at her and smiled.
Thank you.
You're very polite.
I try.
He gave a little laugh as he slathered the bread with the soft butter.
My dad would tell you, not hard enough, but I do try.
Sage took a seat opposite him and kept her eyes on him as she added butter to her bread. How did dinner go?
I kept it together. My mom would say it went well.
That's a positive. He nodded and bit into the bread, chewed.
I tried to get some of their history, but I didn't get much.
Without her prompting, he relayed what he'd found out. That's actually quite a bit.
You think?
He took another bite. I think it's a very good start. She inclined her head and studied him for several seconds before speaking. If you want, we can go through some more questions tonight. Maybe answering a few will make you feel like you had somewhat of a productive evening.
I didn't come here because I wanted to work.
Why did you come here then? She forced a teasing tone. Was it the alcohol? The espresso?
Neither.
His gaze met hers.
It was you.
The air around them seemed to still. Sage couldn't have looked away even if she'd wanted to. When Dexter stood, she also rose, and they both took a step forward. His gaze searched her face.
We don't have to do this.
Yes. She lifted her hand to cup his cheek, then leaned forward and touched her lips to him. I believe we do. Dexter didn't have to worry what the morning after would be like with Sage because she was still sleeping when he crawled out of bed. He scrawled a note to her, then headed to his place to shower and get ready for his meeting with Ethan. Gianna was working early today, so Ethan had asked if they could meet at his home rather than his downtown office. With the strap of his laptop bag slung over his shoulder, Dexter shifted from one foot to the other as he waited for the door to open. His report to Ethan had been thorough and extremely clear. His recommendations for changes, as well as for further studies, had been equally clear. When Ethan had set up the meeting to go over the results, Dexter had been puzzled. Then he'd reminded himself that Ethan had always been a hands-on kind of guy. Undoubtedly, he wanted to hear Dexter's recommendations in person and discuss what the stats were showing. For the next hour, over coffee at the kitchen table, that's what they did. Discussed, dove down, reviewed, and came to conclusions.
This is good data.
Ethan gave an approving nod.
You gave me the information and the analysis I asked for. There will need to be significant changes to some areas if you want to shore up your bottom line.
Dexter took a long sip of coffee. Though Sage had kept him up late, Dexter didn't feel at all tired this morning. He felt both relaxed and revved.
I knew significant changes needed to be made at Outdoorgy, but it's a good company, and I want it to succeed.
Ethan's voice held conviction.
Not just because I want to make money, either. I want those who work at the company and in the stores across the U.S. to succeed. Most of the people who work at Outdoorgy support its mission of using recycled, organic, and renewable materials in making outdoor clothing and footwear. Like I said, I believe you can turn it around.
Dexter sat back in his chair.
Change doesn't always come easily, and you've got some hard decisions ahead of you.
Ethan rubbed his chin.
I don't like the idea of needing to determine which attributes to target for excellence and which to target for inferior performance. It's difficult, that's for sure. Dexter agreed. The best advice I can give you and your partners is to focus on what the data is showing. It's clear that your customers are less concerned about wide selection and price than they are in having cutting-edge products from a company that is known for being environmentally friendly. The charts you've included make that very clear. While some care about visiting a physical store, a large majority are just as happy purchasing online, as long as you have quick shipping and a fair return policy.
Dexter paused.
Which means it would be prudent to look at the number of stores you have and consider eliminating some in smaller markets and consolidating others in large cities.
Ethan nodded.
We'll be talking about next steps and making the hard decisions.
Dexter knew the we Ethan referred to were his partners in this venture, Gianna and Kyle and Eliza Kendrick.
Just keep in mind that the goal should be to create a win between operational savings and value-added services, such as by closing low-performing stores while having a stellar website coupled with a liberal return policy and fast shipping.
Ethan expelled a breath.
You've given me a lot to think about, Dexter. The data has given you a lot to think about.
True. Ethan chuckled.
I firmly believe, in the end, this will not only be a stable company, but a thriving one that will benefit everyone.
Dexter nodded and closed his laptop. There really wasn't anything more to say. He glanced around the kitchen. It struck Dexter that he'd been spending a lot of time in kitchens lately. This kitchen, his mother's kitchen, Sage's kitchen. His lips curved. Sage's bedroom.
On a personal note, what's going on with you and Sage?
Ethan brought his coffee mug to his lips, but didn't take a drink, merely staring at Dexter over the rim.
She's helping me with my research?
Dexter tried for casual, but the words sounded stiff, even to his own ears. Ethan laughed.
Is that what you call it?
Dexter gritted his teeth and reminded himself that Ethan was a friend.
Whatever is going on between me and Sage is private. You like her?
Ethan's expression turned serious.
Genuinely. Of course I like her.
Dexter spoke easily now, his emotions back under tight control.
She's a nice person. Evie is a nice person. Yes, she is. Sage is different.
The realization that Ethan was Sage's boss hit Dexter too late.
Ethan, if you're concerned that my research is taking Sage away from her job, or that I'm taking advantage of your employee, you don't need to be.
Ethan burst out in a booming laugh. Dexter wasn't sure why anything he'd said was so funny.
Dexter, Sage is great at her job. I've no fear she'll shirk her responsibilities. And the last thing in the world I'd be worried about is you taking advantage of her with your research, or otherwise.
Dexter didn't appreciate the smirk Ethan couldn't quite conceal behind his coffee cup.
Sage and I are friends.
The word seemed woefully inadequate when Dexter thought of his feelings for Sage. Yes, the fact that Sage was smart and easy to talk to had made them friends, not to mention she was beautiful. But the peace he felt when he was with her, the growing connection between them, baffled him. They'd barely begun the experiment. How could his feelings be so strong so quickly?
Okay.
Ethan offered a conciliatory smile.
Friends. Got it.
Dexter pushed back his chair and stood.
Well, I better... You need couples to answer questions.
Ethan stood.
I do.
One more thing to add to his list for today.
I'm coming up with a list of potentials, and Gladys will be weighing in with her suggestions on Wednesday.
I have an idea, Ethan said as he walked Dexter to the door.
Why don't you do a trial run with me and Gianna?
Dexter couldn't hide his surprise. He'd considered Ethan and Gianna as a possible resource, but hadn't wanted to impose on their friendship.
You'd be willing to do that?
You bet. Why don't you and Sage come by cabin number 5 at Paintbrush tomorrow night around 7?
Paintbrush?
Gianna and I are considering making some changes to the interior. Ethan smiled. You can ask your questions while we work.
That time is good for me.
Dexter considered.
I don't know if Sage...
She's working days all this week, Ethan said, not giving him a chance to finish. Gianna wants to get to know her better. It will work best if you bring her.
Okay, I'll ask her.
Dexter paused when they reached the door, his hand on the doorknob as he turned back. He knew how it felt to be the subject of gossip.
Don't say anything to Gianna about me and Sage. She's new in town, and I don't want people talking about her.
Hey. Ethan lifted his hands, palms out. I don't know what's going on with you and Sage, beyond friendship, of course. So whatever it is, your secret is safe with me. Sage sipped her club soda as she sat at the bar, laptop open in front of her, as she worked on the employee's schedule for the next month. Since the Dingaling was open for business, she should probably do this in her office. But she'd spent the day checking the inventory and ordering, and she'd needed to be out among people. Even if the only person she was around was Ted, who was tending bar this evening, and who would also take orders between 4 and 5. Sage had it on her list to speak with Ethan about changing the starting hours during the week from 4 to 5, at least during the off-season, when customers during that time period tended to be scarce. At least that had been the case since she'd arrived in Good Hope. She decided to give it another week to see if it still held true before broaching the possibility with Ethan. The sound of footsteps on the hardwood floor had Sage looking up. The smile on her face stilled. Evie, looking adorable in a pencil skirt, cotton sweater, and boots, strode up to the bar. In the light, Sage saw that Evie's blonde hair boasted a thin stripe of blue, the same color as her skirt. Ted, who'd been arranging glasses, turned with a smile.
Evie, my sweet. Looking good?
Hi, Ted. Evie smiled at the burly bartender as she glanced around the deserted bar. Deserted except for Ted and Sage. Evie offered Sage a tentative smile and made her way down to where Sage sat. Do you have a few minutes to talk? Sure. Sage closed her laptop and gestured to the empty stool beside her. Do you want to sit here, or... Evie shot a glance in Ted's direction. Could I get the Monday burger and fries special, Ted? Oh, and a Coke.
Coming right up, pretty lady.
When Ted turned away to place the order, Sage picked up her laptop and drink and followed Evie across the room to a table in the far corner. You must have gotten off work early today. Sage decided that easing into a conversation was better than asking Evie what she wanted with her, because it was clear the young woman had something on her mind. Gianna has clients who like to schedule their haircuts before the workday starts, so she comes in early on Monday. I come in at 6:30 to open the salon. Do you like that? Sage paused. Ted set the Coke on the table.
Lot of ice, just like you prefer.
Thanks, Ted.
Your burger and fries won't take long.
Once Ted had strolled off, Evie lifted the glass to her lips and took a dainty sip. I do like coming in early, mostly because it means I get to leave early. This afternoon, you came here. Sage inclined her head. To talk to me. Evie took another drink of her cola before answering. You know Dexter. Evie studied her. You two seemed friendly when I saw you at the party together. I met Dexter here. Sage decided to keep it simple. He's a nice guy. I heard that you were with him yesterday at Muddy Boots, Evie reminded her. Keep it simple, Sage told herself. My sister and brother invited me to join them for breakfast. Evie gave a nod as she unwrapped her straw. I broke up with Dexter last week. Did he tell you that? Sage offered a cautious nod. She hoped, that by now she would know where this conversation was headed. She still didn't have a clue. Evie tossed her head, sending her long blonde hair tumbling down her back. The thing is, I have a lot of friends. Friends are good to have. Sage picked up her glass of LaCroix and took a drink. They never liked me with Dexter, Evie confided. Sure, he's a nice guy, and he's super hot, but he never wanted to do anything. What's the point of dating someone who doesn't ever want to go out on a date? Before Sage could respond, Evie continued. Anyway, since you're new here, I thought you might be a good one to offer advice. You don't know me. Why does that matter? Evie shrugged. You're a woman. You have opinions, right? Besides, most of my friends don't like Dexter. They'd love to see him squirm. Because they're convinced that he's boring and doesn't want to go out on dates? Exactly! Evie paused when she spotted Ted approaching with her food.
Here you go.
Ted set the platter in front of Evie and pulled a bottle of ketchup out of his apron pocket.
Anything else?
No. Evie flashed a smile. We're good here. Evie might be good, Sage thought, but this whole conversation was getting more and more weird. Okay, so here's the bottom line. Evie deposited a glob of ketchup on her plate, then swirled a fry in it. I broke up with Dexter, and now I don't know what to do. You want him back? Good God, no. Evie made a face, although it might be fun to try. But she waved a hand. No. So what's the problem? The problem is that he's going around asking everybody about love. He's asking everybody how you fall in love with someone. How do you make someone love you? Blah, blah, blah. Evie frowned. It's embarrassing for him and for me. Because? Sage prompted. Evie set down the burger she'd just picked up. Because I don't want him? How am I supposed to get him to understand that he's not who I want and that I'm never going to want to get back together with him? Sage supposed she could explain what Dexter was actually doing, but that wasn't her story to tell, which left her with only one possible response. I'm sure you let him down as directly and gently as you could. I did. I really did. Evie's voice rose, but it didn't matter, as there was no one around to hear. Maybe don't do anything more just yet, Sage suggested. See how it goes. Evie's gaze turned thoughtful as she munched on another fry. I suppose I could do that. But like I said, it's just so embarrassing. Not so much for me, but for him. It's kind of pathetic, really. Pathetic? Sage felt a muscle in her jaw jump. That's kind of you to think of his feelings. Well, he's not a bad person. Kind of boring, but hot. You know what I mean. Sage thought of last night. Yes, definitely hot. Maybe you could do something for me? Evie's blue eyes met Sage's. What would you like me to do? If my name comes up, say something like, you know that I'm gorgeous and all, but he just needs to forget about me and move on. Make him understand that I won't want to get back together with him. This was one request that required absolutely no thought. Sage smiled. I can do that. Chapter 13. As soon as Sage left the Dingaling, she headed straight over to Connections, the mental health clinic that Trinity co-owned with fellow psychologist Liam Gallagher. The single-story building, with its brick and timber design and large windows, sat on the edge of Good Hope, just off Highway 42. The bells over the door jingled when she pushed it open, playing a soothing melody Sage couldn't quite identify. Even with the main room empty, the place had a welcoming vibe. Sage figured Peyton must have already left for the day because there was no one at the reception desk. She started across the waiting room, but didn't make it far before Liam appeared.
Sage, it's good to see you. Trinity mentioned you were stopping by. Something about a shopping trip to Sturgeon Bay?
He was a handsome man with wavy auburn hair and a friendly smile, and Sage had liked him the moment she'd met him. They'd danced together at Trinity and Ryder's wedding. She recalled wishing at the time that he lived in Chicago. Nice guys in her Windy City world had been few and far between, and she had some friends she'd been itching to fix up. As she stared into Liam's friendly hazel eyes, Sage found herself thinking about Dexter and wondering what he was doing this evening. She realized Liam was staring at her. Sage struggled to recall the question. Trinity is hoping to find something new to wear to Luther and Natalia's wedding. Sage inclined her head. Will you be there? He shook his head.
I don't know either of them very well, so I guess it's no surprise that I wasn't invited. What about you?
No invitation for me. Sage thought about Dexter. Had he been invited? If he had, would he be taking a +1?
If you're free that evening.
Liam had barely begun speaking when her phone buzzed. Excuse me. Sage offered an apologetic smile. My mother texted she'd be calling.
Of course.
Liam stepped back to give her privacy.
I'll see what's keeping Trinity and make sure she knows you're here.
Thanks. Phone in hand, Sage glanced at the screen and saw Dexter was calling, not her mother. Her lips curved. He'd left her a note that morning, a hastily scribbled one about a meeting with Ethan. She hadn't heard from him since. Not that she'd expected to. He was busy, she was busy. Hey, you. She kept her voice low.
Are you available tomorrow evening?
Sage nearly rolled her eyes. Classic Dexter, straight to the point. Why?
Ethan invited you and me to Paintbrush tomorrow at 7. He says we can interview him and Gianna.
Wyatt told me about that place. The old cabins they're renovating and turning into an artist colony, right? Sage kept her tone as offhand as his. I'd like to see it.
You'll come?
I'll be there. She nearly asked what his plans were for later tonight, but kept her mouth shut. They'd seen a lot of each other lately. Her lips curved. A whole lot.
Okay then,
he said, then added,
I enjoyed last night.
I did too. Sage might have said more, but Trinity appeared and called out, Hi, Mom.
Hi, Mom?
Dexter's voice rose. Sage laughed. Talk to you later. She turned to her sister. Ready to go? Trinity kept Sage entertained on the short drive to Sturgeon Bay with stories about Zoe and her friends. They are so into sports, which, Trinity qualified, is so much better than being into boys. She's too young to be interested in boys. She's 13. Trinity sailed past Egg Harbor, leaving the small community in the rear view. You and I both knew plenty of girls who were all about boys at that age. We did. Sage thought back to those times in foster care before she'd been adopted. Some of the foster parents had been strict. Others wouldn't have cared if she'd stayed out all night. I think it's best to keep guys on the back burner until she's, say, 21? Trinity laughed. You, Ryder, and I are definitely on the same page. You're happy with him? Though said as a question, Sage really had no doubt. There was a glow about Trinity whenever her sister was with Ryder. Heck, most of the time, simply saying his name brought out the smiles. I love him, Sage. Trinity's eyes took on a distant look. I realize there are other good men out there, but none of them were right for me. Then I met Ryder. We clicked, and the rest, as they say, is history. I'm happy for you. Reaching over, Sage gave her sister's arm a squeeze. She understood what her sister meant. She'd met her share of good men in Chicago. Not a lot. It wasn't like they were everywhere, but enough. Yet none had been the right one for her, which was why there had been no heartache when the relationships had ended. Sage remembered her talk with Wyatt and Greer about fate and magic. There had been no sense of fate, no magic, with any of those guys. She'd analyzed each one carefully. This one was nice, but he wanted to have children immediately, which didn't work for Sage's career. That one was funny, but he wasn't always reliable, and she didn't want that in the long term. She had great chemistry with this other one, but apparently so did lots of other women in the bar. She thought about Evie talking about Dexter's pros and cons, and for once, she had no desire to analyze a man. She just enjoyed being with him. Trinity pulled into a parking spot near the docks. There are lots of great shops and restaurants in this area. Do you want to eat first and then shop, or do it the other way around? You're the one looking for a dress, not me. It's your call. Stepping out of the car, her sister glanced down the row of shops. It's a Monday night, and I'm not sure how late the stores stay open, so let's see if we can find a dress first. Sage fully expected her job for the evening would be to sit in a chair and watch Trinity model an assortment of dresses and then give her the thumbs up or thumbs down. Instead, shortly after they entered the first store, located in a renovated warehouse, Trinity shoved a dress into her hands. You absolutely have to try this on, her sister insisted. The colors are perfect for you. Sage glanced at the vibrant autumn color. Her first inclination was to dub it boring. Then she saw that it was a wrap dress. She shrugged. I'm not really in the market for... Sometimes you have to grab 'em when you find 'em. Trinity heaved a frustrated breath as she reached the end of the dresses in her size. It seems like when you're looking is when they're impossible to find. Sage bought the dress that she had no need for, while she and Trinity visited 3 more boutiques before her sister found one that worked. Bags in hands, they exited the last store, then glanced toward the other shops near the waterfront. What sounds good to you? Trinity asked. Being outside by the water? Sage pointed to a small cafe with an outdoor seating area. That looks wonderful. If it was 20 degrees warmer. I agree. I think we should find some place inside. Preferably with a good furnace. It was, Sage knew, her own fault. Instead of wearing her heavier coat tonight, she'd gone for style. It hadn't mattered until the sun had set and the wind had picked up. Now, down by the water, the wind whipped right through her coat as if it were nothing. There's a fun Thai place that Ryder and I love, Trinity began. Or if Thai sounds good to me. The time over a meal of pad Thai and tom yum goong flew by. Sage realized just how much she'd missed her sister. We need to get Amber to move here, Sage announced as she and Trinity enjoyed their dessert of kue tot.
She's been teaching at that same school in Detroit for years.
Trinity stabbed one of the deep-fried bananas.
I don't know how easy it would be to pry her away and make the change.
I made the change, Sage reminded her sister.
Yes.
Trinity put down her fork.
How's that going? We've talked about everything else tonight except you.
Not much to tell. Though her tone remained easy, Sage couldn't stop the smile.
Oh, there's something to tell.
Trinity leaned forward.
And you want to tell me. I can see it.
Is that what you say to your clients? Sage's tone turned sing-song.
I know you want to tell me all your secrets, so just spill.
Of course not.
Trinity's expression softened. And you're my sister, not a client.
When Sage remained silent, Trinity searched her face.
Perhaps I misread the situation. If you don't want to tell me, don't. Just know I'm here anytime you want to talk.
I slept with Dexter Woodard.
Really? Huh.
Trinity picked up her fork and stabbed another bite of banana.
How was it?
I've known the guy less than 2 weeks, and all you can say is, how was it? Sage wasn't certain exactly how she'd expected her sister to respond, but this complete nonchalance wasn't it.
I assume you felt comfortable enough with him to let him get that close.
First, let me be clear. Having sex doesn't mean we're starting a serious relationship. We're simply two consenting, unattached adults who are attracted to each other. Sage saw no reason to tell her sister that lately she'd been feeling closer to Dex. I like him. He's smart, direct, and funny, though I'm not sure most people see it. He's a good person. She thought of how he'd moved back to Good Hope to be near his mother, and how he hadn't said a disparaging word about Evie, despite the fact that her ending things had made no sense to him.
I'm glad, then.
Trinity's brows pulled together.
You say he's unattached. For some reason, I thought he was dating Evie Eastman.
He was. Sage set down her fork, unable to eat another bite. Evie broke up with him unexpectedly the night we first met.
Unexpectedly? He had no idea it was coming?
I know what you're thinking.
What am I thinking, dear sister?
You are wondering how such a smart guy could be so clueless. Trinity chuckled.
You said it, not me.
Her surprising him that way kind of knocked Dexter off kilter.
How so?
Sage knew her sister, knew that Trinity would keep in confidence whatever she told her. So, keeping her voice low, she laid it out for Trinity, beginning with the night Dexter had strolled into the ding-a-ling and ending with his determination to discover the truth about love.
I'm aware of the work done by Elaine and Arthur Aaron on the formation of intimacy.
Trinity studied her sister.
I'm just surprised someone like Dexter, who, from what I understand, is more traditionally science-focused, is willing to give their 36 questions any credence.
I'm not sure he believes answering the questions would do what they're supposed to do, but those questions and the ones on Gladys's relationship cards are all he has to go on as he searches for answers.
Gladys's cards?
Trinity laughed aloud, causing several nearby customers to turn in their seats. They only smiled at the pretty blonde woman with the infectious laugh and turned back to their food. Are you familiar with them? Sage couldn't hide her excitement.
Oh, yes.
A rarely seen dimple winked in Trinity's left cheek.
Ryder and I were gifted the deck from Greer and Wyatt.
Did you and Ryder find the questions helpful? Sage asked. Her sister was a mental health professional. If Trinity thought the cards were worthwhile and gave them her endorsement, that would give them more credence with Dexter.
As I've always been interested in the psychology of relationships, when I got the deck from Greer, my intent was to simply go through the cards myself.
Trinity's lips quirked upward. Then I made the mistake of mentioning to Ryder that some of the questions were quite racy. As you can imagine, that piqued his interest. Sage thought of the first 6 questions of the 36 the psychologists had developed that she and Dexter had answered. Not a racy one in the bunch. Tell me about those questions. I have a better idea. Trinity leaned forward, her blue eyes bright with interest. This Friday night is cider tasting night at Rake's farm. That sounds like fun, but what does that have to do with sexy relationship cards? That night, Zoe is going to be at the church for a lock-in. The kids are going to carve pumpkins, all that kind of stuff. Trinity waved a hand. Ryder and I will be attending the cider tasting alone. Again, that sounds like fun, but you and Dexter should come with us. Trinity rolled over whatever argument Sage was about to muster. While we're there, we can answer any of your questions about the cards.
These cabins are now available for use by visiting artists. There is also one artist in residence, but Ethan won't even tell me her name.
Dexter gestured to the cabin off to their left. Sage smiled. Some people love their privacy. Dexter directed the car slowly down the graveled lane, past whimsical cabins that were all constructed in the same style. From what Sage could see, the only difference appeared to be the colors of the trim. When they reached cabin number 5, Dexter pulled in next to a silver Range Rover and cut the engine.
We're here.
Do you have any idea how this interview will go? Sage asked, making no move to open her door. Though she considered Ethan a friend of sorts, he was still her boss. Interrogating him and his bride, the couple hadn't been married all that long, would feel awkward. Then Sage reminded herself that Dexter was Ethan's friend, and the guys had made these arrangements. She just hoped Gianna was willing. 30 minutes later, Dexter had yet to ask his friend a single question about anything having to do with love. After discussing all the upcoming activities in Good Hope this fall, Ethan began telling her about the history of paintbrush.
One of my great-grandmothers was an artist. In the 1920s, she started a camp here to provide art therapy to shell-shocked soldiers from World War I. In the 1990s, my father rented out the cabins to summer visitors. When they started to need repairs, he wasn't interested in sinking money into them. They'd been in decline for many years before I bought them.
Izzy Deschler, or I guess Izzy Holbrook now, did the murals. Gianna smiled. Each cabin has a different mural. I've seen them all, and it's really difficult to pick a favorite. Sage stepped closer to the mural on the wall, one that featured the town square decorated for Christmas. She reached out, but didn't touch. She's very talented. This gazebo looks magical. I know it's magical to Izzy. Gianna smiled. It's where she told her husband that they were pregnant. Now they have Ivy. That's a pretty name, Sage murmured. Izzy is a wonderful mother and a good friend. Gianna studied Sage. Evie is also a good friend. She told me how kind you were when she stopped into the ding-a-ling. I think she just needed someone neutral to vent to. Dexter shot a sharp glance in Sage's direction. Sage pretended not to notice. She seems like a sweet person, Sage said, because Gianna was staring at her expectantly. She is. Gianna turned to Dexter and looked as if she might say more, but Ethan spoke first.
Let's sit.
Ethan gestured to the sofa and chairs that apparently the couple had been rearranging before.
You can ask your questions.
Gianna and Ethan sat on the sofa beside each other, while Sage and Dexter sat opposite them in matching chairs.
Are you familiar with the 36 questions developed by Aaron and Aaron to promote intimacy in a relationship?
Dexter asked. Gianna and Ethan exchanged glances and shook their heads. The only questions I'm familiar with are the ones on Gladys's relationship cards. Gianna smiled. Ethan groaned.
Okay.
Dexter appeared to switch gears.
Do you feel that answering those particular questions was beneficial in furthering your relationship?
I told Gladys when she gave me the cards that Ethan and I were simply friends. Gianna's lips curved. She made me take the cards anyway. Sage thought about Trinity and Ryder and what her sister had told her about how they'd met. You're saying your relationship started out as a friendship? No lightning bolt? Ethan and Gianna both laughed. Well, I mean, sure, there was attraction at first sight, but no lightning bolt. For the briefest of moments, a shadow passed over Gianna's face. I'd been in a long-term relationship before I moved to Good Hope. My partner, Alan, had passed away the previous year. I wasn't looking for romance. Ethan wasn't either.
Did answering the questions on the cards help facilitate the transition from friendship to love?
Dexter asked. The first question was about our parents' relationship. Gianna expelled a shaky breath. I'd never talked about that relationship with anyone before Ethan.
My parents are prominent in this area,
Ethan said,
which was why I rarely spoke about anything personal.
That must have been difficult. Sage's voice was soft. To share such personal information, and with someone you barely knew. Yes and no. Yes, in that it's always difficult to let yourself be vulnerable. And no, in that I trusted Ethan. Gianna said simply. We were friends. I was surprised how good it felt to tell him things that I'd held tight to my chest for so many years.
I felt the same.
Ethan took Gianna's hand, then brought it to his mouth for a kiss.
I knew Gianna wasn't the kind of woman to be telling tales.
We talked about what a successful marriage looked like to us, Gianna added. That question made me feel close to Ethan. I felt as if I understood where he was coming from on some things, and that he understood me better because of what I'd shared with him.
Dexter nodded. It appears that this question, along with honest answers, promoted intimacy.
But the honesty wouldn't have been possible without the friendship, without the trust, right? Sage clarified. The couple nodded.
Were all the questions that personal?
Dexter asked.
You have the deck,
Ethan reminded him.
You could just look through them. I prefer not to look at them just yet. I don't want any preconceived ideas affecting my interviews.
Dexter smiled.
Besides which, I've been so busy with some analysis for my employer that I haven't had time.
Ethan laughed.
Cry me a river.
In answer to your question, Dexter, no, not all of the questions are serious. Gianna smiled. Our second one was about experiences we missed out on growing up.
Which led,
Ethan jumped in,
to Gianna admitting she'd never built a snowman. We also did snow angels, and that picture ended up in the open door. Front page. Snow angels?
Dexter's brows pulled together.
It looks as bad as it sounds,
Ethan said with a laugh, then sobered.
Doing the activity brought up some stuff about my dad. Made me realize I was more like him than I wanted to believe.
Wow, these cards sound like loads of fun, Sage joked.
You'll hear a lot of jokes about them.
Ethan clasped Gianna's hand.
But if the couples who used them are honest, I believe they'll say the questions were well worth answering.
Chapter 14. Instead of arranging for them to meet at the Living Center, Gladys had Dexter come to the Good Hope Community Theater. He'd hoped to bring Sage with him, but the time Gladys had set was during a staff meeting at the bar. Dexter hadn't realized that Gladys had such an active social and professional life.
I'm sorry to keep you waiting.
Gladys sat beside him in one of the theater seats.
What are you rehearsing?
Dexter knew after decades on the stage as an actor, Gladys had turned her talent to directing.
We're doing Very Still and Hard to See by Steve Yockey. We open next week.
Gladys smiled.
Think creepy haunted hotel. It's perfect for Halloween.
Sounds horrific. Dexter's eyes widened as he heard the words come out of his mouth.
No, I mean horrific like horror, the genre, not bad horrific. I'm sure it's not bad. Or, I'm sure it'll be good.
Gladys took mercy on him, reaching over to give his arm a squeeze.
I understand you, Dexter. Thank you.
Then her pale blue eyes settled on him.
I've come up with a list of 5 couples who I believe will be perfect. Sage and I already spoke with Ethan and Gianna, and we have plans to speak with Trinity and Ryder on Friday at the cider tasting.
Gladys's lips curved.
Getting a jump start, eh? It just worked out that way, Dexter admitted. I am eager to get answers and put this whole love thing to bed. I'm sure you are.
Gladys's cough sounded suspiciously like a chuckle.
It's nice that Sage is helping you. She's been very helpful. Have you 2 answered any of the questions from the deck yet?
Gladys arched a brow.
Not yet. But you plan to.
Dexter hesitated for only a second.
We're both intrigued by the questions. Always good to be intrigued. Gladys, when you're done, a man called out. I have a question about the lighting in the first act. Give me 5, she called, then refocused on Dexter. When you've been involved in the theater for as long as I have, you have a little bit of knowledge on a lot of things. Or, in my case, a lot of knowledge.
Dexter smiled. Gladys was outspoken. She never hedged, just said what was on her mind. Dexter appreciated that.
Who is on your list? In addition to the 2 couples you mentioned, I would add these 3. Luther and Natalia, Theo and Izzy, and Anita and Len.
When he opened his mouth, Gladys held up a hand.
Let me tell you why I chose who I did. Luther and Natalia had a whirlwind courtship. They'd known each other before, but had walked away from that relationship. Now they're getting married.
What about Theo and Izzy? Though Izzy had moved to Good Hope more than a handful of years ago, she wasn't a hometown girl, and Dr. Theo Holbrook was also relatively new to the community.
You don't know either couple very well.
Gladys smiled.
Which means you won't go into your interview with them with any preconceived ideas.
Because they don't know me, it's also likely they'll turn me down. He felt as if he was stating the obvious, but it had to be said.
They'll say yes.
Gladys's sly smile had Dexter wondering if Gladys might be planning to do some behind-the-scenes nudging. If she did, that was okay with him. He'd been serious when he'd told her he was eager to put this whole love thing to bed.
I'm certain you put a lot of thought into who you chose. But Len and Anita?
Dexter shook his head.
They're an odd choice. Why?
Gladys straightened in her seat.
Because they're older?
No, because from what I know, they're not planning to get married. Dexter remembered when Len, former Good Hope sheriff, had lost his wife to cancer, and when Anita had used the proceeds of her divorce from Bernie Fishback, the Bagel King, to start Crumb and Cake. The woman had 2 marriages under her belt, and then there was her long relationship with Steve Bloom, though that had fizzled. Now Anita was with Len.
I believe you said the information you sought was concerning what led people to fall in love and stay in love. Nothing was said about marriage.
Gladys pinned him with those eerie eyes.
Unless that has changed. No, nothing has changed. The positive about Len and Anita is that they haven't answered the relationship card questions, which means you can either have them answer your 36-question list or 3 of the relationship cards.
Gladys smiled.
Who knows? It may be just enough to deepen the intimacy between them for wedding bells to be in their future.
I've been really looking forward to this evening. Sage pulled her gaze from the brilliant autumn foliage outside the passenger window to smile at Dexter. She'd had a busy day. The thought of seeing Dexter and spending time with him this evening had kept her going.
Should be interesting.
Dexter slanted a glance in her direction.
Feel up to answering a few questions while we're in the car? That way we can make the most of our time.
Sage hesitated. While she was as much about multitasking as the next gal, she hadn't planned on working this evening. Answering questions felt like working.
I looked at the list, and this one should be easy enough to answer,
Dexter continued, without waiting for her reply.
What, if anything, is too serious to be joked about?
Sage studied him for a long moment. Her feelings for him continued to grow, but sometimes it felt as if she was merely a partner in his quest for answers. If that was the case, was she okay with that?
Sage,
he prompted.
Do you need me to repeat the question?
No, I heard you. She thought for a second. Feelings.
Please explain.
Joking when the other person is being real and honest about their feelings.
Why would someone do that?
Dexter asked, his brows pulling together. Being honest about loving someone, or not loving them, can be difficult. I think it's important, as a mature adult, to not skirt the issue. If it comes up, that is. Dexter nodded. What about you? She asked. Same question.
I'd say depression.
Dexter's tone turned thoughtful.
I had a roommate in college who suffered from depression. I don't feel it's appropriate to make light of such a serious issue.
Dexter pulled into a paved lot filled with cars. When she stepped from the car, Sage took a deep, calming breath and fought to regain her party mentality. It's a perfect night for a party. Giving a distracted nod, Dexter took her arm.
Shall we do one more question?
Sage glanced around. Car doors slammed all around them, and excited laughter and conversation filled the air. You know, I think we're supposed to be really focused when we do these, and I can't focus here. How about we save more questions for later? Dexter lifted a hand in greeting to an older couple several car rows over, then returned his attention to Sage.
You're right.
Dexter shifted the subject to the various kinds of cider they would likely taste this evening. His ability to seamlessly move from research to data amazed Sage and left her more confused than ever. This is a beautiful structure. Sage paused outside the barn at Rake's farm and took a moment to savor. The exterior was fully decorated for fall with fat pumpkins, colorful gourds, and corn stalks tied together. Planters of autumn-colored mums flanked the exterior of the massive barn. Dexter studied the building as if seeing it for the first time.
I suppose it is.
You suppose? Sage teased. Or you know.
It's impressive,
Dexter acknowledged, then added,
but you're the one who's beautiful.
Warmth flooded Sage at the unexpected compliment. Well, thank you. You're looking good tonight yourself. As the event had been billed as casual, neither of them had dressed up. Dexter wore dark pants and a gray sweater, while Sage had chosen a rust-colored tunic top, leggings, and boots. They strolled into the building, and heat traveled up her arm from their clasped hands. They'd made love, but hadn't so much as kissed since then. Not that they'd had much opportunity in the past 5 days. He'd been busy, she'd been busy. Would she invite him up to her place tonight? Would he invite her up to his? Did she really want whatever this was that was building between them to be primarily about sex? No, she decided, thinking of the way Gianna looked at Ethan, the way Ethan looked at his wife. Heck, the way her sister and brother looked at their spouses. That's what she wanted. What, deep down, she'd always wanted. She might not have had stellar role models in her early years, but Jerry and Eileen McConnell had shown her, and all her siblings, what true love looked like. True love. Sage nearly groaned aloud. Why was she even thinking about love? And when she did, why did Dexter Woodard's face spring to mind? Shoving the confusing thoughts aside, Sage stepped with Dexter into the barn and gasped. This is amazing! Maybe a little over the top, but I love it. The colors, the decorations. Look at the size of those dahlias! Sage leaned into Dexter as she nodded toward an arrangement of deep red flowers intermixed with orange and gold leaves. The scent of warm cinnamon lingered in the air, but it didn't come close to smelling as good as Dexter.
I can tell you one thing. I've never seen so many pumpkin lights under one roof.
Dexter's wry tone had Sage chuckling. Let's go check out the cider. It looks like they have samples of all the varieties.
There's more than one?
You mentioned all the varieties earlier. She elbowed him in the side. How can there be judging if there is only one way to make it? Dexter only smiled, and she realized that he was teasing her. She didn't mind. In fact, she liked that he felt comfortable enough with her to relax and be himself. She grabbed his hand. Come on, we're not meeting up with Trinity and Ryder until 8, so we have plenty of time to explore. Dexter, I didn't realize you'd be here. Delight ran through the older woman's words like a pretty ribbon. And who is this with you? Sage placed the woman somewhere in her late 50s to early 60s. Her short, mostly gray hair might have made her look older than she was. Her smile, while curious, held warmth and welcome.
Mom!
Surprise sounded in Dexter's voice.
Should you be around so many people? Her counts are good,
the man beside her said in a tight tone. The doctor has encouraged me to get out and enjoy life. Dexter's mother might have spoken to her son, but her curious eyes remained on Sage. Realizing she still held Dexter's hand, Sage released it and stepped forward. She extended her hand. I've heard so many nice things about you, Mrs. Woodard. I'm Sage McConnell. It's a pleasure to meet you. The soft hand that took hers had a surprisingly strong grip. Sage liked the way Dexter's mother looked her straight in the eye. It's so lovely to meet you. Mrs. Woodard's gaze searched hers. Sage is such a lovely name. And please, call me LaDonna. The older woman inclined her head. Do you live here in Good Hope, Sage? I moved here about 3 weeks ago. Sage might have said more, but Dexter's dad spoke.
McConnell. Any relation to Wyatt?
Yes, he's my brother. I take it you know him?
Everyone knows him. Barely was in town a month when he ran for mayor. Came close to winning, too.
Sage stiffened, then told herself that the man was simply relaying a fact, not criticizing her brother. Wyatt is a fierce competitor, but Greer prevailed. From what I hear, she's doing a stellar job. Sage tried, but couldn't keep the hint of coolness from her tone. You must be Dexter's father.
Yes, Dexter said. This is... I can introduce myself,
Ken said, cutting off his son's introduction.
Ken Woodard.
It's a pleasure to meet you as well, Mr. Woodard. Sage waited for the permission to call him Ken, but that didn't come.
If you'll excuse us, we were just on our way to check out the cider offerings.
Dexter would have turned away, but his mother spoke before he could. "That's where we're headed." Undisguised eagerness filled LaDonna's voice. "That's wonderful." Sage smiled. "We can go together." LaDonna fell into step with Sage on the way to the table, leaving Dexter to bring up the rear with his father. Knowing how Dexter felt about his dad, Sage guessed the arrangement wasn't ideal, but his mother seemed so happy asking questions about her family and telling Sage about her career as a librarian. The samples of cider were in small paper cups. Dexter and his dad might not have sampled any, if not for Sage and LaDonna handing them each a cup when they took one. LaDonna's eyes danced with merriment, as if this were a game she and Sage were playing, as they commented on each variety.
"This is the worst stuff of them all."
Ken made a noise of displeasure and tossed the cup into the large trash barrel near the table.
"I agree. This blend is horrible."
Dexter's cup followed his father's into the trash. "I don't know if horrible is the word I'd use." Sage rolled the mixture around in her mouth in an attempt to identify the problem. Then she smiled in triumph. "It has too much nutmeg." Ken looked at Sage in astonishment.
"How are you able to do that? Tell that it's the nutmeg. It just tasted bad to me."
"Sage is a mixologist," Dexter told his father.
"What in the heck is that?"
Ken appeared honestly perplexed. "I studied the history and techniques of making cocktails. I'm skilled at identifying ingredients and knowing which ones work best together." Sage never knew how someone would respond when she told them what she did. Some were impressed, others skeptical and dismissive. From the little Dexter had said about his father, she expected the latter. He surprised her. Ken rubbed his chin.
"That's interesting. You think so?"
A deaf person could have heard the shock in Dexter's voice. His father studied him.
"You don't?" "Of course I do. It's just you... well, you..."
Dexter stumbled over the words, appearing uncertain. "It's that many people don't," Sage offered in a nonchalant tone. "Just like they don't value all that a bartender needs to know." "Do you bartend, too?" LaDonna asked, appearing intrigued. "My job is to manage the ding-a-ling and get the new cocktail truck up and running." Sage smiled. "I fill in at the bar when we're short. I like to help, and it keeps my skills honed." Sage might have said more, but several friends of LaDonna's rushed over with squeals of delight. After saying their goodbyes to his parents, she and Dexter stepped away.
"I hope her doctor knows what he's doing,"
Dexter muttered.
"There's a lot of people here. It's starting to be the season for colds and flu."
"You said your mother is done with treatments." He nodded.
"She finished back in January."
"Which means her immune system is likely no longer depressed." Sage gestured with her head to where his mother stood laughing with friends. His father, too, appeared to be relaxed and was conversing with a couple of men. Being around friends might be the best thing for her. Dexter gave a noncommittal shrug, but some of the worry seemed to leave his eyes.
"I wonder..."
"There you are!" Finn rushed over to them. "I was hoping to see you here this evening." Sage had spoken with Finn extensively after Ethan had made his offer. Despite her brother and sister living here, Sage hadn't wanted to move for a job that the community's economic climate might not support. Both Greer, as mayor, and Finn, in her PR capacity, had been very helpful and forthcoming in offering information that had eased Sage's concerns. "What do you think of the event?" With her blonde streaked hair and stylish dress, Finn had the same big city polish that had been so common at Drench. More important, Finn possessed a confidence and take-charge attitude that Sage admired. "I think the venue is amazing. The sampling of the ciders is a lovely touch, and I can't wait to see if my favorite comes out on top." Sage carefully considered Finn's question as she continued, knowing that more was wanted than a simple, "it's lovely." "I haven't tried any of the cheese samples or the pies. Everything is here except—" For the first time, Sage hesitated, unsure exactly how much input to give. After all, she hadn't been involved in the planning for this event. She didn't know the goals. By the Halloween bounce house at the far end of the barn, this was clearly a family-friendly event, which meant,
"Spit it out, Sage. I don't have all day."
despite her light-hearted words, Finn kept her expression serious. "I believe the event would be bolstered by the presence of autumn-inspired drinks."
"Drinks with alcohol?"
Finn's tone remained mild.
"At a family-friendly event?"
"That may be a consideration," Sage acknowledged. "However, the presence of children doesn't always preclude alcohol being served. If you don't want to serve alcoholic beverages inside, once the cocktail truck is up and running, it could be parked outside. Better yet, you could have a 21 and over area in one part of the barn." Sage's mind started racing. "I know the focus is the cider tasting competition, but the grind has some fabulous fall smoothies and specialty drinks that don't include alcohol. Still, from the events I've attended elsewhere, it seems that people attending evening events appreciate a choice, including alcohol, in specialty drink offerings." Finn tapped a finger against her lips.
"I think we need to recruit you for one of our event planning committees."
"I'd be happy to serve." Sage knew that becoming more involved would be a good opportunity to learn more about how everything worked in Good Hope. Finn turned to Dexter, who'd been silently observing the exchange.
"You remind her that she said that she'd be happy to serve when I come calling with a committee assignment."
Dexter smiled.
"I will. Well, I need to scoot."
Finn offered a quick smile, then was gone.
"You're really passionate about this cocktail truck thing."
Sage smiled. "Why wouldn't I be?"
"No reason."
"You're passionate about the work that you're doing for Ethan. Or, I assume you are, since you haven't really said much about it." Resting the palm of his hand against the small of her back, Dexter maneuvered her over to an area that was less congested.
"I am passionate about the work I do. I don't talk about it because the data I analyze is highly sensitive. I'm not at liberty to go into particulars."
"Oh, of course. I should have realized that." Try as she might, Sage couldn't keep the stiffness from her tone. "Thanks for clarifying."
"Since I'm clarifying, let me say that I meant the passionate thing as a compliment."
The blue eyes that met hers were clear and direct.
"Knowledge and passion are a very sexy combination."
All at once, her irritation fled. "I admit I get a little touchy about my profession. While some see the value, others can be very dismissive."
"Trust me, I know how that feels."
Dexter slanted a glance toward his parents, who were sampling the various cheeses. Sage glanced around the large barn. "What do you want to do next?" She found herself hoping he'd tell her he wanted to get out of here and go someplace where they could be alone. When he leaned in close to her ear, her heart fluttered with anticipation as she waited for him to whisper the words she longed to hear.
"Your sister is motioning to us,"
he said in a low voice.
"So I'd say an interview is next on the agenda."
Chapter 15. Dexter wasn't quite sure exactly how it happened, but they managed to find a table that was relatively quiet. While Trinity and Sage held down the fort, he and Ryder headed to the coffee cart. Dexter recognized Treach from the hayride, working alongside a dark-haired girl Dexter didn't know. He ordered a coffee for himself and a latte for Sage. But when he reached into his wallet to pay, Ryder shook his head.
"Their drinks are on me, Raven,"
he told the dark-haired girl.
"It's your business,"
she said with a shrug. Her irreverent tone only made Ryder's smile widen.
And I'm not going to be able to stay in business if I keep giving away the product. Is that what you're saying?
Raven shrugged again, but a smile tugged at the corners of her lips. Your words, not mine. When Treach set the drinks on the counter and saw Dexter, he widened his eyes.
I know you. Did you and your friends enjoy the maze? Dexter asked. It was sick.
Dexter blinked.
He means it was great,
Ryder decoded before turning back to the boy.
Sounds like you guys had a blast.
Ryder lifted his cup and Trinity's.
Thanks, Cody. I thought his name was Treach,
Dexter murmured to Ryder as they made their way back to the table.
His given name is Cody Treacher. He likes to be called Treach when his friends are around. How did you know sick means great?
Dexter asked as they reached the table and he handed Sage her drink.
I employ a lot of teens, and I have a daughter who's 13.
At Trinity's questioning look, Ryder explained.
Cody said the corn maze was sick.
Trinity chuckled.
Gotta love the teen vernacular.
Thank you for the coffee. Sage smiled at Dexter.
Thank your brother-in-law. He comped our drinks,
Dexter said. Well, thank you, Ryder. Sage smiled. That was very nice of you.
I'm a nice guy.
Ryder took Trinity's hand and brought it to his lips.
Ask my wife.
Not to mention super sexy. Trinity shot him an impish look.
Okay.
Dexter held up a hand.
I think it's clear that yours is a love match, which is why I have questions.
Ryder took a sip of his cappuccino.
We're happy to answer your questions. Just keep them PG rated. You never know who might be lurking nearby.
Trinity told me that you got the relationship cards from Wyatt and Greer. Sage slanted a glance at Dexter. And that you, Ryder, were intrigued because you'd heard some of the questions were sexy. Ryder laughed and leaned back in his chair.
All true. I'm interested in the questions you answered, and if you felt answering them helped deepen your relationship.
Dexter decided to leave it at that and simply see how the two responded. From there, he would formulate more questions. Let me first say that when I received the deck from Greer, I was eager to look at the questions, Trinity admitted. Relationships are a big part of psychology, and I couldn't wait to study them. Dexter rubbed his chin.
You didn't answer them as a couple?
I read through a few of them on my own, then happened to mention to Ryder that I was surprised to find a few of them were quite racy.
Ryder grinned. Classic bait and switch. She tempted me with sexy, then pulled out the heavy hitters.
Actually, we never got to the heavy hitters, Trinity explained, or to any of the questions.
You didn't answer any of them.
Dexter glanced at Sage. This was a wrinkle he hadn't anticipated.
Now that I think of it, we didn't.
Ryder appeared startled by the realization.
There was a lot going on at the time with Zoe's mother dying and me getting custody. We had so many heavy-duty discussions around that time. But Trinity is right. We never did get around to answering the questions on the cards.
I can tell you, Trinity said, as if sensing Dexter's disappointment, that all of those heavy-duty questions Ryder is alluding to really did help us get to know each other, even though they weren't specifically on the cards. Dexter sensed by the way the two skirted what these heavy-duty questions involved that he wasn't going to get any specifics, which left him at a loss on what questions to ask them. I was struggling with some things when Gladys told me that great opportunities are often brilliantly described as impossible situations, Trinity added, then smiled. She then offered one final thought. Every relationship is just a big, honking leap of faith.
That's an odd thing to say,
Dexter began. Sage let out a peal of delighted laughter. Gladys quoted Lorelai Gilmore? Yes, she did. Trinity shook her head, a smile on her lips.
Who the heck was Lorelei Gilmore?
Dexter decided not to ask. He concluded there was no information to mine from the relationship cards, and there was also no point in going into the 36 questions, since the two already had an intimate relationship.
I'm going back to the basics,
Dexter announced.
I have 3 questions that I'd like each of you to answer.
Happy to, Trinity told him, then glanced at her husband. Ryder shrugged.
Sure, lay them on us. Question number 1. What makes your partner lovable?
Dexter was relieved that the answers came quickly and easily to that question, and the next 2. What made you fall in love with your partner, and how do you stay in love? After enjoying some pie and more mingling, he and Sage headed for home. On the drive, Dexter was still mulling over the answers he'd received.
It was interesting that they both said their initial attraction brought them together, but discovering who the other was deep down was what made them fall in love.
That doesn't surprise me, Sage said. It's like those arranged marriages where they say love happens over time. Dexter slanted her a sideways glance.
I can see the appeal. If you think about it, such marriages are based on logic and shared values.
That's important, of course, but a relationship is more than a business arrangement.
Well, actually, that's exactly what they were historically.
Sage groaned.
I'm surprised you're so dismissive of them. I seem to recall you saying that love is a choice we make.
He arched a brow.
If you were part of an arranged marriage, couldn't you just choose to love your partner?
I suppose. A thoughtful look crossed Sage's face. Yes, ultimately you could honor and respect your partner as a sign of your love. But to be truly happy in love, you need chemistry too.
Are you saying that you don't think a marriage can work without chemistry?
I'm sure there are instances, but I believe it's best to have both. Sage expelled a breath. I've had chemistry in past relationships, but the things Trinity and Ryder mentioned about respecting the other person's morals and standards, admiring the way they conduct their lives, and possessing an ability to admit when they're wrong, well, I've not found that in past relationships, which is why I'm still single. I would guess that it's the same for you. Dexter pulled into the lot behind the building that housed their apartments before stopping and shifting his body to face Sage.
Evie and I had the attraction, but she didn't really know me.
Whose fault was that?
Must someone be at fault?
You say she didn't know you, but did you know her? Did you know her hopes and dreams? Do you have any knowledge of what it was like for her growing up? He shook his head. Was that because she kept that information quietly guarded, or because you never asked?
I didn't care enough to ask.
When he saw Sage flinch, he realized how harsh that had sounded. He lifted his chin.
We both enjoyed our time together and weren't looking for more.
It strikes me that Evie was looking for more. If she wasn't, why call it quits the way she did? Dexter huffed out a breath.
How did we end up going down this road?
You've decided to find out what makes someone lovable and what makes someone fall in love. Sage spoke quietly, her gaze searching his. There's no point in gathering such data if you're not going to apply it to your own life, if you're not going to strive to be the kind of person who possesses those qualities. Sage dropped down on her sofa and just sat there. When she'd dressed for the evening, she'd found herself wondering if she would invite Dexter to spend the night, or maybe he would invite her over. By the time they'd set out on the drive home, Sage had known neither would happen. Though electricity simmered in the air whenever she and Dexter were in the same vicinity, and she didn't have a problem with a purely physical relationship when both parties had the same expectation, that wasn't what Sage wanted. She didn't regret sleeping with Dexter. He was a kind, considerate lover who knew all the right moves. She'd enjoyed having sex with him, but she could now admit that she wanted more than sex. She wanted love. If she couldn't have both, she would go without. Just listening to her sister and Ryder talk about how they'd fallen in love had made her yearn for that kind of connection. She accepted that Dexter liked her and enjoyed her company, but he was also a complicated man who kept his feelings close. Maybe their budding friendship would develop into something more, and maybe it wouldn't. There was no rush. For now, she would take things one day at a time. The next week sped by with Sage seeing Dexter every day. They were, after all, neighbors. When she went to Muddy Boots on Sunday, he showed up, surprising not only her, but everyone else around the table. The only one who didn't appear shocked by his unexpected arrival was Helen. On Monday, he and Ethan stopped in at the Dingaling for a beer. When Ethan left to head home to Gianna, Dexter stayed for the night's burger and fries special. When he invited Sage to join him, she accepted. That's when she learned that he'd arranged for them to speak with Len Swartz and Anita Fishback on Friday evening. According to Dexter, that was the only night that would work for Anita. While Len was retired from his career in law enforcement, Crumb and Cake kept Anita busy. Sage cast a curious glance in Dexter's direction as they strolled up the steps to Anita's front door. She wondered how well he knew the woman. Sage didn't know her at all, but she'd heard some stories. Greer had told her that the Bloom sisters used to call the woman the Piranha, and that Finn's nickname for Anita was I Need a Man. Of course, Greer had explained that once Anita and Len had gotten together, she'd seemed to mellow. Still, Sage worried how Anita would react to the 36 questions Dexter hoped to get the couple to answer. Slowing her steps, Sage placed a hand on Dexter's arm. I've heard Anita can be difficult.
I've heard that some people say that about me.
Dexter reached around her and pressed the doorbell.
Which only means this should be interesting.
Chapter 16. The visit with Len and Anita began with easy conversation over some kind of sponge cake and coffee. Sage set down her fork after the first bite. This cake is as pretty as a work of art, and the taste is incredible. Thank you. Anita preened at the compliment. She was a pretty woman in her early 60s. With her unlined face, dark auburn hair, and trim figure, she could have passed for much younger. Len embraced his 7 decades. His full head of silver hair matched his mustache, and the boots he wore gave him what many would probably say was a sexy cowboy look. His smile, warm and easy when he'd opened the door, had been in sharp contrast to Anita's watchful expression and measured smile. Sage forked off another bite. What kind of cake did you say this is? Toffee apple. Anita smiled and took a dainty sip of coffee from a pretty china cup. It's one of my new specialties for fall.
I told Muffy she's got a hit on her hands with this one.
Len reached over and gave Anita's hand a squeeze.
Not that everything she makes isn't top-notch.
Muffy? Dexter took note of the unusual nickname, but didn't comment. Gladys mentioned you have some questions for Len and me? Anita's gaze turned wary. Something about a research project you're conducting?
It's a personal project.
Dexter suddenly turned all business.
It's an attempt to determine how love and true intimacy develop.
Anita set her cup on the saucer with a clatter. Gladys never mentioned that was your purpose. I don't...
Let's hear the boy out.
Len's deep voice, low and soothing, stopped Anita's sputters.
For the moment, anyway,
Dexter thought. Anita reminded him of a time bomb, one that could blow at any moment. He explained his purpose in a clear, logical manner, without any emotion or embellishments. It appeared to be the right approach, as the tight set to Anita's shoulders eased, and the wariness left her eyes.
I think it sounds like fun.
Len elbowed Anita, a playful look in his eyes.
Who knows? We might learn something new about each other. On the surface, you and Anita appear well matched, Dexter began.
Len's loud laughter at his comment had Dexter's eyes widening. Aren't you? Sage asked with a smile.
Anita and I enjoy puzzles, and much of what's important to her is important to me. But I can tell you unequivocally that when we began dating, I don't think there was a person in this town who gave us more than a few weeks.
Why? Dexter couldn't have hidden his puzzlement if he'd tried.
Anita is outgoing and gregarious. I'm a homebody.
Len chuckled.
When Margaret, she was my first wife, may she rest in peace, and I were married, we preferred being at home to social occasions. That suited me just fine. I got enough of people during my workday.
You were both introverts, Sage concluded.
To varying degrees, yes.
I don't understand how you and Anita... Dexter paused, not wanting to disparage their relationship, but needing clarification. To his relief, Len didn't make him complete the observation.
Anita understands that I need my quiet time at home. And, I have to say, she's grown to love our puzzles and hot cocoa nights.
When Dexter opened his mouth, Len held up a hand and continued.
I don't want to give the impression it's all about me. In a relationship, each partner makes sacrifices, though I don't really like that word, for the other. She spends quiet time with you at home, and you...
Dexter paused to let Len finish the thought.
I am her escort to more community events than I can count.
Len chuckled.
I've discovered I enjoy being out among our friends and family, to a degree. There are still times in an evening when I hit overload.
What do you do then? Sage asked.
That's when I say to Muffy that I've reached my limit and need to head home.
Len relaxed back into the chair.
If I suspect, based on the kind of event, that it's going to be too much, we drive separately. That way, Anita can stay and socialize for as long as she wants, and I can go home to the quiet and put up my feet.
Dexter slanted a glance at Anita.
You're okay with that?
Surprise skittered across Anita's pretty face. Of course. Why wouldn't I be? Dexter had no response.
Anita knows me,
Len continued.
I know her. These small differences aren't going to keep us apart. When both of you are willing to work together and embrace your differences, that's when magic happens.
Magic. Dexter managed, just barely, to suppress a groan.
Got it.
Deciding it was past time to get down to business, Dexter pulled up the list of questions on his phone.
I have some questions to ask the two of you. Are you ready to begin?
Anita and Len exchanged glances, then nodded. They moved through the first set of 12 questions fairly quickly, although, in Dexter's estimation, they spent way too much time coming up with 3 things they had in common. The one question in this second group that clearly took Anita by surprise was Len's answer to, if you knew that in 1 year you would die suddenly, would you change anything about the way you are now living? Why? Anita had answered first and said there was nothing she would change, that she was happy with Len and the way their life was now. Oh, maybe she would work less and play more, but that was about it. When it was Len's turn to answer, he brushed a hand across Anita's hair, and his expression softened.
If I had only 1 year to live, the only thing I'd change is I would convince this wonderful woman to be my wife.
Anita's eyes widened. Why would you want that? We love each other, and we have a good life together. Marriage is really just a piece of paper.
I know that's how you feel.
Len's voice remained easy.
but it's more than a piece of paper to me. It's a promise, and one that I would love to make."
Anita said nothing, and Dexter wisely moved on to the next question. The two had no difficulty sharing 5 positive characteristics about each other, or talking about their childhoods and what friendship meant to them. By the time they were ready to dive into the third and final set of questions, any ruffled feelings had settled. They seemed to be on a roll when Dexter asked the couple, "When did you last cry in front of another person? By yourself?" Len cleared his throat.
"When Margaret told me the doctor said she wasn't able to bear a child, she was devastated. And when she started crying, I cried with her. You wanted children."
Though Dexter said it as a statement, not a question, Len nodded.
"We both did,"
Len admitted.
"but I was crying because she meant so much to me, and she was hurting. We considered adopting, but that didn't work out."
Len glanced at the hand Anita had rested on his arm while he'd been talking.
"Now I've got Anita's girls, Cassie and Lindsay, and their kids. It's been a blessing."
"They've accepted Len as their dad and grandfather," Anita said, a sheen of moisture in her eyes.
"What about you, Anita?"
Dexter pressed.
"When was the last time you cried in front of someone or by yourself?"
Anita's lips trembled, and she looked away.
"You don't have to answer if you don't want to."
Len's voice soothed. "It was when Cassie moved to Green Bay with her husband. We'd had some rough times, her and I, but thanks to family counseling, we'd made great strides in repairing the damage. I hated to see her and the kids go."
"They come back for holidays, or we go visit them,"
Len explained. "We do, but her leaving, even though I know it was best for her and her family, was still difficult." Anita blinked rapidly, as if determined to clear away any remaining moisture. Len's arm stole around her shoulders, and he offered a supportive squeeze. Emotions ran high in the room until a question about embarrassing moments lightened the mood. "My most embarrassing moment," Anita admitted, "was when I was shopping at Swoon, a boutique here in Good Hope. It's important to understand that I had my eyes dilated that morning, and my vision still wasn't back to normal. Lindsay was with me, but when we stepped into Swoon, she went one way to look at dresses, and I went the other way to look at the new shipment of coats." Sage couldn't seem to hold back a smile. "I'm sensing this story is about to get good." Len laughed.
"Just wait. I remember when Muffy came home and told me what happened. We both had a good laugh over it."
"You had a good laugh," Anita said pointedly. "I was still in the throes of humiliation."
"What happened?"
Dexter, sensing the conversation was headed off track, pulled it back. Anita expelled a breath. "Well, I spotted this lovely coat on a mannequin. It was a champagne color, and it looked so soft. I wanted to see if it really was as soft as it looked. So I stroked my palm up and down the cashmere like I was petting a cat." "Was it soft?" Sage asked. "Incredibly soft," Anita chuckled. "Too late I realized the coat wasn't on a mannequin. It was on another shopper." Sage laughed. "Oh my gosh, what did you do?" "What do you think I did? I apologized profusely and got out of there as quickly as I could." Anita turned to Len, a tiny smile tipping the corners of her lips. "I dare you to top that one."
"Are you tossing down the gauntlet?"
Len teased. "Do your best," Anita advised. "We'll let Sage decide which story was the most embarrassing."
"I'm not certain this is a contest I'd want to win."
Dexter spoke with such seriousness that it made the three of them laugh more.
"Well, let me think."
Len stroked his mustache and appeared to consider.
"Which one to pick? Okay, here's one. I was at the daily grind and waiting in line to order when I saw a plate of samples on the counter. I was munching down on the largest of the lot when Ryder came over and apologized. It was another customer's plate that one of the employees who was cleaning tables had placed temporarily on the counter. Ew! Sage grimaced and laughed at the same time. You never told me that story, Anita said, her lips curving up in a broad smile. It wasn't my proudest moment. Len grinned, then shrugged. I'd say we have a tie, Sage chuckled. I loved hearing these stories, both of them. When they got to the last question, the one where Dexter asked each of them to share a personal problem and ask the other's advice, Anita and Len exchanged a glance. My understanding is that these are normally questions that we would do in private, and that the answers would be just between the two of us. Anita arched an eyebrow. Am I correct? That is correct, Dexter affirmed. I believe what Muffy is getting at is that this question, while a good one, is something that should be just between the two of us. Len glanced at Anita and received a nod. We will follow through, but we won't be sharing our conversation with you. That's fair. Dexter pushed to his feet. That's all the questions. I appreciate you taking the time to answer them. Have you and Sage answered all of these questions? Anita slowly rose, appearing not at all disturbed that he was calling an end to the visit. It was obvious she was ready for this ordeal to be over and for Dexter and Sage to be out the door. Even for him, hearing the questions and seeing the emotions that the answers had provoked had been exhausting. Sage and I have answered several of the first 12, Dexter told Anita. If the purpose is to see if these questions deepen intimacy, then I'd say, as two relatively new acquaintances, now is the perfect time for you to test them out. Anita stood on the porch of her home beside Len and waited until the taillights of the car had disappeared from view to step back inside. That was more intense than I imagined. Anita headed straight for the living room to clean up the plates and cups. She was a stickler about everything being clean and in its proper place. It was interesting. Len placed a hand on her arm when she reached for a cup. Come over here and sit on the sofa with me for a few minutes. I need to decompress. And there's no one better to decompress with than you. Anita straightened, leaving a cup where it sat, and turned to Len, placing her palm flat against his cheek. Have I told you lately how much I love you? His eyes turned warm, and when his arms wrapped around her, Anita felt safe and warm and loved. Until Len had come into her life, those had been all things she hadn't felt since her first husband, Richard, had died. I didn't turn down your proposal because I don't love you. Her voice took on an earnest edge. Because I do love you. Very much. Hearing him say how much he wanted her to be his wife had been like a knife to her heart. How many times had she told herself that she'd do anything for this man, except marry him? I know you love me. Len stepped back and brought her hands to his lips. He placed a kiss on her knuckles, his gaze never leaving her face. I love you more than life itself. Then you understand, she began. I don't understand. I accept that, although you love me, you don't want to be my wife. But I don't understand. Len gave a laugh that held more sadness than humor. I know we've spoken about this before, but I still don't know why you find the idea of marriage so frightening. I've been married twice. I know that. Your marriage to Richard was like mine to Margaret, long and happy, until death parted us. Anita nodded. I didn't do well after Richard died. I wasn't there for Cassie, or for Lindsay either. I made so many mistakes. You did the best you could,
Bernie was a mistake. A huge mistake.
Is that what scares you?
They'd talked about this before, numerous times. Though Len didn't really press, she knew he believed if he got to the root of her hesitation, then he could allay her fears. The last question Dexter gave us, the one about asking your partner's advice on an issue.
What about it?
If Len was surprised by the change in subject, he didn't show it. I failed my children after Richard died. Anita held up a hand when Len opened his mouth to speak. Please, this needs to be said. I need to say it. I jumped into marriage with Bernie, and that was a disaster, not only for me, but for my girls. Anita took a step away, resisting Len's gentle hand on her arm. She moved to the window and gazed out into the darkness. My life was as dark as the night outside after my divorce from Bernie. Cassie's life was horrible. Lindsay was unhappy and struggling to find her way. I couldn't seem to find it in myself to help them. She felt Len move to stand behind her, though he made no move to touch her. I started my business, and that was a success. Slowly but surely, I dug myself out of that dark hole. Anita drew a shuddering breath, then let it out slowly. Steve and I started dating. He was nice, and though I was shocked when he broke it off, I knew all along he wasn't the one for me, just as much as I knew I wasn't the one for him. Still, Len said nothing, merely remaining a supportive presence, as he had since they'd first begun dating. Then I met you. Anita turned then to face him, to gaze into the strong face of the man she loved. It was perfect, is perfect, with you? As if realizing she had to get this all out, he didn't press for answers, but the smile he gave her was as steady as the hand he placed on her shoulder as his eyes met hers. I want more. Goodness knows I want you to be my husband, Len. I want to be your wife, not simply your partner. Anita grimaced as she said the last word. Maybe that's okay for kids in their 20s, but it's not what I want. Then why won't you marry me? Was all he said. I don't want to fail like I did with Bernie. I don't want to hurt you like I did my girls. Her voice trembled, then broke. I want to marry you, Len, but I'm scared of failing. There. She'd finally said what she'd been unable to admit, unable to articulate for so long. I don't know how to feel differently, but the question was to share a problem and ask for advice on how to handle it. Oh, and for you to tell me how you feel about the problem. Len's arms enfolded her in a sweet embrace, and he kissed the top of her head. He always made her feel safe, she realized. When she and Bernie had been together, he'd had a hair-triggered temper. She'd never known what would set him off. She never had to worry about that with Len.
Thank you for sharing that with me, Muffy.
She, who abhorred nicknames, loved it when he called her that. Do you have any advice? She hated hearing her voice tremble, but the emotions running through her were too strong to keep under control.
First, let me say that the answer is a lot simpler than you think.
It is? She felt him nod.
Yep. You worry about failing. But I can tell you right now, you and me, we're not going to fail.
Anita tipped her head back. You can't know.
I can know. I do know.
His lips curved.
Didn't we answer all those questions? We're a perfect match, darling. Couples don't get much more perfect than us.
You really believe?
I don't believe. I know.
Len's gaze searched hers.
Think of all the puzzles we've done together.
Putting together puzzles had become a favorite winter pastime for them. 10 years ago, Heck, 5 years ago, she'd never have believed she would be content sitting at a table for hours, a fire blazing in the hearth, and a cup of hot cocoa in a world's best grandma mug while working on a puzzle. What she didn't understand was why Len was bringing up that activity now. But she would go along. "We've done a lot of puzzles. Some of them were pretty difficult."
We persevered and completed each one.
"We did," she agreed, and her lips couldn't help but curve. "And had fun doing it."
That's how I see our future. Like a puzzle. There will be easy times, and there will be times that will be more difficult, more challenging.
He surprised her then by leaning over and kissing her gently on the mouth. The sweet kiss arrowed straight to her heart.
What won't change is that we'll be going through those easy times and those that are more difficult, together. When it feels as if we can't make the pieces fit, we'll look for a solution. Not alone, but together. Because you and me, babe, that's how we roll.
Even as Anita laughed, a weight that she hadn't even known she'd been carrying lifted. Could it really be so simple? "We take a leap of faith," she murmured.
I can't imagine anyone I'd rather leap with,
he told her. Then he was kissing her, and she was kissing him back, and Anita decided that any cleanup from the evening's visit could wait until morning. Chapter 17. Dexter and Sage spent the drive home going over the questions and the responses given by Anita and Len.
I still don't understand why Gladys wanted us to interview them in particular.
Dexter pushed open his car door. Too late, he wondered why he hadn't suggested they do something else, go somewhere else, rather than head straight home. Probably because, like you said before, they're older and they're not married. They are definitely in love. Sage looked at Dexter, though she really didn't need to see his confirmatory nod.
Well, thanks for coming with me.
Dexter told himself to push open the car door, but he couldn't make himself do it. He knew when he did that his time with Sage would be over, and he wasn't ready for the evening to end.
I appreciated it.
"Do you like to bowl?" Sage asked. A strange response, but if talking about bowling prolonged the evening, he was up for it.
I did it a few times in college when some friends decided a bowling alley was a good place to meet women.
"Seriously?" Sage chuckled.
Yeah,
he said.
It wasn't.
"I've gone bowling with my friends a handful of times since college, not to look for men, but just for something fun and different to do."
Did you enjoy it?
"I did." Sage smiled, as if simply recalling those times brought pleasant memories flooding back. "I hear there's moonlight bowling tonight at an alley in Sister Bay. I thought I might check it out. Interested?"
Bowling.
"Do you have a better option?"
No.
Dexter smiled, and his spirits lifted. He'd wanted to spend more time with Sage this evening, and it appeared he was going to get his wish. Though he'd never imagined it would be at a bowling alley.
I didn't realize bowling was such a popular sport.
Dexter's gaze slid around the crowded business. It's probably the moonlight bowling that brings people in, though probably not as many as usual, since it's a nice evening outside. Sage turned in the direction of the counter, then stopped short when she spotted a couple getting their shoes. "Natalia?" The pretty brunette turned, along with her fiancé. Natalia's face brightened when she saw Sage and Dexter. "What are you two doing here?" "The same thing you're doing here." Sage gestured with one hand toward the alleys that were lit by spotlights, strobe lights, and glow-in-the-dark lanes. Overhead, loud, pulsating rock music filled the air with energy. "If there are any free alleys, that is."
The guy at the desk told us we got the last one.
Luther slanted a glance at Natalia, and Sage noticed her nearly imperceptible nod.
There's just the two of us, and we were told we could have up to 5. If you'd like to join us.
Although Sage had met Natalia and Luther only briefly at Ethan's party, she'd liked them both. She also liked that, like her, they were relatively new to Good Hope.
I appreciate the offer.
Dexter hesitated.
You need to know I'm not an experienced bowler, so...
Oh, we're the worst. Natalia laughed. At least I am.
It's not my sport.
Luther shook his head.
I don't know if I'd even qualify for beginner status.
Sage figured Dexter must be on board with accepting the couple's offer when he motioned to the man handing out the shoes. We'd love to join you, Sage told the couple. After getting their shoes and picking out a ball, they followed Natalia and Luther to lane 11.
How does this moonlight bowling work?
Dexter asked when they sat on the hard plastic benches to put on their shoes.
They gave us this sheet of paper.
Luther handed it to Dexter, then slipped off his shoes, replacing the Italian loafers with a tan pair of bowling shoes that had a red stripe down the side and the number 11 on the back. Dexter studied the sheet. His eyes widened. He glanced at Luther.
Did you read this? The cash prizes aren't much. The truth is, they can keep the money.
Luther began.
No, the part about when the lights go out, we have to roll the ball while lying on the floor.
Dexter glanced at Sage.
Seriously? Let me see that.
Luther lifted the sheet from Dexter's fingers, and his sharp-eyed gaze scanned the paper. He turned to Natalia.
He's right. That's what it says.
I think it sounds like fun. Natalia shot Luther a wink. I think it does too, Sage agreed, exchanging a smile with Natalia.
What do you say, Dexter?
Luther asked.
I say keep your expectations of my performance low.
Sage laughed. This is going to be a blast.
Turn on the pins,
a voice commanded over the loudspeaker. The crowd whooped and hollered as the pins lit up. Cheering along with everyone else, Sage embraced the energy of the group. She hadn't paid much attention to the amount of money one could win, since that wasn't the reason she was here, but she remembered that knocking down certain pins won you cash prizes.
For this first round, you will roll your ball while lying on the floor.
The man's voice reminded Sage of a game show announcer. His flair for the dramatic evoked more cheers from the bowlers.
Who wants to go first?
Luther asked, his gaze sweeping the foursome. It's your lane, Sage reminded him. I'm willing to lead us off, but I also have no problem waiting. Ladies first. Natalia gave a decisive nod. Sage will go, then me. You guys can decide which one of you wants to take the floor after that. Natalia offered Sage a bolstering smile. Knock 'em dead. My goal is to keep the ball out of the gutter. Sage lifted her ball and made her way to the lane. On either side of her, she saw other bowlers lying on the floor just beyond the foul line. Getting down on the floor while holding a 10-pound ball was a little awkward, but she waved off Dexter's offer of help. Part of the fun was figuring out how to make this work. As she lay on her side, surrounded by flashing lights and loudly blaring music, Sage found herself grinning. Who'd have guessed that moonlight bowling could be such a blast? Dexter knew it was Sage's and Natalia's enthusiasm for the evening that had made him and Luther enjoy the night. Neither woman had minded tossing the ball while lying on the floor, even when both of their balls had gone into the gutter. So when it had been Luther's turn, he hadn't complained. Neither had Dexter. Bowling with their backs turned to the pins? No problem. rolling the ball from between their legs like a center hiking it to a quarterback. Even when the sound of the ball plopping down on the shiny hardwood made Dexter wince, he still smiled and cheered when Sage won $5 for knocking down the gold pin. It was interesting, Dexter thought, how those in nearby alleys continued to cheer over every little thing. "I've heard the nachos here are amazing." Natalia glanced at Dexter and Sage when the game ended. "Want to join us?" "Only if you'll let me pay." Sage grinned. "After all, I did win $5. In less than 15 minutes, they were seated around a small table in the Pin Chasers pub, an area that was little more than a collection of high-top tables and a jukebox. The nachos, though, Dexter decided after one bite, were indeed extraordinary. "I was surprised to see you here," Sage told the couple as she wrapped a dangling piece of yellow cheese around her nacho. "Isn't next weekend your wedding?" "It is." Natalia scooped guacamole onto her nacho. "Everything is done. Luther's parents will be here Sunday. His mom especially wanted to fly in early to make sure everything is perfect."
"They'll be staying with us."
Luther glanced at Natalia.
"I told Natalia since things are hectic, we could find them other accommodations."
"Hush." Reaching over, Natalia kissed Luther gently on the lips. "They're family. I want them to stay with us. I adore your parents."
"Are you telling us you decided to spend one of your last free nights as two singles bowling?"
Dexter tried, but he knew he failed to hide his surprise. Natalia gave a little laugh. "We wanted to do something different. Stepping outside of our comfort zone was one of the things Luther and I swore we would make an effort to do when we started dating." "I think I heard you two knew each other in Michigan, that you dated before Luther moved here?" Sage bit into a loaded nacho and chewed while keeping her gaze focused on the couple. "We did date in Michigan, but my job, which at that time was my life, came between us." Natalia's voice remained matter-of-fact, as if, Dexter thought, she'd resolved that time in her mind. "Luther moved here. I was in a horrific car accident, and when I finally woke up after being in a coma, I had no memory of the prior 3 months, which meant I had no memory of Luther." Natalia reached over, and Luther clasped her hand, giving it a squeeze. "I came to Good Hope to speak with Luther to try to find out who I was." Natalia laid it out for them step by step, starting with her former employer hiring someone to run her off the road. Sage's eyes widened, and she realized whatever she had known about the couple hadn't included this information. "Please tell me the guy is rotting in jail." "He will be. That's what the prosecutor assures me." Natalia shrugged. "The wheels of justice can move very slowly." Sympathy filled Sage's eyes. "I'm sorry you had to go through all of this." "I am too. But it brought me back to Luther, and that might not have happened without the accident." Natalia shifted her gaze to Dexter. "Gladys mentioned that you had some questions for us about the relationship cards."
"Did you answer some of the questions?"
Dexter asked.
"We did,"
Luther said.
"You're okay with us talking to you about your experience with them?"
Dexter asked.
"We let Gladys know we'd be happy to speak with you."
Luther took a sip of his beer.
"At the time, we thought we'd have to put off talking to you until after the first of the year, because of the wedding and the honeymoon."
"And the holidays," Natalia added. "The questions aren't anything heavy or involved," Sage said, shifting her gaze from Natalia to Luther. "If you wanted to do them now."
"Like I said, we're happy to help."
A speculative gleam filled Luther's eyes.
"Gladys mentioned you're gathering data about love?"
Dexter nodded.
"It's all a puzzle." "Well, it was to us, too,"
Luther said with a laugh. "When Gladys first attempted to give me the deck, I told her that I didn't need any playing cards." Natalia chuckled at the memory.
I was there.
Luther added.
Gladys made it very clear that these were not playing cards. They were relationship cards. My hands went up on that one. To me, we had no need of such cards, because Natalia and I weren't in a relationship.
Gladys can be very determined. Natalia's eyes turned soft. She knew my struggles after the accident. She told me that when a person is facing big decisions, the questions can help you find your way. I got the feeling the offer of these cards arose from a sincere desire to help. She's an amazing woman. Dexter only nodded, recalling the words from Madame Gitana in the town square. While he believed that Gladys's actions did arise out of a desire to help, sometimes she stepped over the line. You each answered 3 questions, Sage said, in a subtle attempt to bring the topic back around to the questions themselves. Actually, Natalia reached over and gave Luther's hand a squeeze. This guy wasn't keen on answering, so one night while I was alone, I picked a card from the deck. Darn if I didn't get one of the sexy ones. So there are racy ones. Sage's hazel eyes sparkled. I've heard there are, but no one will give me an example. Natalia leaned close and whispered in Sage's ear. Dexter wasn't sure what the question was, but color rose high in Sage's cheeks when she glanced at him.
Did you share that question with Luther?
Dexter asked, feeling very much out of the loop and not liking it one bit. I put it at the bottom of the deck and pulled out another one. Natalia's voice faltered. That one wasn't sexy, but I found the question troubling. I went in search of Luther. He was on the back deck, enjoying a glass of wine.
Is that when you told him about the racy question?
Dexter asked. Natalia smiled and shook her head, her smile fading as her eyes turned dark with memories. I told him there was a sexy one, and of course he wanted to know what it was, but I wanted to talk to him about the other question. The one you found troubling, Sage said, using the same words as Natalia. Yes, you'll probably laugh when I tell you what it was. Dexter leaned slightly forward. It was, are you still in touch with your childhood friends? Natalia paused. Dexter pulled his brows together and wondered what he was missing.
You found that question troubling?
Maybe it was because there was still so much that I couldn't recall, but it bothered me that what I did remember all centered around work. My position had been my life, and if I craved a deeper connection, I didn't remember wanting that as I looked back. Natalia's gaze caressed Luther's. But I felt a connection to Luther. He suggested that we try doing some of the things we never made time for when we were dating, which we did, and that is why we're here tonight.
Not because we talked about going bowling in the past,
Luther clarified,
but because we want to explore new things together, build new memories.
That is so sweet. Sage brought both hands up to cover her heart. They'd given him answers to 2 questions. Well, actually, Sage knew the sexy first one, and he'd get that from her on the way home. But now they had the second. That still left the third, and Dexter wanted all 3 for his research.
What other question did you draw? It was...
Luther raised his bottle of beer, but didn't take a sip.
What can I do to deepen your trust in me?
Discussing trust and what that means brought a lot of past baggage to the surface. A distant look filled Natalia's eyes.
Which we worked through,
Luther asserted. We did, Natalia agreed. I'm amazed the 2 of you recall these questions in such detail, Sage marveled. Natalia glanced at Luther. They really helped us get to know each other. I'll always be grateful to Gladys for sharing that deck with us. Now you're going to be married. Sage smiled. Congratulations. We're having a small wedding at First Christian here in Good Hope, Natalia said, and a reception at Rake's barn. Food, dancing, and plenty of champagne. We'd love for you two to join us.
The ceremony is next Saturday at 7.
Luther smiled, as if simply thinking of the upcoming nuptials made him happy.
Reception immediately afterwards.
I wouldn't want to impose, Sage began. We don't even really know each other that well.
How many people have seen us lying on a bowling alley lane?
Luther shook his head.
Not many. Actually, no one but the two of you. Which makes you friends.
Dexter looked at Sage, and when he received her nod, he smiled.
We'd love to come.
Chapter 18. Sage didn't see Dexter on Saturday. On Sunday, she accepted her sister's invitation to join the group at Muddy Boots for breakfast. After the fun time they'd had Friday night bowling, she hoped Dexter would show up. But when Liam asked if the seat beside her was available, Dexter still had not made an appearance. I can't imagine leaving Jackson Hole, Sage told Liam when he mentioned that's where his previous practice had been located. It's so lovely there.
It is beautiful, and the skiing is amazing,
Liam concurred.
I left a lot of good friends behind, but professionally, I didn't feel it was the right place for me.
How so? Sage shifted in her seat to more fully face him. The food and coffee were now on the table, and, like everyone else, Sage had concentrated on eating for several minutes. Now that she'd made a dent in her breakfast, she let her attention move to the conversation and getting to know her sister's business partner.
I don't know if your sister told you, but I primarily focus on children in my practice.
Liam's expression remained serious.
There were already several excellent child psychologists in Jackson, and, thankfully, there wasn't enough business for all of us.
Thankfully? Sage arched a brow.
If there had been, it would mean there were a lot of issues with kids.
Liam smiled. He had a nice smile that reached his eyes, a warm and friendly kind of smile that encouraged confidences. But while Sage found Liam interesting and enjoyed chatting with him, she couldn't keep her mind off Dexter. When they'd returned home after bowling, Dexter had asked if he could spend the night with her. She'd told him it was getting late, and since she was interviewing a new server the next morning, she needed her sleep. Sage had seen, by the look in his eyes, that he knew she wanted him as much as he wanted her. But the research he was doing was meant to clarify love, and the further along it went, the more confused she felt. If she was falling for Dex, but he wasn't falling for her, then a friends with benefits relationship would end up hurting her. That didn't mean she wasn't looking forward to attending the wedding with him on Saturday. When she'd told Trinity yesterday that she'd been invited to Luther and Natalia's wedding, her sister had reminded her of the dress she'd picked up in Sturgeon Bay on their shopping trip. Fate, Trinity had told her. Lucky coincidence, Sage had countered.
Did you?
Sage blinked and realized with sudden horror that while Liam had been talking, her mind had been wandering. She offered a bright smile. Pardon?
I asked if you did anything fun over the weekend.
Liam stared at her expectantly. I went over to Wyatt and Greer's last night for a meal of chili and cinnamon rolls. Sage smiled. Trinity, Ryder, and Zoe were there too. It was a lot of fun.
Chili and cinnamon rolls?
At Liam's startled look, she laughed. Don't knock it. It's a fabulous combination.
I'm sure it is.
Liam agreed easily. Friday was moonlight bowling at Pin Chasers in Sister Bay. If you've never done it, I highly recommend it. It's a blast.
Did you go alone?
What? Sage's gaze was drawn to Dexter, winding his way through the tables to where she sat. She refocused on Liam. No, bowling isn't any fun alone. Natalia and Luther were there, so Dexter and I joined them.
Dexter.
Liam spoke slowly.
Are you and he dating?
Dexter reached the table just as Liam asked his question. Were they dating? Or was she simply helping him with his research? Not being certain, Sage took the safe approach. We're friends, aren't we, Dexter? Sage offered him a welcoming smile. Dexter's inscrutable gaze shifted from her to Liam.
Yes. Yes, we are friends.
Do you know Liam? Sage assumed Dexter knew most people in Good Hope, but he hadn't lived here in years, and there was no reason for his path to cross with the child psychologist's. Liam pushed back his chair and stood. He extended his hand.
Liam Gallagher. I've heard good things. Dexter Woodard. Same here.
Dexter glanced around the table.
I thought I'd grab something quick, but it doesn't look... You can have my seat.
Ryder stood.
I just got a text that my recent hire didn't show. I don't want to leave Raven to handle the Sunday rush alone. You're sure?
Dexter hesitated.
Positive.
Ryder kissed his wife, then clapped Dexter on the back as he rounded the table before heading out the door. Sage wasn't sure how Helen knew, but Dexter had barely taken the seat beside Trinity when a busboy appeared and cleared away Ryder's dishes. You want the number one? Helen called out. Dexter nodded.
And black coffee.
Goes without saying. Helen tossed the words over her shoulder as she headed for the coffee pot. As Dexter took his seat, Sage smiled at him from the other end of the table, wishing the open space had been next to her, rather than next to her sister.
How's your morning going, Trinity?
Dexter asked, wishing he'd grabbed a Danish at Bloom's Bake Shop. Better than yours, Trinity said with a smile. Dexter smiled his thanks at Helen when the woman placed a cup filled with steaming coffee before him.
Next time, be early.
Helen spoke in a low tone for his ears only.
Smart man like you should know that.
Dexter waited until Helen was out of earshot, then turned to Trinity.
What's she talking about?
Trinity responded in the same low tone.
If you want to sit beside Sage,
You need to come early. Although, personally, I'd suggest coming together. That's the safest option.
I just wanted to grab something to eat,
Dexter protested.
It doesn't matter where I sit.
Trinity shot him a get-real look. If it didn't matter, your eyes wouldn't keep going to Sage and Liam. His attention might have slipped to the twosome for only a second. Dexter couldn't help but notice the easy camaraderie between the two. He didn't know Liam well, only by sight, really. But as a psychologist, he was no doubt a people person, or he wouldn't have gotten into the business of counseling. Dexter, on the other hand, well, it was difficult for him to say what he meant, to say all the things women liked to hear.
It's you she likes, Dexter,
Trinity murmured.
not Liam.
Hope rose inside Dexter.
Did she tell you that?
She doesn't need to tell me. I have eyes. Trinity chuckled. My eyes say that she wishes she could trade places with me.
We're just friends,
Dexter said, repeating Sage's words to Liam. Somehow saying that was all that existed between him and Sage felt like a dismissal, though Dexter wasn't certain why. What did Trinity expect him to say? Certainly not that they were lovers, even though that was true, at least for one glorious night. Then that door had shut. He wasn't sure why on that, either. Is that all you want to be? Trinity asked in a nonchalant tone, her gaze never leaving his face.
Pardon?
You and my sister. Is friendship the only thing you want from her? Dexter hesitated, then answered honestly.
I don't know.
2 weeks ago, he would have told Trinity he wasn't ready to get involved with someone. He had a new and demanding position, and work had made even a casual relationship with Evie unsustainable. Relationships were difficult and messy, and, based on his past experiences, not his forte. To begin a new one before he'd unlocked the secrets to making them work would be illogical. Yet, when he thought that a relationship with Sage might be over before it could even really begin, well, you better figure it out. Trinity's gaze searched his face, and whatever she saw there must have reassured her. For both of your sakes. Though she did her best to focus on her conversation with Liam, Sage caught the surreptitious looks Dexter kept sending her way. She wasn't quite sure what to make of them. When everyone rose and 2 bussers swooped in to clear the long table, Sage gave Liam a polite smile. It was good talking to you. Enjoy this beautiful fall day. Then, before Liam had the chance to ask more about her plans for the afternoon, Sage skirted the table to speak with her sister. The fact that Dexter still stood with her, well, that was simply a bonus. Trinity! Sage greeted her sister with a hug before turning to Dexter. She offered him a bright smile. This is a nice surprise.
I wasn't sure I was going to make it.
Dexter shifted from one foot to the other.
That's why I didn't say anything about coming.
No promises made, no promises broken. Sage wasn't sure where that saying had come from, but it seemed to fit the situation. I'd love to stay and chat, but I need to pick up Zoe. Trinity gestured with her head toward where Helen stood near the cash register. And I think Helen wants us all to get out of here so she can seat these tables. Sage glanced at Helen and offered an apologetic smile. A ghost of a smile appeared as her orange lips curved upward. That smile won't last if we linger, Trinity warned. We're leaving. Sage expelled an exaggerated breath. See you. Trinity wiggled her fingers and headed out the door at a fast clip. Dexter was still beside Sage when they stepped out into the brilliant light of an unusually warm fall day. Lifting her face to the sun, Sage sighed happily.
You'd think you'd never seen nice weather before,
Dexter commented. Hey, I'm still getting used to the fact that the wind can chill me to the bone one day and be practically balmy the next. Sage started walking in the direction of her car. I'm sorry if I rushed you out. Just because I'm leaving doesn't mean you have to leave. Dexter shrugged. Still, she was pleased when he fell into step beside her. His expression remained serious.
I answered a couple of the relationship questions last night.
Now this was classic Dexter. If there was something on his mind, he said it. She liked that about him. Did you?
They made me think.
He shoved his hands into his pockets.
They also made me wonder how you would answer.
Since there was no one else near them on the sidewalk, Sage halted and gazed up at him. Instead of wondering, you could ask me. Dexter glanced around.
Here? In the middle of everything?
She nearly pointed out that right now there was no one within 10 feet of them. The businesses along this stretch of the roadway were more the 9 to 5, Monday through Friday kind. The fact that she didn't know if the questions were of a sensitive nature or not had her swallowing the comeback poised on the tip of her tongue. She smiled and gestured to the gazebo across the street in the town square. We could talk over there. That looks pretty deserted. Dexter's gaze narrowed.
That will work.
He paused.
Is now good for you?
It is. As they crossed the street, she took his arm as if it was the most natural thing in the world to do. She liked the feel of his muscular arm beneath her fingertips, liked that he was as strong as he was intelligent. It was such a sexy combination. The blood flowing languidly through her veins heated, and Sage was seized by an ache of longing. She'd been convinced she was like Dexter, logical in love, but she was starting to realize that she might be more traditionally romantic than she thought. She was developing real feelings for Dexter, and sometimes it seemed like he was too. But then, sometimes he was all business. So, were these feelings real, or just a manipulation? Did he share her love, or was he simply a scientist committed to his work? When his gaze traveled over her, Sage's skin prickled. Though she didn't want a purely sexual relationship with Dexter, she had to admit that she loved the feeling of closeness when he held her in his arms, when his fingers stroked down to her.
Are you okay?
Sage blinked. Why do you ask?
Your face is red.
I'm fine. She hastily improvised. My skin always reacts this way to the sun. His brows pulled together.
I hadn't noticed that before.
Perhaps the sun wasn't quite as hot those times. Sage fanned herself with a hand. We'll be in the shade in the gazebo. Though the day had turned warm, the light breeze put the temperature in the perfect range. As long as Sage refrained from thinking about Dexter's naked body, she would be just fine. Once they reached the gazebo, Sage took a seat, then shifted on the white lacquered bench to face Dexter. What questions did you draw? Or were you simply riffling through the deck when you came across them and decided to answer?
I wanted to recreate the experience of others who've used the deck,
Dexter informed her.
So I picked a couple of cards at random.
Sage waited, but Dexter appeared more interested in studying his surroundings than in spitting out the first questions he'd come across. Did he want her to press him for details? Normally, that's what she'd have done, but he'd not only brought up the question, he'd mentioned being curious about her answer. The way she saw it, it was up to him to ask. Or not.
I considered asking if you wanted to come here with me for a picnic lunch.
You did? He nodded.
But we just ate, and I'm not even sure how one goes about making a picnic lunch.
It's a good thought, though. Sage kept her voice easy and tried not to smile.
I want to spend time with you.
He met her gaze directly.
The problem is, I don't know what you'd enjoy doing.
You could run some possibilities by me, she suggested. Dexter frowned.
That's not very spontaneous.
The pieces suddenly fell into place. You mean like when Ethan and Gianna decided to build a snowman?
It appeared that part of the fun for them was the spontaneity.
Maybe, but that doesn't mean planned activities can't be fun.
Like what?
Like this, for example. She gestured wide with one hand. Deciding to spend time in the gazebo.
Does sitting count as fun?
She smiled. Well, it depends on who you're sitting with.
What else would you like to do today?
Are you asking me to spend the afternoon with you? Sage assumed that was what he was getting at, although with Dexter it was often difficult to tell if this was a purely hypothetical discussion or they were making real plans. A puzzled look blanketed Dexter's face.
Isn't that what we're talking about?
Just making sure. Sage reached over and took Dexter's hand. He didn't pull back, but he stiffened.
What are you doing?
I like to touch you. She cocked her head. Is that okay with you? I'll stop if...
No.
His fingers closed around hers.
I like it when you touch me. I like touching you, too.
I'm glad. Sage studied him for a long moment. I was thinking about going to the apple orchard today. The open door said this may be the last weekend for apple picking.
The best time was last week.
Supposedly, this weekend is still good. Sage waited for Dexter to say something to let her know he would be open to going with her. After a minute, Sage decided she was going to have to be the one to issue an invite. Then she would head home, change her clothes, and go to the orchard, either with him or alone. Chapter 19. Sage opened her mouth to ask him about going to the apple orchard, but Dexter spoke first.
What is one job you wouldn't do, not even for $1 million?
She blinked. Apparently, they were back to the relationship questions. Shoving thoughts of the orchard excursion aside, she refocused. First, tell me how you answered. After hesitating for only a second, he said,
I could never be a psychologist like Liam or your sister.
He shook his head and ran a hand through his hair, pushing it away from his face.
Most people find data and spreadsheets tedious, but I can spend hours reviewing them, because everything you need is there in black and white. But the job of a psychologist is based on talking to people and interpreting their feelings. I've never been good at guessing what people feel. I wish everyone would just say what they mean.
Including you?
Including me what?
Do you always say exactly what you mean?
Yes,
Dexter's brow furrowed momentarily before he finished.
I do.
Sage nodded. I can see that career wouldn't be a good fit.
What about you?
He asked. Sage thought for a moment. As much as I enjoy working with information and processes, I can't imagine spending my days focused only on facts and figures and having limited human interaction. I like to talk, to get to know people, what they like, what they don't.
We're opposites.
The disappointment in Dexter's voice had Sage tightening her hold on his hand when he would have pulled away. Not opposites, complements. Surprise followed quickly by interest sparked in his blue depths.
What do you mean?
I'm at ease with people. When you're with me, it makes your interactions with others go more smoothly. And, hopefully, Sage kept her tone casual, that takes some of the pressure off you.
I never thought of it that way, but you're correct. It does take the pressure off me.
Dexter removed his glasses and cleaned them with the tail of his shirt, then placed them back on his nose. As if that issue had been settled to his satisfaction, Dexter moved to the next topic without skipping a beat.
There was another question. That one was easy for me to answer.
What was it?
What's an ideal weekend for you? My ideal weekend would be any weekend spent with you.
2 spots of color appeared high on Dexter's cheeks.
It wouldn't matter what we did, as long as we were together.
The flood of warmth that filled Sage from the tips of her toes upward had nothing to do with the outside temperature. Placing the palms of her hands on his cheeks, she kissed him gently on the lips. I'm happy to hear that, because I feel the same.
I don't feel comfortable around that many people, but from the beginning, it's been different with you.
With his gaze still firmly fixed on her face, he took her hand, his thumb caressing her palm.
I admire the ease you have around people, the way you can talk to anyone, and how readily you smile.
His words wrapped around her heart. That's why we make a good team.
I just got out of what I guess you'd call a relationship, and I hadn't planned to begin another one.
A soft look filled his eyes.
Then I met you.
When his arms wrapped around her, it felt so right to rest her head against his shoulder and fall just a little more in love with this complex, wonderful man. Dexter held the ladder while Sage climbed to the top to pick an apple that she had spotted and pronounced perfect. It had been like this all afternoon, moving from tree to tree, using the ladders provided by the orchard staff. More times than not, the lower branches had been picked clean of fruit. "There's another good one right next to it," Sage called down to him. "I'm going for a twofer." If it had been up to Dexter, he'd have grabbed whatever fruit was handy and called it good. They could have been in and out of the orchard in under 30 minutes. Then again, if that had happened, he and Sage wouldn't have strolled up and down the long rows of trees hand in hand. They wouldn't have munched on sweet tango apples, a new brand of fruit from the University of Minnesota's apple breeding program. They wouldn't have kissed at the end of a long row of trees under the October sun. And he wouldn't be standing here now, gazing admiringly at her stellar backside while keeping the ladder secure. "Coming down," she called. He didn't relinquish his hold on the ladder, but he did change positions to allow her to safely descend. When her feet touched the ground, she held up both hands as she turned to him with a look of triumph on her face. "Gaze at these beauties," she told him. "Aren't they amazing?" He gave the apples a cursory glance, just enough to tell they were good ones. It was Sage's ruby red lips, not the apple's shiny red skin, that captivated him. She placed the two gently in the wooden basket they'd been given when they'd entered the orchard. That was when they'd turned down the offer of an apple grabber and opted to climb the ladders instead. "Why are you looking at me like that?" She touched her nose. "Do I have something on my face?" He shook his head, then leaned close and kissed her, just as he had less than 10 minutes earlier. Sage wrapped her arms around his neck. "I do believe we're getting more kissing done than picking."
I'd say it's about 50-50.
He brushed a strand of hair back from her face with the tip of one finger.
75-25 would be more to my liking.
An impish gleam filled Sage's eyes. "With the 75% being the apple picking?"
Wah!
The sound Dexter uttered was supposed to sound like a horn when a wrong answer was given. It ended up sounding more like a sick heifer. Sage laughed. "That's one response I don't mind getting wrong." Then his arms were around her, and he was kissing her, and she was kissing him back. In that moment, nothing mattered except her and the way she made him feel. He wanted to lie down on the grass and make love to her while the sun burned hot and the bees buzzed overhead. He wanted to...
Excuse me?
A man cleared his throat, loudly. Dexter turned with Sage still in his arms to see one of the orchard workers standing there, looking decidedly uncomfortable.
We'll be closing in 20 minutes. I'd encourage you to wind up your, picking now and take your apples to the checkout.
Sage offered the man a sunny smile. "Thanks for the heads up."
We embarrassed him,
Dexter told Sage, stepping back from her. Sage shrugged. "Two people kissing is hardly scandalous. Now, two people rolling around on the ground naked? Well, that would qualify as scandalous." Dexter slanted a quick glance in her direction. It almost sounded as if her thoughts had been headed down the same track as his. But if that had been what she'd been thinking then, it wasn't what she was thinking now. Sage picked up the full basket, wrapping her arms around it instead of relying on the handle.
I can carry that.
Dexter held out a hand. "I've got it." She bumped him with her elbow as she strolled past. "This was so much fun. Thanks for coming with me."
Thanks for inviting me.
Of all the things Dexter had thought he might be doing this afternoon, apple picking wouldn't have made any list. But he'd meant what he'd told Sage. There wasn't anything he'd rather do than spend time with her. "Let's make 2 pans of apple crisp." Sage rummaged through her cupboards, searching for her baking supplies. "That way you can keep one for yourself and give the other to your mother." Dexter stood in Sage's small kitchen, overwhelmed by the prospect of baking anything.
Don't you want to keep one for yourself?
If I get hungry for a piece of apple crisp, I'll stop next door. She shot him a wink. I know you'll share. Sage pulled out a chair at the table for him, then set a bowl of apples in front of it. These have been washed and are ready to peel. You have your choice of a vegetable peeler or a paring knife. Both work equally well. Under Sage's tutelage, while she sat next to him, Dexter quickly learned the proper way to peel an apple.
Where is your recipe?
Dexter asked as he picked up another apple. She hadn't pulled out an index card like his mother liked to use for recipes, and her phone remained on a distant counter. I don't have one. Sage smiled at the growing pile of peeled apples. I know the basics, and I like to play around and experiment with flavors. Dexter pulled his brows together.
That doesn't make sense. Without a recipe to follow, how can you know if it'll turn out well? What if it doesn't taste good and we waste all the apples?
What if it's amazing? Better than anything we've had before. She offered him a saucy smile. Plus, even if we can't eat it, the time we spend together making it will never be a waste. He returned her smile.
Good point.
Pushing back her chair, she stood and began to mix the topping. Sage glanced at him with an expectant look. I'm thinking this might be a good opportunity to knock out a few more questions from the researchers. What do you think?
Sure. Yes, it would.
Dexter pulled out his phone and brought up the list.
We're ready to make the leap into the second set.
With the smell of apples and cinnamon in the air, they made their way to the third set.
If you are going to be a close friend with your partner, please share what would be important for him or her to know.
Dexter read, then arched a brow. Another good one. Sage spread the topping over the apples in the baking dish, then looked up at him. What's your answer? Dexter glanced down at the empty space before him, wishing he had more apples to peel.
When my mother was first diagnosed, it cut me off at the knees. I immediately began to research her particular kind of cancer and the best treatment options. I spoke positively about the outcome. I thought I was being a good son.
It sounds as if you did all you could, Sage ventured.
I thought the same.
Dexter pressed his lips together, recalling that long-ago day in the living room.
One day, several months after she'd been diagnosed, my mother asked me point-blank if I cared about her.
Really? Surprise skittered across Sage's face. What did you tell her?
I said of course I cared. She was my mother. I loved her.
His lips twisted in a wry smile.
Do you know what she said?
Sage shook her head.
She said I had a funny way of showing it.
He expelled a ragged breath.
My mother, the one who had known me all my life, told me I didn't appear upset at all about her diagnosis and prognosis.
Sympathy filled Sage's hazel eyes. That had to hurt. He nodded.
I told her I was staying positive, doing what I could to support her and be there for her. But because I wasn't, I don't know, crying or falling apart, she concluded I didn't love her.
Reaching across the table, Sage covered his hand with hers and gave it a squeeze.
Anyone who is with me needs to know that I'm not demonstrative the way other people are when it comes to emotions.
He met her gaze.
That doesn't mean I don't care.
Noted and understood. Sage spoke the words like a solemn vow. Dexter felt as if he could breathe again and was eager to turn the question over to her.
What about you?
He expected Sage to have an answer on the tip of her tongue. He didn't expect for her to hesitate before finally answering. Some history. I didn't have the greatest home life prior to being adopted by the McConnells. Sage expelled a breath. From them, I learned how it feels to love and be loved, but those early years left their mark. Sometimes, not always, but sometimes, I feel as if I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop. Though familiar with the idiom, Dexter wasn't sure how it applied to the question. He considered asking for clarification, but held back, sensing Sage needed to tell this at her own pace. Even when things are going well, in the back of my mind, it's like I'm waiting for everything to fall apart. Like I know it's coming, even though there is no indication at the time.
That has to be difficult.
Most of the time, I'm not really conscious that I'm doing it, but it becomes really obvious when I'm in a relationship. I've barely started getting to know a guy before I decide it isn't going to last. Now Dexter really wished for more apples to peel. He cleared his throat.
What have you done in the past when you make that decision?
I break it off, before I get too attached. Sage's hazel eyes took on a faraway look. Then she blinked and focused on him. It's always worked out because, looking back, none of the guys would have been a good fit in the long run anyway. Dexter nodded, but he couldn't help but wonder if she'd ever broken it off too early. Sometimes a man needed time to prove himself and to show her that his love was real. Chapter 20. First Christian was a small church with white clapboard siding and a picturesque steeple. On this last Saturday night in October, every seat in the sanctuary was filled. Sage was glad that she and Dexter had arrived early. They found 2 seats at the back of the church when Gladys and her friends moved over to make room for them. "Thank you," Sage whispered to Gladys when she and Dexter were settled. Though the wedding had not yet begun, and she'd have probably been okay speaking in her normal voice, it didn't feel right trying to talk over the romantic music of the harpist.
I'm so happy to hear that you and Dexter are together. You make such a lovely couple.
Gladys spoke in her normal theatrical tone, obviously not concerned about who might overhear. "Thank you," Sage responded, slanting a glance at Dexter, whose gaze appeared focused on a rather ordinary stained glass window. She returned her attention to Gladys. "Our research is coming along well, in part because of you paving the way." Gladys waved an airy hand.
Always happy to help a young couple in love.
Sage didn't know quite how to respond to that, other than to smile and shift her focus to the bifold wedding program in her hand. The image of the 2 wedding bands on the front of the program caught Sage's eye, but it was the words that arrowed straight to her heart. "Hands joined in friendship, hearts joined in love. I found the one my heart loves." Song of Songs, Chapter 3, Verse 4, New International Version. Sage slanted another glance in Dexter's direction. In her mind, that quote described her relationship with the man sitting beside her. But did he feel the same? They'd certainly been spending more time together. On Monday, Dexter had stopped by the bar right when it had opened for the burger and fries special. Her day over, she'd been on her way out the door when he'd waved her over to his table and asked her to join him for dinner. Afterward, they'd returned to his place for dessert, eating apple crisp and making love. She wasn't sure which had been sweeter. On Tuesday, they'd run together at Peninsula State Park. A tentative plan to interview Izzy and Theo on Thursday had to be scrapped because of meetings Dexter had in Milwaukee. Last night, Dexter had invited her over for tacos. Not only had they enjoyed tacos and Mexican beer, they'd finished off the last of the 36 intimacy questions.
Have you and Dexter had a chance to answer any of the relationship?
Gladys's voice was drowned out by the swell of the pipe organ. Luther stood beside best man Theo Holbrook at the front of the church. Sage turned in her seat to watch the attendants start down the aisle. Shelby, Natalia's only bridesmaid, looked incredible in a dark wine silk. The cocktail-length dress flattered her figure and ivory complexion. She strolled down the aisle on the arm of Luther's brother, Walter. With Shelby's dress shimmering in the light and Walter's dark tux, the two made an elegant couple. Izzy, the matron of honor, strolled down the aisle alone, a vision of loveliness in rose gold silk, her glorious mass of brown curls accentuated by a narrow headband that framed her face. The attendants were stunning, but it was Natalia, in white silk and lace, who took Sage's breath away. The dark waves of her hair were styled in a sweep and pulled back behind one ear with a sparkly accessory that looked like it was made of real diamonds. The glittering stones rivaled the glittering brightness of the large diamond on her ring finger. Still, those sparkles couldn't match the light in Natalia's eyes and her brilliant smile as she made her way slowly down the aisle to her groom. As Sage knew Natalia didn't have any family, she assumed the man with the dark hair streaked with silver walking her down the aisle must be Luther's father. Though Sage knew many brides preferred not to have their father walk them down the aisle, when the time came, if the time ever came, she wanted her dad with her as she made the trek to the man with whom she'd spend the rest of her life. Flowers were everywhere Sage looked, at the front of the church, on the ends of the pews, and in the attendants' hands. The blooms filled the sanctuary with a pleasant, light perfume. Luther's gaze never left Natalia as she made her way to the front of the church. The smile on his lips and the look in his eyes had Sage's heart melting. So much love, so much promise in those amber eyes. Hands joined in friendship, hearts joined in love. I found the one my heart loves. The words from the program resurfaced to wrap around Sage's heart. The service moved on smoothly, with the lighting of individual candles before the vows. Sage slanted a sideways glance at Dexter and found his gaze intently focused on the front of the church. It was as if the ceremony were a play he needed to analyze and report on at the end of the performance. He must have sensed her staring because he turned toward her, and their gazes locked. She couldn't have looked away, even if she'd wanted to. Then he smiled. When his fingers closed over the hand she had resting in her lap, Sage expelled a happy sigh. Natalia's voice filled the small sanctuary, and Sage realized they'd entered the vows portion of the ceremony. "They wrote their own vows," Gladys told her, this time her voice barely a whisper. Sage nodded in acknowledgement, but kept her gaze on the couple. "I, Natalia Costa, take you, Luther Gannon, to be my husband. When I was lost, I turned to you. It was as if deep down I knew you would be there for me, that you would help me find my way." Natalia paused, then gazed into the face of the man she loved. "I didn't expect that we would fall in love, but now, looking back, it feels like it was meant to be. I was meant to come here, to find you, to discover who I really was and what I wanted. It quickly became apparent I wanted you, to be my friend, to be my partner, to be my husband. I love you, Luther, and I vow that I will be your best friend and encourager and do everything in my power to make you happy, every day for the rest of my life." Sage blinked back unexpected tears, the touching and heartfelt declaration touching a chord deep inside her. Natalia had barely finished when Luther's deep voice filled the room.
"I, Luther Gannon, take you, Natalia Costa, to be my wife. There was something special about you from the moment we met. But that wasn't our time. When you arrived in Good Hope, you were different than the woman I knew before, but somehow the same. It wasn't long until I knew you were the one I wanted to spend the rest of my life with, the one I wanted to wake up next to each morning, have children with, grow old with. I'm so excited to begin this journey with you, and I vow that I will love and cherish you for the rest of my life."
Sage expelled a ragged breath. What would it be like to be loved that deeply, that completely? Once again, her gaze slid to Dexter, who was studying the couple with an intense expression. Was he wondering if what they'd said held true in all situations, that a solid friendship came first, then love? After lighting the unity candle, the pastor presented the newlyweds to those assembled. Luther surprised everyone by raising his and Natalia's joined hands high in the air in a gesture of triumph. The audience applauded and cheered. The photographer snapped the picture, and Sage knew it was destined to be a favorite. When she saw that they were to be ushered out, Sage settled back into her seat with a happy sigh. That was simply lovely. She wasn't sure exactly who she'd been speaking to, but Gladys, rather than Dexter, responded.
"There's nothing I love more than a good happily ever after."
Gladys's bright red lips curved.
"Sometimes you can just look at a couple and know they are meant to be together."
Sage only nodded and wondered what Gladys saw when she looked at her and Dexter. Did she see two people who had the potential to go the distance, or simply a man and a woman brought together for a moment in time who would eventually go their separate ways? The reception in the barn at Rake's farm boasted more sweet-smelling flowers, along with platters of food, an open bar, and a DJ who knew how to keep the guests on the dance floor. Dexter had been relieved when the pulsating beat of a rock classic was replaced by a romantic ballad. While he understood that many attendees loved the pounding bass, he hadn't been sure he could stand one more second of it. The music, the laughter, the noise, coupled with simply being surrounded by all these people, scraped against his last nerve. It hadn't helped that Ethan and his fellow investors had flown the top management team of Outdoorology into Milwaukee earlier in the week, and he'd been asked to attend meetings. The accommodations at the Pfister Hotel had been top-notch, but 2 days of meetings and what felt like nonstop talking had left Dexter drained. If he'd had his way, he'd have foregone any social events for the next week to regroup. Only the fact that he'd accepted Luther and Natalia's invitation and had made plans to attend with Sage had compelled him to show up this evening. "You know what's my favorite part of all this?" Sage asked him, her breath warm against his cheek as she swayed in his arms. Her voice, so sweet and soothing, eased the tension in his shoulders, and he found himself toying with a lock of her hair.
"Tell me."
Tipping her head back, she gazed up at the ceiling. "The way it looks as if we're dancing under a starlit sky."
Dexter smiled. "That's Izzy's handiwork. She was commissioned to do it for some event, but it's been so popular, Jeremy and Finn have left it up."
"What's your favorite of all this?" she asked him.
"The thought that it won't be long until I can leave?"
Dexter immediately swallowed the words, then cleared his throat.
"If pressed, I'd say it's being here with you."
Sage shot him a brilliant smile. "That's sweet of you to say."
"I'm a sweet guy. Ask anyone."
Then he chuckled.
"On second thought, don't ask anyone. Sweet isn't a word that has ever been used to describe me."
"It's a word I'd use."
"Just shows that you don't know me all that well."
Sage shook her head. "I dare say, after answering all those questions, I know you better than most here." Maybe. Probably. Though if she knew him really well, she'd know that this evening was stretching him to his breaking point.
"Tell her. She'll understand."
All of the questions they'd answered that had focused on the importance of open communication told him to be honest with her. He opened his mouth, but Sage spoke first. "Do you have your costume for tomorrow?" Dexter pulled his brows together, thoughts of what he'd been about to say forgotten.
"Costume?"
It's a requirement of admission to the party. Sage chuckled. It is, after all, a Halloween costume party. Dexter nearly groaned aloud.
Who made up that crazy rule?
He muttered. Your friend, my boss, Ethan Shaw.
I'm going to take it up with him.
Attending yet another event this week would be bad enough. He couldn't imagine having to wear a Halloween costume.
He'll make an exception for me.
He won't. Dexter narrowed his gaze, disturbed by the surety of her tone.
How can you be so certain?
Several other friends asked for an exception, and he said, sorry, no salami.
Dexter shook his head. Ethan wouldn't have said that.
Okay, maybe not those exact words, but he made it very clear. No costume, no entry.
That's ridiculous.
Sage shrugged. I happen to agree with Ethan. The Halloween party at the Dingaling is the bar's first foray into this kind of event. Without everyone in costumes, it won't have the same festive feel. Clearly excited and warming to the topic, Sage continued. We're going to have trick-or-treat shots. The food will be available all night at spooktacular prices. The DJ from tonight will be on hand tomorrow to keep the music flowing. It took everything in Dexter not to flinch at the thought of the kind of music that would be played in a bar setting. Goodbye, soft ballads. Hello, rock classics. There's going to be prizes for costumes, and those spinning the Haunted Fate prize wheel will have a chance to win as well.
Having to wear a costume is a deal breaker for me.
Really? Her voice rose in surprise. He gave a decisive nod.
Really?
That's too bad. Disappointment flooded Sage's hazel eyes. He knew she didn't have a choice about attending the party. She'd mentioned earlier in the week that she not only needed to oversee things, but fill in where necessary. I guess that's your choice.
What's his choice?
Dexter jolted at the sound of Gladys's voice. He hadn't realized the older woman was even on the dance floor. He recognized the distinguished older gentleman who held Gladys in his arms as former high school principal Dr. Albert August. Before Dexter could introduce Sage to Albert, Gladys asked again, her tone demanding a response this time.
What's your choice, Dexter? Not to go to the Halloween party at the Dingaling if I have to wear a costume.
Dexter kept his tone matter-of-fact.
Then Sage is correct. Not attending is your choice.
Gladys's pale blue eyes glittered in the light.
Now, Sage, I'm assuming you're required to attend.
At Sage's confirmatory nod, Gladys continued.
Rest assured, there will be plenty of handsome ghouls and goblins there to keep you entertained. It will be your loss, Woodard, if you don't show.
Then the two danced off, with Gladys attempting to lead, but her companion holding on to control. The silent battle between the two nearly brought a smile to Dexter's lips. Only the knowledge of Sage's disappointment in his decision kept the smile at bay. When the DJ announced a short break and Sage took his arm as they left the dance floor, Dexter experienced a surge of short-lived relief before bodies surrounded them on all sides. They were nearly in the clear when Len and Anita stopped them.
You're just the two we were hoping to see.
Len spoke in a hearty, booming voice. The cake is amazing, Sage gushed. Not only gorgeous, but the flavor. Thank you. Anita flashed a quick smile. Compliments are lovely, and I appreciate hearing from fans of my talent. But that's not why we stopped you. Anita held out her left hand, which sported a large, sparkling diamond. Len and I are getting married.
Married?
Dexter shot Len a questioning look.
After you and Sage left, Muffy and I talked, and it appears a wedding is in our future.
Congratulations! Sage flung her arms first around Anita and then around Len. I'm so happy for both of you.
Yes,
Dexter finally managed to sputter.
Congratulations.
None of this made sense, he thought. These two deciding to marry ran counter to the data they'd given him. The news only added to the clutter already in his head. All the talk about him and Sage being a couple, the noise, the grating laughter, the din of conversation. What was he doing here? More important, what was he doing with Sage? Sage, who reveled in being social. Len had told Dexter that when he had reached his limit while he and Anita were at a party or event, he simply let her know and then left, and she was okay with it. But maybe she wasn't really okay with it. Maybe she was disappointed in Len and just kept it inside. After all, she had said she didn't want to get married, and now all of the sudden that had changed. For the first time, it occurred to Dexter that he might not be able to fully trust the data he'd gathered. If that was the case, then how could he determine what made a person lovable? How could he learn to be the kind of partner someone needed? No, not just someone. Sage. Despite being utterly exhausted, Dexter survived the rest of the reception through sheer grit and determination. He didn't have to say much on the drive home, as Sage chattered happily. Being around so many people obviously energized her as much as it depleted the last of his social stores. It wasn't until he'd pulled the car to a stop behind their apartments that she appeared to notice she'd been the only one talking. "Is everything okay?" Concern filled her eyes.
What's happening between us, Sage?
"Well, I thought we were starting something." She shot him a playful smile. "Getting close? Building a relationship?" Her smile faded when he didn't immediately respond. The truth was, he didn't know what to say. How could he tell her she deserved better than him, that he couldn't be the man she needed, the one she deserved? "Unless I was mistaken." The light that had filled her eyes disappeared as she settled her gaze on him.
Sage, I...
Emotion clogged his throat, making speech impossible.
You know that I think very highly of you.
When he faltered, Sage didn't fill in the silence. She simply let it stretch out, waiting for him to continue. What had he told her? That he never needed to rehearse what he said when he called someone? Dexter had the feeling he should have rehearsed this conversation.
You've been very helpful to me in my research, but after tonight, I'm not sure we should continue. It occurred to me I might not be able to trust the data and...
Was I just part of your experiment, Dexter? Sage's voice was not the calm, reassuring sound Dexter had grown accustomed to. Was answering the questions, kissing me, sleeping with me, your way of seeing if you could game the system to make me love you? Dexter's brow furrowed. He was genuinely confused by Sage's question. First, because she had offered to research love with him, and second, because he had told her how much he cared for her.
You know I was using the questions for research.
The look in Sage's eyes told Dexter that what he'd meant to convey when he'd responded to her question was not what she'd heard. All this time, when I thought we were building something between us, I've just been another subject in your study. Tears filled her eyes before she angrily brushed them away.
No, no, no.
He raked a hand through his hair. Frustration surged. This was just like it had been with Evie. He couldn't say anything right.
I can't do this. I'm never going to say the right thing.
Sage shoved open her car door, then stepped out. Just when he thought she would slam the door and walk away, she leaned in and met his gaze. I love you, Dexter. So, congratulations. Your study worked. Chapter 21. Sage waited until she was in her apartment with the door closed and locked behind her before she let the first tears fall. They began slowly, then built until sobs racked her body. She tried telling herself that it was no more than she'd expected. In the back of her mind, hadn't she been waiting for the other shoe to fall? But she hadn't. Not really. There had been a connection between them. She hadn't made that up, and Dexter wasn't a good enough actor to pull off fake emotion. Swiping at her cheeks, Sage blew her nose. She didn't understand what had happened. Could everything they'd shared really just been about the study? Doesn't matter, Sage told herself. Dexter obviously didn't want to be with her. That was fine. His loss. Even as her heart ached, her mind searched for answers, for something that could make sense of it all. More tears flooded her eyes, threatening to fall, but she determinedly blinked them back. Sage McConnell had shed all the tears she was going to shed over Dexter Woodard tonight. The next morning, Sage accepted her sister's invitation to join her for breakfast. Ryder, Trinity informed her, was working at the grind, and Zoe was at youth group, then would head home with a friend. Her sister wanted to test out a new holiday breakfast casserole on her. The call came just in time. Even knowing that all was in readiness for tonight's Halloween party at the Dingaling, before Trinity had reached out, Sage had been tempted to go into work. The last thing she wanted was to mope around her apartment and think about Dexter. Sage planned to tell her sister straight away that Dexter was history, but the words wouldn't come. Maybe because she was still trying to wrap her head around what had happened last night. For several minutes, Sage sat at Trinity's breakfast table and focused on the food, a sinfully delicious pecan pie French toast casserole. This is positively decadent. Sage, who hadn't been hungry when she'd arrived, forked off another bite. How do you make it? It's simply day-old French bread dipped in an egg custard that contains cinnamon and vanilla. You layer that, then add the pecan topping, which contains brown sugar, nuts, butter, and a little maple syrup. Trinity leaned across the table. You think Ryder and Zoe will like it? If they don't, you can give the rest to me and Dexter. Sage's smile faded. Except Dexter and I are no longer together. By that single admission, the floodgates opened, and Sage found herself laying out last night's puzzling events for her sister. Let me make sure I understand. Trinity added more coffee to her cup from the carafe on the table. Things were going well between you and Dexter until last night? Yes, except, looking back, Dexter was especially quiet on the drive home from the wedding. I think I spent the entire time talking. I was revved. Sage gave a little laugh, then sobered. It wasn't until Dex parked the car that I realized he hadn't said much. That's when he asked you what was happening between the two of you? Trinity's gaze never left her face. Did I get that right? Yes? Sage glanced down at the pretty plate before her, before lifting her gaze. When I realized the question wasn't rhetorical, I told him we were getting close. You know, building a relationship. Trinity made a give-me-more gesture with one hand. That's when he hesitated, which surprised me. Dexter is usually so sure, so decisive. Sage blew out a breath. I asked him point blank if I was simply part of his experiment to see if he could make me fall in love with him. The man hesitates, and you immediately go there. There was no judgment in Trinity's expression, only mild curiosity. Why? What do you mean? Had you been concerned prior to that moment about whether he really cared about you? Were you already worried your relationship was simply about his study? No? Yes? I don't know. Maybe? Sage set down her fork. Dexter can be difficult to read, but I really thought I thought he cared as much for me as I did him. You thought he was falling in love with you? Sage nodded. I did. Trinity offered an encouraging smile. What did he say when you asked if he was using you? I didn't accuse him of using. Sage stopped, realizing that was just what she'd done. Okay, maybe I did. When I said that about the study, he stumbled over his words. What was his exact response? Trinity pressed. He said, no, no, no. Then he said, I can't do this, and said he was never going to say the right thing. That was it? Though her sister didn't say it, Sage got the feeling Trinity had expected more. Sage nodded. The strange thing was, earlier when we were discussing the evening, he said that being with me was the best part of the party. That's why I was so blindsided. That is interesting. Trinity brought a finger to her lips, and her gaze grew thoughtful. I didn't see much of you and Dexter last night. Not surprising, really, considering how many guests showed up. Natalia and Luther's small, intimate affair ended up being wall-to-wall people. It was an incredible evening, Sage agreed. Until it wasn't. I did catch sight of you and Dexter speaking with Len and Anita. Dexter had the oddest look on his face. He appeared confused and overwhelmed. Trinity forked off another bite of casserole. Though Sage trusted her sister's observation skills, she hadn't noticed anything amiss during that conversation. Then again, she'd been more focused on congratulating Len and Anita for their wonderful news than on Dex. What are you getting at? Trinity's eyes turned soft. Dexter is an introvert. Yeah, so? Have you heard of an introvert hangover? Trinity asked. Did you just make that up? Trinity laughed. Well, it's not an official diagnosis, but there are a lot of articles out there about it. Think of it as social overload. There was a lot going on last night. Just thinking about the music and the laughter brought a smile to Sage's lips. Which is why I loved it. And likely why Dexter probably hated it. If he hated it so much, why did he stay? I'm betting because of you. Trinity's tone held no judgment. Dexter has been back to visit numerous times since I moved here. I've run across him at various functions, but not many. When I have seen him at events, he never stays long. Sage lifted her chin. I didn't make him stay, Trinity. He could have told me at any time that he... Of course you didn't make him. He chose to stay, likely because he wanted you to have a good time. Trinity reached across the table and covered Sage's hand with hers. Social exhaustion is a real thing for introverts. While social interaction fuels you and me, so much interaction with others can burn out an introvert. Without giving Sage a chance to respond, Trinity fixed intense blue eyes on her. What was his week like leading up to the party? Sage thought for a moment, then shrugged. Pretty low-key, except for the 2 days of meetings he had in Milwaukee in the middle of the week. Trinity nodded as if Sage had just handed her a key that held the answer. I'd say Dexter was already hitting the wall, so to speak, before Saturday's events. This kind of exhaustion doesn't happen overnight. I'm betting that if it had been up to him, he'd have skipped the wedding. You think he was in the midst of an introvert hangover? Trinity sipped her coffee. I believe it's a definite possibility. Sage fought the hope now surging through her veins. Maybe some of his behavior was due to stress, but he still didn't deny I was simply part of his experiment. You mentioned he said no. Yes, but then he said he couldn't do this. Trinity's brows furrowed in thought. What are you thinking? Reaching across the table, Trinity gave Sage's hand a reassuring squeeze. I'm thinking he may have simply pushed himself too hard this past week. That still doesn't change the fact that he doesn't want to be with me in a real relationship. Maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. Trinity met Sage's gaze. Right now, I don't believe I have enough information to know which it is. And neither do you. What should I do, Trinity? Sage wanted to embrace the hope, but she didn't want to be foolish. I can't tell you what to do, but I will suggest you look at the benefits of speaking with Dexter one more time. I don't want to look like some needy fool who can't let go. You also don't want to make the decision to step away from the man you love without having all the information. Trinity gave Sage's hand a squeeze before sitting back. Remember, there is no love without risk. The next morning, Dexter decided it was time to return the relationship cards to Gladys. His foray into figuring out love was over. The more he'd tried to make sense of it all, the more confused he'd become. He phoned the living center and reached Gladys. She informed him that she'd be around all morning and that the receptionist at the front desk should know where to find her. Though he'd driven by the place plenty of times, Dexter had never been inside the Good Hope Living Center. He knew it focused on independent living for active seniors, and that the structure had been designed by David Chapin. The Chapin Foundation owned the center. That connection to one of Good Hope's most prominent and wealthy families practically guaranteed the place would be nice. Even so, Dexter hadn't expected it to be elegant, with marble floors in the lobby and a massive chandelier positioned over a round table holding the largest arrangement of fall flowers he'd ever seen. Soaring ceilings and a massive stone fireplace in the lobby completed the impressive picture. Dexter gave the group of women chatting near the fireplace the most cursory of glances, just long enough to assure himself Gladys wasn't part of the group. Dexter patted the jacket pocket where he'd placed the relationship cards and strolled to the young man sitting at the reception desk. The boy hastily put down his phone and offered Dexter a smile. "What can I help you with, sir?" "I'm looking for Gladys." Dexter saw no need to say her last name. He'd venture there wasn't a person on the peninsula who didn't know the woman. "She mentioned you'd know where to find her?" "She's right, as always." The kid stood, leaned over the counter, and pointed down a hallway. "She's in the fitness center. Just keep going that way. It's at the end of the hall." "Thank you." Fitness center? Dexter thought as he walked with purposeful strides down the long hall. He wasn't sure the exact number, but he knew Gladys was somewhere in her 90s. Would she really be working out? More likely, he decided. She was simply observing whatever activity was going on. When Dexter pushed open the doors to the large room, he discovered that everyone in the room was a participant in a Tai Chi class, including Gladys. After catching her eye, he motioned to her. She shook her head, pointed to a coat rack, and then to a spot beside her. Dexter expelled a breath. He should have known she wouldn't make this easy. Ignoring her silent request to hang up his coat, he strolled to Gladys's side and spoke in a low tone. "This will only take a second. Take off your coat, then your socks and shoes," she hissed. Her hands were forward, one on top of the other, with her palms facing each other as if she were carrying a ball. While he watched, she shifted her weight to her right foot, then brought the opposite leg forward. Dexter might be amazed by her balance and dexterity, but he wasn't about to get sucked into a Tai Chi class. Pulling the deck of cards from his pocket, he motioned to the back wall, still speaking softly. "I'll set these on the floor by the wall. You can grab them when your class is done." Before he could take a single step, her long, bony feet were both back on the floor, and with one hand on his forearm, she was ushering him out of the fitness center. She waited to speak until the door had closed silently behind them. "Now," she pinned him with those eerie, pale eyes. "Tell me what this is about." "I don't need the cards anymore." Dexter slid the deck from his pocket and offered them to her. "Thank you for lending them to me. Did you and Sage answer 3 questions?" Dexter wasn't sure why it mattered, but he responded to her question anyway. "We answered 2.
I answered a third, but Sage, but nothing?
Gladys pushed back his hand holding the deck.
We had a deal. You each answer 3. Then you give me the deck back, not before.
Dexter kept his tone even.
My study has concluded. Sage and I won't be seeing as much of each other. There's really no reason.
He supposed he could have explained further, but voicing what had happened would only make the finality of their breakup more real.
Relationships are hard,
was all Gladys said. Then she pinned him again with her gaze.
Tell me what you've learned.
Dexter gave a humorless laugh.
I've learned that I can't be in a relationship. Is that all you've learned?
When he didn't immediately respond, Gladys narrowed her gaze and studied him for several long seconds.
I'll tell you what I know. If you care about someone, whether that person is your romantic partner or just a friend, you have to help them. You have to be there for them, even when it's hard for you. And you have to trust that they will do the same for you. Go. Talk to Sage. Do something for her. Be a part of her world in whatever way you can. Give her the chance to be a part of yours. It's not that easy, he began. Difficult is no excuse for not trying, especially when you love her. I didn't say I love her.
The older woman's lips curved. In that moment, she reminded him more of Madame Gitana than Gladys Bertolf.
You didn't need to tell me. I'm psychic, remember?
Chapter 22. Checking and double-checking that everything in the bar was ready for the Halloween party took most of Sage's afternoon. Confident all was done, she quickly donned her costume in her office. She wanted to be out front when the partygoers began arriving. At least, she hoped they would come. Not just come, but fill the bar. Sage worried the cover charge of $25 per person might be too steep. She'd said as much to Ethan, but he had reminded her that all profits went to the Giving Tree, and people in this community were passionate about the fund that supported their neighbors. Feeling good about the preparations and her appearance, Sage strode out of the back room with a confident swagger. She hadn't gone far when she ran into Ted. The bartender let out a low whistle.
Shiver me timbers! You're a fine-looking wench.
She shot him a sharp glance. Ted lifted his hands and offered a good-natured grin.
Just practicing my pirate speak.
Sage rolled her eyes. She'd worn this pirate costume to several Halloween parties when she'd lived in Chicago and had always received a lot of comments. She liked the jagged hem skirt, off-the-shoulder top, and long headscarf, but she knew it was the shiny knee-high stiletto boots that turned the outfit from blah to sexy.
I'd say we're both ready to party hard.
The smile Sage offered him was indulgent. Ted knew as well as she did that they would be working hard, not partying, tonight. I love your outfit, she told him. Ted's bulk made him the perfect NFL football player. She noticed he'd gone with a Green Bay Packers jersey, a fact most in this community would appreciate. You look authentic, Sage told him.
The shoulder pads are bulky and the pants a little tight, but a helmet would have made the costume unbearable. I think the few swipes of black under my eyes give the right look without a helmet.
Sage nodded, then glanced behind the bar. Everything good to go? Sage wasn't sure why she asked. She'd checked everything from the alcohol to the appetizers to making sure the crew at the door knew that no one got in without a costume.
Yep, I'm ready to start serving up those trick-or-treat shots. Those are going to be a huge hit.
I agree. The shooters, 1 part banana liqueur, 1 part orange vodka, and 1 part whipped cream, were not only striking in appearance, they'd been a favorite at Drench at this time of year. Sage had the feeling they were soon to be a Good Hope favorite.
I made sure the door crew knows I'm available to play bouncer if anyone gives them grief about not getting in without a costume.
Ted glanced at fellow bartender Quinn, who was rocking a Spider-Man look tonight.
Quinn can handle things for the few minutes it would take.
If necessary, Ethan or I can step in too, Sage assured him. She hoped there wouldn't be any, or at least not many, who would attempt to crash the party without wearing a costume. She thought of Dexter. Sage hadn't spoken with him today, so she had no idea if he'd approached Ethan or not. It wouldn't matter. Friend or no friend, Dexter wasn't getting in without a costume. After paying his $25, Dexter strode into the ding-a-ling around 9. He'd brought out the dark wizard costume that had been stuffed in the back of his closet since his college days. The long hooded cape over dark pants and a long-sleeved black shirt might have been enough on its own. In his opinion, it was the gray beard, coarse as a Brillo pad, hanging to his navel, that made the outfit. Not that he particularly cared how he looked, other than once he'd decided to attend the party, he hadn't wanted to be turned away at the door. Loud conversations and laughter filled the nearly full bar. He almost turned around and walked back out. How could he be expected to think, much less enjoy himself, surrounded by so much noise? Usually when he went to the ding-a-ling, it was on a weeknight and during off hours when the crowd wasn't so large. He spotted Sage behind the bar with Ted and Quinn, all three of them making drinks with very little talking going on. Still, if the smile on her red lips when she handed over a tray of brightly colored drinks to one of the servers was any indication, she appeared to be enjoying herself. Shifting his gaze, Dexter took a moment to survey the room. The karaoke stage was dark. Thank God for that, Dexter thought. He didn't know if his brain could absorb one more decibel of noise, especially the bad kind of noise that often came from those on the stage. Dartboards with sticky balls held up by smiling ghosts had replaced the regular boards. By the moans and cheers rising up from those in the area, some kind of prizes must be involved. He spotted the huge Halloween-haunted fate prize wheel that Ethan had mentioned he was bringing in for the evening. In between such comments as, "Your future is bright," and "You don't want to know," the roulette-type wheel boasted a variety of prizes, such as half-price appetizers and $2 burgers. It didn't appear the additional cost to spend the wheel had put people off. The long line said the prize wheel was a hit. His friend had been right about one other thing, Dexter thought. Seeing costumes on everyone added a different vibe to the room. "Dexter! Oh my God, I never thought I'd see you here!" Evie was dressed as a witch in a tall pointed hat and a filmy black gown that went all the way to the floor. Dexter had known Evie would be here. The woman never missed a party or an opportunity to socialize. He gestured with one hand to the tall shot glass she held in one hand. The liquid was orange and yellow and topped with whipped cream.
"What is that you're drinking?"
"It's a trick-or-treat shooter." Evie giggled. "This is my second. They're specially priced tonight."
"Looks interesting."
She shoved the glass at him. "Try it. Take a sip." Since he was curious about how something that appeared so strange would taste, he lifted the glass from her fingers and took a cautious sip. Dexter let the taste settle on his tongue. He looked at Evie in surprise.
"It's good. What's in it?"
"Vodka. Lots of vodka." Evie waved a hand with long, pointy fingernails painted jet black. "And some other stuff."
"Are you—"
Dexter wasn't sure what he was about to ask, but it didn't matter, because Evie's eyes lit up when she glanced toward the doorway. "I gotta go." Evie flashed a bright smile. "Hunter and Sean just showed up." Just like that, Dexter was alone once again. That was, if one could be alone in a bar packed with wall-to-wall people. Sage had stepped behind the bar when drink orders had gotten backed up. She noted that Ted was his usual efficient self, but Quinn was definitely off his game. She narrowed her gaze. She'd been so awed by his Spider-Man costume earlier that she'd obviously failed to notice Quinn's pallor and the tiny beads of perspiration dotting his brow and upper lip. When he swayed and his hands gripped the bar to steady himself, Sage moved to his side. "Are you sick?" Sage asked in a low voice.
Just hot and a little dizzy.
He offered a wan smile.
I'm fine.
Sage placed the back of her hand against his forehead. "You're not fine. You're burning up."
I'm okay, really.
Quinn gestured with his head toward the crowded bar.
I can't be sick. You need me.
"We'll miss you." Sage opted for a light, easy tone. "Do you need someone to drive you home?"
I don't live far, but...
Quinn met her gaze.
I don't want to leave you guys alone.
"Ted and I," Sage caught the other bartender's attention. "We can handle it. Right, big guy?"
Aye, we can.
Ted, she noted, had fallen back into his pirate speak as he pointed to the door.
Time to abandon ship, Spidey.
Once Quinn left, Sage lost track of time. She thought she caught sight of Dexter speaking with Ethan, who was handling the prize wheel, but decided it couldn't be him. That guy was wearing a wizard costume, and Dexter had made it clear he wouldn't dress up for Halloween. After finishing another drink order, she glanced at the karaoke stage, noticing it was still dark. She frowned. Tommy Roy should have had it up and going by now.
When will the karaoke start?
The question came from a man sporting a humongous pumpkin head. "Checking on it right now," Sage told Mr. Pumpkin. Pulling the phone from her pocket, she dialed Tommy Roy. The call went straight to voicemail. She left a message. Sage swore under her breath. Ethan had warned her Tommy could be a flake. It appeared he was right. Normally, Sage would have taken over the stage or asked Ethan if he could do it. But with Quinn gone, she needed to help Ted at the bar. Ethan was busy handling the prize wheel, and that was charity donation stuff. "Ted?" Sage waited until he finished mixing the drink in his hand. "Could you hold down the fort for a few? I need to speak to Ethan."
Under control, me hearty.
Ted gave her a mock salute and immediately turned to his next order. "Will karaoke be starting soon?" Sage wasn't sure how many times she was asked the question as she wove her way across the crowded bar to Ethan.
Hey, Sage.
Ethan shot her a smile, even as he motioned the next person in line to take a spin.
I hear you sent Quinn home.
He wasn't feeling well. Sage stepped close and lowered her voice for his ears only. Tommy Roy is a no-show. He's not answering his phone. People are asking about karaoke. I can't leave Ted to handle the bar alone. Ethan's dark brows drew together.
Is Greer still here? Maybe she can help.
I don't know. Sage glanced around. The costumes made it difficult to know who was who. No worries, I'll find someone. The words had barely left her lips when Black Magic by Little Mix filled the bar. It was one of the songs that Sage had queued up to kick off karaoke tonight. Ethan glanced in the direction of the stage and smiled. Problem solved. The flood of bodies surging toward the stage made it difficult to see, but it appeared the dark wizard, the one she'd thought was Dexter earlier, had taken over managing the stage. Is that... For a second, Sage couldn't push his name past her lips.
Yep, it's Dexter.
Ethan grinned.
The guy has come to our rescue.
Dexter had watched Sage talking with Quinn, and less than 5 minutes later, the guy was gone, while Sage remained behind the bar with Ted. He'd seen Quinn when he'd first arrived, and the bartender had looked under the weather. Sage must have sent him home. When the karaoke stage had remained empty, Dexter had wondered if Tommy Roy was just coming in late or not coming in at all. By the questions people were flinging at Sage as she made her way to Ethan, Sage had to be wondering that too. It was clear, at least to Dexter, that all the Dingaling employees were already giving 110%. With Quinn gone and Tommy Roy nowhere in sight, there was no one to pick up the slack. unless he stepped in to help.
I can do this,
Dexter told himself. He knew how to run the karaoke machine from shadowing Sage at the apple butter stage. While he might not be the best person to get people excited for karaoke, with everyone busy, it was down to him. He would do it. For Sage. The craziness continued until closing time. Last call kept Sage and Ted busy until the very end. Only when she finally could take a breath did it strike her that the music from the karaoke stage had finally gone silent. She searched those remaining in the bar, but she saw no dark wizard. Now that there were no more drinks to make, Sage stepped out from behind the bar. She walked around, looking for Dexter among those determined to wring every last ounce of pleasure from the evening. She was making her second pass when she ran into Evie. "You haven't by any chance seen Dexter?" Sage asked the blonde. "He left." Evie's arm was securely wrapped around Hunter's. "We saw him head out the door about 20 minutes ago." "I wonder where he was going." "He used to ditch me all the time." Evie shrugged. "He's not much fun, especially at parties like this."
I like hanging with you at parties,
Hunter told Evie. Evie snuggled up to Hunter. "That's why I'm with you and not him." Sage thought of Dexter and how he'd stepped up to help her out. He didn't like karaoke, and being in the bar tonight with so much noise had to have been torture for him. Yet he'd known this evening being a success was important to her. Dexter had seen she'd needed help and had stepped up. She replayed the last conversation with Trinity in her head. Sage thought of how quick she'd been to judge Dexter. She'd pushed him away. She'd assumed the worst without having all the information. While she might not have known Dexter long, she knew the kind of man he was. He wasn't a user. He wasn't someone who'd kiss and make love to a woman simply to gather information for a study. No, he was a man who would step up to help a friend in need, maybe even the woman he loved, even when it was hard. She'd done Dexter a grave disservice with her accusations. Sage only hoped it wasn't too late to make amends. Chapter 23. The second Dexter entered his apartment, he stripped out of his costume and pulled on some old clothes. Then he collapsed onto the sofa. Shutting his eyes, he reveled in the stillness. Despite the strain on his system, he didn't regret helping Sage. Working the karaoke stage in that busy, noisy environment had been one of the hardest things he'd ever done. But Sage had needed him, and he was glad he could be there for her. He should have hung around after the stage closed. Instead, the second his duty was done, he'd headed straight for the door. No doubt Sage had enjoyed every second of the raucous party, even if she had been working. Dexter thought he had done a good job of pretending to enjoy the karaoke stage, but it had been torture. The entire time he'd been queuing up songs and getting people settled on stage, he'd been on overload. There was only one cure that he knew of: spending time in the quiet. Tomorrow, he wouldn't do much of anything, not even go for a run. His body felt as if it had already done an intense workout. He didn't need to stress it further. Leaning his head back against the sofa, Dexter closed his eyes. He wasn't certain how long he slept, or if he'd slept at all. All Dexter knew was the knock at the door had him jolting upright, his heart racing and his head pounding.
Go away,
He called. "Dex? It's Sage. May I come in?" He closed his eyes for a moment as the concern in her sweet voice wrapped around his heart. "I promise not to stay long." After a momentary hesitation, she added, "It's important." Dexter expelled a ragged breath. He definitely didn't feel up to more talking. His brain, normally razor-sharp, was sluggish. But this was Sage. He couldn't turn her away. Pushing to his feet, Dexter crossed the room and opened the door. He stepped to the side and motioned her in. Instead of slipping past him, she surprised him when she turned and wrapped her arms around him. "I was worried about you." Dexter tightened his hold around her, wishing it could be like this forever. Just her and him and the quiet.
"I thought you were angry with me,"
he murmured against her hair. "What I am is embarrassed by how I acted." She gave a little laugh against his shirt front. "It's that push you away before you push me away instinct. A holdover from my early years." Not sure how to respond to that, he said nothing. She stepped back, and the smile she shot him didn't mask the tension around her lips. "I came to say I'm sorry, and to thank you for helping out this evening." Finally finding his voice, Dexter gestured to the sofa.
"Please, have a seat."
When she dropped down on the plush cushions, he sat beside her. "I really appreciate you taking over the karaoke stage tonight," she began.
"It was nothing."
It wasn't nothing. Her hazel eyes scanned his face. "I know how you hate noise and crowds, which makes what you did even more wonderful." Uncomfortable with the praise, he shrugged. "You stepping up to help means the world to me."
"I should have liked it."
He huffed out a frustrated breath.
"If I was the kind of man you needed, I'd have been able to stay, to party with you, to be at ease at your side in a crowd, like you are. But I can't offer you that. I'll never be that guy."
"Dex." She reached out, but he surged to his feet and paced across the room. When he turned, he saw Sage had also stood.
"I'll always be someone who prefers a quiet night in, who gets caught up in work, who can't say the right things at the right time, no matter what I really feel. It's not because I don't love you. I'm just not that kind of man."
He paused to clear the giant lump from his throat.
"I'm sorry I can't be someone you can love."
Dexter wasn't sure what to think when tears flooded Sage's eyes. She hurriedly blinked them back, then met his gaze with a steady one of her own. "I don't care if you don't want to go to a loud party or spend nights surrounded by crowds. I don't need you to say all the right things, because what you did tonight, showing up for me when I really, truly needed you, that action speaks so much louder than any words. And, as smart as you might be, you're also completely wrong about one thing. You're exactly the kind of man I can love. Because I do love you, exactly as you are." Sage wished Dexter would say something. Anything. She wanted to fill the silence with more words, but pressed her lips together and stifled the impulse. Dexter cleared his throat.
"I love you, Sage. I tried to tell you last night, but I messed it up, just like I always do. Even though I'm trying, I'm never going to get it right. I accept that."
"I'm not sure what getting it right involves, or even means." Sage offered him an encouraging smile. "You're a problem solver, Dex. Tonight you saw I had a problem, and you solved it."
"Yes, but then I left,"
he reminded her. "So, I'm okay with that. Like Len and Anita, you and I will meet in the middle." Sage took a symbolic step closer to him. "I choose to accept you as you are. You chose to show up for me, to do something hard. That's profound. That's love."
"I'm not an easy man to understand."
"Neither of us is perfect, Dex." Love for this wonderful man wrapped around her so tightly that Sage found breathing difficult. Yet somehow we're perfect for each other.
"You really believe that?"
It's not about getting it right all the time. It's that I know you are trying, and that's what getting it right is all about. The sureness in her tone appeared to give him hope. Like she had only seconds before, he took a step closer to her, his gaze never leaving her face. Sage wasn't sure who covered the last step, or if it really mattered. All she knew was that she was back in his arms, where she belonged, and he was kissing her, and she was kissing him back. Like two people madly in love. Like two people meant to be together forever. Epilogue. Thanksgiving Day at Wyatt and Greer's home was noisy, chaotic, and, in Sage's opinion, wonderful. Not only had her parents arrived for the weekend, but Dexter's mom and dad had been invited to join in the celebration. The temperature, a balmy 64 degrees, had broken the record of 61 degrees set in 2012. The warmth and the sunshine allowed the festivities to spill out onto the patio and into the backyard.
I appreciate how your dad went out of his way to speak with mine,
Dexter told Sage when he brought her a tiny bottle of white wine from the large blue and white cooler on the back patio. Once he discovered your father knew how to play the game pitch, well, that made them fast friends. Sage smiled. It wasn't quite the truth, but that commonality had been a bridge after an awkward start. The meal, set up buffet style, was now history. With everyone stepping in to assist with cleanup, it hadn't been long before tables were cleared and food was put away. Dessert? Well, that was available all afternoon. The two older couples, along with Zoe and Amber, had claimed the kitchen table and were playing cards. It's wonderful having my whole family here. The only one in Sage's family who hadn't made the trip to Good Hope was Phoenix. Tonight, Wyatt and Greer would celebrate the holiday with Greer's side of the family, while the rest of the McConnells would head over to Trinity and Ryder's home. Maybe, Sage thought, by next year she'd have a house and could entertain everyone.
Sage! Dexter!
Wyatt called to them from the far back of the yard, where a horseshoe pitch had been set up.
Join us!
Trinity and Ryder were already there. Greer, the consummate hostess, had just stepped inside to make sure everyone had what they needed. "Just a second," Sage told her brother, then turned to Dexter. "Why don't you head home for a couple of hours? Recharge those batteries before we take up round 2 tonight." For a second, Dexter looked blank. Then she saw realization strike. He flinched.
That's right. We still have tonight at Trinity and Ryder's.
"I'll need to make an appearance, but if it doesn't work for you,
I'll be there."
His fingers closed around her free hand, and he gave it a squeeze.
But you're right. I could use a break.
Taking a page from Anita and Len's playbook, they'd driven here separately.
I should tell your brother,
Dexter began. "Don't worry about him and Greer." Sage rose up on tiptoes to brush her lips across his mouth. "They know all this socializing isn't your thing. They're just glad you came." His gaze searched hers.
Are you sure you're okay with me leaving?
"Are you okay with me staying?" she asked him.
Absolutely.
Taking the wine bottle from her fingers, Dexter set it on a nearby table, then pulled her into his arms. She wrapped her arms around his neck and slid her fingers into his soft, dark hair. "You know, it feels to me as if we've solved the mystery of this thing called love."
I'm thinking that a little more study wouldn't hurt.
When his mouth closed over hers, Sage's lips curved. Never-ending study sessions with the man she loved? Sign her up. This has been This Thing Called Love in Good Hope by Cindy Kirk, narrated by Amy McFadden, a member of SAG-AFTRA. Copyright 2023 by Cynthia Rutledge. Production copyright 2023 by Cynthia Rutledge. Thanks for listening.